Hmm.
Now I do.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Does that mean we're live?
Will
Yes,
you check
we
and make
are
sure
live.
that
Okay.
is,
I hope we don't get shot. I'm going to use this music for a second.
on
Hopefully they don't.
Okay.
audio?
Do what
Just-
you
Nail
got to
us.
do. What you got to do.
All right, here we go. Here's
Yeah.
the formal entry. Here we go. So welcome.
And then, yeah, we'll introduce our judges because
Welcome, everybody. I'm going to turn Sydney down real
That's
quick.
fine.
Are we
That's
good?
fine.
All right. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Southern Yankee Beer Company Wort Showdown 2020.
Woo.
Hold on.
I can't tell you how excited I am right now.
Listen, we have a live studio audience here in the brew house
We did.
at Southern Yankee. Just kidding.
They're captive studio audience.
They are
actually.
captive. We went and got them, and we're holding them captive.
Yes. Yeah.
So there you go. All right, I'm going to fade that out in case we get popped for that. But anyway, yeah, welcome to. We're at Southern Yankee. We got a Wort share.
we do. We got we got a hot contest going on here.
It's hot.
Yes.
Super hot.
11 entries.
Yeah.
Who's going to be the best?
Oh yeah. Only one will survive.
Yes. There can
11 beers enter. One will survive.
there
We
can
will,
be only one.
There can be only one. We will
Yes.
crown a grand champion of the Wort share.
I might have to leave here in a second, but
Oh, do you have to go to the bathroom already?
no. Well, yes. No. Yes.
Okay.
Maybe. I got to make sure that we're streaming and
Oh.
streaming out in the
Why
tap
don't
room.
Why don't I look on my phone?
Right now, we have the privilege of being in the actual brew house.
The brew house.
The brew room of Southern Yankee.
Yeah,
This is quite a treat.
I believe this is our first actual stream from a brew house.
It is. Yeah, in the actual brewery part.
Yeah,
of
in
it,
the
yeah.
actual video
See,
streaming of the thing.
we actually have tanks behind us.
Yeah.
We're legit.
Tanks a lot.
Yeah.
It's so yeah, we're gonna judge some beers. I say we, and
Yeah.
by we I mean all the other people here, not named us.
We're unofficial judges.
Yeah, officially this is not a liquid lunch or a
No.
inner brews or anything that you're used to. This is a Southern Yankee production, and
Oh.
yes, it looks like we are live. We're good to go. We got a couple people already watching. So
Yes.
thanks for joining.
Nick is watching, and he is a contestant.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
So
All right. We have.
Yeah.
So how do we want to start this? Do we?
No. Well, I thought we'd head over to Judge Sydney and let her explain.
Just tell me when the camera's on me.
What's
there
going
you-
on.
all right,
I will point to you when the camera's on
Okay.
you. Ready?
All right, go for it.
Hey guys. It's really weird not being able to see myself at the same time, but well, I'm excited for everybody to be here and watching our judging portion. I know it's a little bit weird because of the COVID situation, but we're trying to do our best to make sure everybody has a great experience listening in on judging. I'll give you a little bit of a rundown of what happened. So this year we had the Wort being distributed on July 11th. And then that Wort was I'll give you the percentages so everybody knows what's going on. We had 70% two-row, 11.7% Vienna malts and Munich malts, and then 6.4% of the Carapils dextrin. And so that's a really basic malt. It's a really light malt, so you can really start and do pretty much any beer with that base. And so we've got a lot of variety. I'm very excited to see what kind of beers and what they taste like this year. And just for a reference point, that alcohol, if you just fermented that beer out, would be about 5% with an 81% efficiency. But yeah, I'm excited. We have some great judges. Preston and I are going to be the only consistents this year. We've got 3 new judges. We've got Emily Elders. We have Mary Thorne, and then Stephen, I forget your last name, I'm really bad. Trelevin.
Yeah. Stephen Trees on Facebook.
Stephen Trees on Facebook and on Instagram. We have different levels of experience on judging. I wanted to make sure we have a wide range because our palates are trained in different ways. We taste different things, and that's how you get to see a wide range on a simple beer when you have a lot of different variety of who's tasting it. But I'm very excited. So let's get started.
Let's do that.
Where's
All right.
Ben?
I don't.
First beer. First beer.
I may be the worst judge.
Why is that?
Oh, and then we might
but
want to say that.
we're not officially judges.
Oh, there we go. So,
Okay.
We're not official.
You guys are going to be the commentary.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, the
And
play-by-play
we
and the
will,
color.
just for a reference point, the 5 judges that opinions matter will be our 5.
Yes.
Yes. I'm used to my opinion not mattering. It's fine.
You and me both got 3 daughters. Opinion matters not. I get lots of smiles and nods, so I expect more of that today. So.
Are you guys going to be telling the crowd the style?
Yes, we're doing all this. Right?
Okay.
So,
and then you're welcome. Yeah, open your crackers.
We have crackers.
Palate, water,
cleanser.
Okay, so there we go. So that is the base. So basically, everybody, just to bring you up to speed.
That's fine.
Yeah, you can say the swears. We got plenty of crackers. I just want to set the table for everybody. Plenty of crackers.
There's a lot of crackers at the table.
A lot of saltines around this.
The worst.
And lots of water. It's actually, Kennedy, I don't know if you know this or not, but with beer judging, you need crackers to do. You know what they're for?
I'm sure it has to do with cleansing the palate.
It is cleansing the palate because we have a wide variety of beers on the table to judge today. I'm gonna.
Preston, you're getting comments on your goatee.
Thank you.
No.
It is glorious actually.
It
Much
is.
appreciated.
Yes.
Have you added any product for? I mean, there's no sheen. It's not like shine. It's not like false sheen. It's like natural sheen that just kind of.
Absolutely. It's
You oil it up, though.
oil
Yeah.
and a dryer, basically.
Mm.
Hair dryer.
Nice and
How much?
nice. A lot of body.
How much time has gone into that goatee?
Daily.
No, like how long did it take you to get to this point? How many months of growing?
This is COVID, so it started out as a full-on beard, and then I was called Santa Claus, and so the beard went to a goatee,
Oh, okay.
and there you have it.
I think it looks great. Yeah.
So-
I figured.
So there we go. Everyone who's been asking about Preston's goatee.
Yeah, it's glorious.
Yeah, it's glorious.
It's the real hero of the day.
Yes. That was Nick.
Actually, the goatee, if anybody misses any of the beers and wants to sample themselves, they'll be hanging out in Preston's goatee after the competition. So you can then come wring them out and try them.
So just to answer your question, Nick, there are 11 entries today.
Yes, 11 entries, on the table. We're going to be going through each one style by style. We have a very wide variety of styles. This was not. They didn't just take the wort and then just throw some hops in and call it a day. I mean, maybe they did.
No.
We'll find out, I guess. But we have everything from pale ales to old ales.
Do a sweet stout.
Sweet stouts to sours to lagers. I mean, we've got just a plethora of styles, the literal spectrum of styles, which is really a testament to this competition. And I say competition, more of just a celebration of the variety of beers.
Yeah.
All right, so first of all, we're going pale ale, right?
Pale ale.
What do we know about this entry that we can talk about in front of the people?
No, we're allowed to talk about anything here.
Okay, so this is mine.
This is the judging table.
Okay.
We don't know the names.
Do we know if this is English or American?
I'm gonna assume American.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right, so we'll go with American.
This is a pale
Preston,
ale.
does it distract you for me to ask you
American.
questions while you're judging? Other than hop varieties, the differences between an English and an American pale ale?
It's typically the yeast that changes from an American to a English.
Okay.
Typically, Englishes are more on the sweet side. Americans are a little more on the dry side.
Okay. All right. Fruity elements possibly on the English side as well, more so than the American?
It depends on the
the
brewer.
Okay.
I mean, it could go anywhere. Traditional English is East Kent Goldings and an English yeast of some kind. That's traditional. But brewers, you can pretty much do anything you want, right?
Okay.
It's your beer, make it what you want, right?
There you go. And that's the whole crux of this. All right, so Kennedy, your first initial sip. What do you think?
I think this is an excellent pale ale.
All right, so according to our BJCP guidelines, which we're going to go hard and heavy on, American style pale ale is supposed to be straw to light amber.
Okay.
I think we've
hit
it. I think we're right there.
Yeah,
I think
we're
I'd
going
call
with
this
that.
more amberish than strawish. There's a little bit of I don't want to persuade any of the judges over here with my mouth.
That's why we whisper.
Oh, are we supposed to be whispering?
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like this is kind of like the Westminster Dog Show.
Yeah.
This style. As you can see, as the pale ale is a noble style. As it goes around the track, one of the oldest styles.
We're
originating
judges are
from
welcome
England.
to discuss. We decided that last year.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to make your first initial kind of rundown.
Here we go.
And then we can
They
kind
are
of
currently
discuss and
discussing.
then sometimes
Yeah.
pinpoint an
They're
off
allowed to
flavor if
discuss.
there's there.
All right. Okay. So
or
from
if
this
there's a
this
certain
beer,
flavor you can't
Kennedy, what are
pin
you
down.
getting? I'm getting a
Sometimes
little.
that's
There's some
nice to
spice.
discuss. We're kind of condensing
perceived
like the
bitterness is supposed to be
15
medium to
tier
medium
judging,
high.
so
Yeah,
that
I'm getting a
we
little
can,
spice. Almost like
not be
a
here
ginger
for
character.
15 hours.
Sort of like a gingery.
15 hours.
Yeah, I
Yes.
guess I do get. I do not make it for a good judge.
Yeah.
That's why I've never.
I'm getting some nice flavors from it.
This
Yeah.
This is very pleasant.
It's,
though.
It does
it's
say chill
soft.
haze.
It's
Yeah.
nice and soft. The bitterness doesn't linger, which to me, a pale ale that has a lingering bitterness
Let's
on the
listen in
tongue
on
for
what
that long,
Sydney's saying
it's just
here.
that's not a pale ale anymore.
She's
That goes
Sydney
into
dropping
IPA
knowledge on us.
territory
She is
for
dropping
me.
knowledge.
as we speak.
She's waxing poetic.
Personally, and then I think that because pale ale and IPA, there are some pinpoints
So
on the
this
differences.
particular
but
beer,
as a
I do get a
brewer,
little bit of chill haze.
That is a good
or a little, glad it's not a
differentiator,
clear,
on
which is
IPA
acceptable at lower
pale.
temperatures. So I'm wondering if we let this one warm up a bit, if it'll
The
clear
head
out.
retention could use a little work.
Head retention is very low.
Yeah,
Yes, head re-
it's a little bit
As,
less
as
carbonated
Preston
than
just
I'd
pointed
like.
out, head retention, which for those watching, that's
I
when
like
you pour
the
a fresh
esteriness
beer.
of the yeast.
When you pour
I get a little
pour a
bit
fresh
of
beer, head retention, head is that beautiful, foam on the top. And head retention is how long it lasts. And some beers dissipate quickly, which is by design. A pale ale should usually have a
But
pretty
they
good.
They did not specify, so it needs to be that.
Yes. Oh, share the link. Yes. Good notes for us not to mention
The
out
link
loud.
on Facebook. Yes, it's
We're
all
streaming
right.
live.
Just so everybody knows.
Yeah, go for that.
We are currently streaming live on the Southern Yankee
There are ways to
Facebook
get that
page.
clear. Yeah. And then as a
Okay, so are they having trouble
and
outside
then
with?
another when you're putting a beer in for judging, you can also choose the category.
Okay.
Oh, you're telling
So there
people to
is a
share it.
pale
That's
ale.
what Jules is trying to convey. The
Yes.
message she's
Share.
trying to tell is
Share.
if you're
That's
watching
like
this,
Share.
share the link. Share it to your personal pages there on Facebook. If you're watching on YouTube, copy that and send it to 1,000 of your closest friends. I believe we're also on the Liquid Lunch Periscope /Twitter
Yes.
page. So there, if you're watching there, give us some hearts. Use those thumbs. Give those thumbs a workout.
Okay.
And like it up and share that on Twitter as well. And let us know where you're watching from. We will be able to read all the comments here as you enter them. So
Apparently, judges are hard to hear. That's what I'm hearing.
I turned them down.
All right.
I turned them down so we could talk and
Okay.
not. It's not that microphone.
Okay.
You have to put that one closer.
Right.
I can put it back.
So
there.
why don't we
In the nose, yeah.
back off
The
a second
aroma's a little
and
bit
listen to
lacking.
what
Okay.
the judges
But that may
are.
be also the low carbonation. That combination may be needing more dry hop and then more carb. That could be an issue,
So something else too, is it possible that the movement of the bottle, as I'm looking over at Jules, and hers is slightly clearer than this one.
It might be just
So-
the way you're looking at it.
Well, so she got first pour, I got second pour.
Jules got last pour.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
I got a
So
You
I got a snow globe.
So
That looks-
color will change, right? So mine looks kind of dark,
Right.
and the
As you
main
drink
reason
it.
for that is because the yeast are refracting the light, or the protein is refracting the light, so it makes it look lighter.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's mainly because she got the last pour.
Got it.
Yeah. And we have
I'm really
been,
not this amateur, but thank you for
No.
saying it.
And then a reference point before we pour the beers, we do turn them upside down gently to kind of help
To mix it.
homogeneous in the bottle before we open it and pour it into the
Got it.
glass.
Okay. Cool.
All right, so there you go. You hear Sydney and Preston describing what happens when the beer is poured. You have these beers are bottle conditioned, what we call bottle conditioned, and that means a little bit of sugar is left over, or priming sugar is added to give carbonation. I'm assuming bottle conditioned with a homebrew competition like this, and so you're going to get spent yeast and I guess maybe still living yeast at the bottom of it's going to settle at the bottom of the bottle. That's why Sydney was saying they turn it over so that the entire bottle is homogeneous, not just a slurry at the bottom that Jules gets to drink because she got the last pour. I don't know. Did you get last pour or first pour? You got first pour. Okay, so that's.
And then the numbers on the category as well. That is based on both the description of the style and then what you give it. So
do you want us to use those numbers?
absolutely, yeah. That's not for us, but that's for we turn these into the homebrewers if they want them.
Got it.
For reference.
There you go. Kennedy's back in the saddle. Out in the tap room there.
I just checked the tap room.
Did you
Do you want
pour
us to
yourself
write
some
the
beer to
total
make sure it was all
right here?
flowing correctly?
If you'd like, yeah, go
I
ahead.
did not, but there are a few people in the tap room.
Oh,
There
good,
is
good,
still plenty of room
Yes.
at Southern Yankee if you would like to stop by.
Southern Yankee just changed their license. They are now officially they're officially a restaurant. They've got the delicious pizza and the food truck outside. Alex actually out there working hard, and tons of variety on the wall. Let's just to see what
better than
Preston's
average
saying.
in the 30s. That kind of
38 is a good number.
38 is
That's
a
nice
solid number. Yeah. Mid 30s is above average. That's a good beer. Yeah.
Okay.
If you find yourself in the area of Southern Yankee, you want to come by. They have a pale ale
I'm mainly doing that.
called
with
Who's
the-
Paul. It's an American
Yes.
pale ale,
Sure. No, that's
5.8%
all right. I think I
ABV,
refreshed it too.
and
gotta
they
tell
have a
anybody.
peach and orange peel aroma. Not that they added that; they just got all that from the
not
hops.
good at
American
simple
style
math, so I'm
hops,
gonna
sometimes
do
like
my
New Zealand
calculator.
style hops,
Yes.
varieties of hops. Will add lots of fruity character. So it's amazing all the new hop varieties
changing as it
we've
goes up.
we've been given. They've been evolved and developed there, Kennedy, over the last 10 to 20 years.
All right. And
It's
then
been a
once everybody
proliferation,
has most
if
of
you
their
will.
notes,
Proliferation,
we'll just go
Kennedy.
around and give
Proliferation.
our numbers,
All right, here we go.
and then we'll
This
move
is
on
a-
to the next beer.
This is exciting. We're about to hear the numbers.
Okay, here we go. So the final judging.
Oh, as a note,
as-
I don't
as the
actually
first one.
taste any major off flavors, so that's pretty solid.
Yeah.
As a home brewing, that's like number one.
Yeah.
That's great, no off flavors, so that's
Yeah.
that's
Speak-
pretty good.
Speaking
yeah.
of off flavors in your home brews, mine have off flavors exclusively.
Because it might not necessarily be an
Like a specializer.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's listen to
Absolutely.
this the final rundown. So,
Overall, I would say the number one beer is going to get good numbers.
yeah, I think it's true with any competition. The first entry in any competition, you've always got to calibrate your
This is really
your judging because you can't go too high, you don't want to go too low. You may have to come
And
back
that's why
and
we do 2 rounds, so you can
Yeah,
kind of look
come
through
back
your
and
notes and pick your top 5.
reevaluate as in comparison.
Sometimes they're pretty
I
obvious
mean,
as
and
well.
straight from the mouth of Judge Sydney, there's no off flavors in this first one.
Yeah, no off
So-
flavors. When we're looking, we'll talk about off flavors here in a little bit. Preston was kind enough to bring us a whole list of the off flavors that he tastes in every one of Kennedy's beers. It's
So
almost like you have a checklist.
I feel like this is all my beers
Yeah.
I've ever brewed in one
That
checklist.
cream corn, green
I
apple,
changed my answers after a while.
cardboard stout that you did.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait a minute.
that-
This is my total. No.
Astringency.
It's
Yeah.
an overall,
Down here.
yeah, just
Astringent ale.
kind
Yeah.
of corner over here.
Okay.
Eastery.
Estery.
Estery.
Yeah, esters.
It's definitely estery, just
Yeah.
for
Eastery.
a reference point.
I'd like
Yeah.
to say Eastery.
We're almost ready. so
Eastery
you
is
can
when you
start
have
pouring.
chocolate bunnies
And we're
and
gonna go
hard-boiled
through and
eggs in your beer.
Do a note.
Yeah, I've had that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I've had rotten eggs, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I don't even know how you do that.
Palate cleanser.
It takes skill.
All right.
Yeah.
Do the entries let us know what the ABV is roughly? Do they?
That would be my mistake. I asked that last year, but I forgot to mention that they needed to put that on there, so that is not part of it. Which
Okay.
that is my fault. We will not be taking away because you're not in a
range of ABVs.
range.
Yes.
If it's but if it tastes like fusel alcohols, no matter what the alcohol content, it's gonna be fusel alcohols.
Yep.
So
All right,
that's
David.
that's a thing.
Okay.
So there they go.
Overall, good showing for number
I'll turn the mic down for the judges as they munch on their crackers.
Yeah.
Because nothing says fun audio like,
like mukbang.
yeah, saltine smack. The saltine smacks.
Uh-huh.
So there you go. That's
So this is my first time to ever be a part of an official beer judging contest.
Mhm.
Are saltines normal?
Yes.
Okay.
You typically want something there to cleanse up. Sometimes they'll do just plain bread, Saltines are probably they're the easiest because you can pass them out among the judges pretty easily.
Right.
So
and they're cheap.
they are cheap.
Yeah.
They are cheap.
Yeah.
You just need a little something just to boom. It's like when you're at the department store and you're trying to smell different perfumes to get buy your girl for Valentine's Day, and they have those coffee beans.
Yeah.
You have to reset that whole palate. So it's not just your tongue; it's all of your olfactory, sensory organ. You have the cool thing about beer tasting compared to say wine tasting. Like when you do a wine tasting, they'll have a spit bucket.
Yes.
Beer is superior
Uh-huh.
in that you can swallow it almost every time because the ABV is low enough. You actually have taste receptors in the back of your throat that you don't even get till after you swallow.
Mm-hmm.
So
I can't imagine tasting a beer and spitting it out. And
have you ever tried your homebrew? Ayo. Ayo.
Sometimes my homebrews don't make it past the smell.
Yeah, no, it's
The smell test.
Yeah, it's.
No. So
This isn't
Just-
the final discussion. All right, we're passing out the second beer.
all right, this is number 2.
This is number 2.
Number 2, which is a fruit beer. And
So, like a true professional, I want
apricot. Whoa,
to point out real quick.
Okay.
This is what the apricot
apricot lager.
lager.
Yeah.
Okay. Lagers.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get into the style here as they're passed out here. Like a true professional, you see Preston only takes a few sips of the first beer because he's not trying. It's a pale ale, a little American pale ale, a little more hop on the front end. You don't want to blow out your palate, especially if you've got a lager coming up behind it. Lagers are going to be more delicate. So, like a true professional there, and that's also where the crackers in the water come into play. You can also see. Do we have Preston up online? I want to just do play-by-play on his approach.
All right. Yes.
Yeah,
we did.
second bottle.
Yeah.
You can
Okay.
see that.
Second style.
Oh,
But they're okay.
see how
I'm confused.
It's 2 different bottles.
Same person.
Same
Same person,
persons.
2 different. Well, it's just one bottle was a little bit clearer than the first one.
Okay.
All right.
That's
So,
majorly different, but
little bit of a
We all have the
controversy
same
going on here.
beer.
it's the same beer.
Beer number 2.
It is the same beer. This is the apricot lager.
So apricot lager.
Just to make sure everybody understands, apricot lager. This is
Thank
what
you.
we're at. Is if nobody tastes the apricot, we may have a bottle issue. But I think we're
They're gonna
okay.
get all apricot, and I'm not gonna get.
Yeah.
So to catch up on the controversy
I
here,
have no. I have
apparently
literally,
they
like,
use 2 bottles to pour.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
big difference.
Big difference. Let's look at
so
this.
maybe
Let's look at
okay,
this.
so maybe sometimes.
Let's look at this.
Okay, let's take a look at that.
Sometimes bottles can be different depending on the
Oxidation.
racking time,
Yeah.
right? So if you racked, this may have been the last bit, which is fruit settles.
Yeah.
That's an issue.
Yeah, it stratifies.
It does. And so they may have gotten the first bottle, and then we may have gotten the last bottle. So.
All right. So comparing the lager to a pale ale, lagers, of course, originated in Germany. The Pilsner was the first lager developed by, I forget the guy's name, but he had to smuggle the yeast out of Pilsen, and with their soft water. And over time, the lager yeast evolved from the ale yeast because of the cold storage lager, meaning to store.
Do you taste
To
any
store.
apricot? Okay.
Lagers also
smell any? I
are
mean,
very should be
Okay.
held
It
to
adds
the
to it.
Okay, so same beer.
Reinheitsgebot.
All right.
Right.
Reinheitsgebot, Kennedy.
Yeah, it's
When you
not
add
a,
an American approach,
Urban
adding
South can, but
apricot
it's,
is not within Reinheitsgebot.
It's kind of there.
great
So this is
with
more like
things.
Reinheitsgebot not. You know,
So
No
I
comment.
learned that expression
beer
recently by
politics.
watching Beers of Joy,
well, there you go.
or Joy Beers.
All right, so on the aroma of this beer, Kennedy, are you getting any apricot
this is
aroma,
an
any fruit
8.
aroma? I'm getting
It's
It'll be
subtle
29.
fruit
Well,
aroma.
so this is
I'd
based
say
off of
very,
8, though. They've
very
chosen
slight.
8 as their level. So they've chosen the lager, the darker lager
So
category.
Munich or sports beer?
Now it makes more sense.
It may just make it because it is a lager, and I
Wow.
just as a first comment, I think that may have been
Mistake.
a mistake and or a bad choice on what stylistically they put it under.
So this is a good example of that, right?
choosing,
Because this may be a
yes.
good beer in another category.
Exactly,
Technically.
exactly.
Listen,
All right.
So what they're saying, Kenny, is that the lager category, they missed the mark on the lager category.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm gonna leave
Which
it up.
in a judging is very important. right? If you've entered in the Olympics to do the floor routine, but you came out there and jumped on the bars.
I find
Yeah,
it interesting. You
we
went
will
straight
have
to
someone double checking
gymnastics there.
that
Sorry,
number
it's
and
default.
category
That's-
to
but I'm
make
just
sure
saying,
it's an 8.
Your routine can be an amazing bars routine, but you were supposed to be on the floor. You simply are in the wrong spot. Check your leotard, and let's get back into the right
Yes.
spot.
My leotards need to be checked regularly.
Yeah, exactly. Especially this time of year, get a little chafing.
So
It is interesting with this beer. I wonder if maybe they just used the lager yeast, but treated it more ale-like, perhaps. Maybe fermentation temperature. You've brewed a lager. Let's speak to that a little bit.
So I have brewed a lager so I know they had 8 weeks to have this beer between picking up Wort and the actual contest. So 8 weeks is pretty much. I mean, when I lagered my beer, I did it for I'd say about 60 days of lagering.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Yeah. So it's
I think we got the dredges
so
or
I
some
have.
minor re-fermentation in that bottle.
So I from listening to the judges, I think
well,
the
that's
darker
true. Yeah.
the darker pour is giving off
There's
a little
a-
bit
there's
different
a-
flavors than the lighter pour.
Hazy.
Picking up some debris in this.
debris.
Debris.
And it might be. Those are full of antioxidants. So it's not a bad thing. Good thing about a bad beer is that a bad beer is only bad as in it's not what it set out to be. But you can't get sick from a bad beer. It's unless some coughs on the bottom.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah. But typically with brewing, that's why beer was extolled during the Middle Ages, because the water was so bad, the boiling and everything, the
Yes.
fermentation process saved people. We're only here because of beer.
So
But,
interesting story about that.
Okay, go ahead.
They never figured out that it was the actual boiling that made the water good.
Until Louis Pasteur?
Yeah, until later. So everyone just assumed beer was good,
Yes.
but no one tried
don't
to
get a
just
lot of
boil
fruit
the
from it.
water and say,
So-
"Oh, the water's good now."
I think they knew.
It's very
but they
like
just
it's like
didn't. Everybody
it's
was
like
just in on it.
Just
White
there.
Claw essence.
It's just there.
Essence of fruit.
Oh yeah, yeah, just barely.
It's
But
the
you gotta
scent.
look
It's
for
the
it.
scent of fruit.
There's
Okay, so you hear them discussing the level of fruit. Kennedy, when you're about to order a fruit beer, do you
Yeah.
I'm confused
you
as
see
to
the
what it should
name? Do you
look like
expect a
based on
fruit
the
punch,
category.
like not fruit
Well,
punch,
so
but like
that's
fruit
a
Well,
flaw.
I mean,
punch,
yeah,
right?
They've
I would
chosen.
say yes. When I order fruit beer, I want to taste the fruit as advertised. And with this beer,
And that's something that's why it is important
I say
when you
slight,
choose a
very slight.
category.
It's like a kiss.
To choose
Yeah,
the right
just-
one.
just
'Cause
a
it
kiss.
could be a
It's like
phenomenal
whoever.
beer,
It's like this
but if
beer.
you put
Somebody
it
put
in
on
the wrong
apricot
category-
flavored
as,
lip
like, close as the
lip balm or
base.
lip
I-
gloss.
yeah.
This would be like.
Absolutely. If
Kissed
they
it just
put
a little
this in
bit.
a,
Yeah,
in,
that was
you
it.
know,
I mean, carbonation
a
needs to be
fruit
more,
beer,
but I mean,
it
it's
would have been on-
30s in
yeah.
that category.
yeah.
so
Yeah.
beer number 2.
Beer number 2.
But
I don't
think-
taste any major off flavors again. You guys are doing great.
Yeah.
Last year we had a few issues. We're on number 2. We're doing well.
no,
I like
no,
this.
no off flavors
No off.
on this.
I know.
It's
don't
it's
don't
good.
curse it. Don't curse it.
It's good. It's refreshing. I could drink these out by the pool all day.
Sure.
I don't know about getting the apricot out of it. Of course, I had the lighter version.
I get a little. I get just like a kiss, like I said.
Well,
of apricot.
I get more apricot than I do
So should I
blueberry
just go
when I
ahead and
did
judge
my
this as an
blueberry
8
shandy.
and just
Yeah, it's,
note,
That's
say,
we
man,
double
like,
checked.
I love you, but
yeah.
It's a nice. To me personally, if I'm going to just pick a
That's the
beer
one
for
that they
enjoyment, I
specified
enjoy
as the number.
the dry. This was a
They
dry
specified it
lager-like
was an
beer
apricot lager.
in the flavor.
So there's two things
There's no
saying
fruity
lager
like there's like the
instead of just
ale
based on
type,
fruit beer.
fruity type of elements. None of that is going on. Just that hint of apricot, and maybe
Okay.
that's what they were going for.
All right.
Clarity, not lager-like. So it's tough with fruit, though.
Philip joining us.
Oh, hey, Philip.
Philip,
What's up, Philip?
you should have entered a beer in this competition,
Yeah. Hey, Sylvia. How are
but
things?
it's okay.
And Brendan.
I like the
And Tammy.
warmingness though.
And
Ad-
everyone.
Adam was
And it
asking
finishes
about
clean.
the first
It
beer.
does.
It's
It
nice
doesn't-
Oh,
and
what do they need to know?
Sit.
What are they
I think
asking?
he just
Some
wants
fruit
to know
beers
what the
are
first
like,
beer
I
tasted.
can taste syrup.
The fir-
Or this
Oh,
is
it's
nice.
American
just-
Pale Ale.
Is
I got
American
some
Pale.
ginger,
It moves through.
gingery,
Tanginess at the
lemony
very
type
end.
elements
That may
to
be
it.
the fruit.
Pretty
Yeah, that
solid
may be
beer,
that
according to the
apricot,
judges.
tartness.
Yeah.
'Cause
Once
they-
again, no off flavors in the first beer or the second beer.
That's what I
Yeah.
think.
What else?
So
Gives that.
you guys are doing good.
Well,
Sounds like the
again,
only
like
issue
what
with this-
Preston said, we got 9 more to go. So let's
Yeah, nine more to go. out of
again. Preston
two.
going with just the
11.
sips, professional approach, not like
Yes.
us. Good. Oh, that was good.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're drinking.
Again,
Yeah.
though, our skills do not have to be on point. They didn't even offer us any crackers.
Well, there's a table full of crackers.
Well, yeah, but they're pointing. It's fine. I
And,
want the
and-
judges
and
to
I'm
have
not just talking about the ones in the
it.
packages.
Oh, come on now.
I keep going back to light. It's very light.
It is.
It's
It is.
how many times are you going to use that joke today?
Have I used it on
That's
air yet?
at least the third time. At least.
Okay. I duly noted.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it's
Let's
not
see.
mystery.
Here at Southern Yankee, let's see if they have any lagers. They do have their Que Pablo Mexican style.
Their
lager.
most popular beer here
Yeah.
is a lager. In fact,
Is that Que Pablo?
Well,
I would
I got some
say
of the yeasty bits.
half
say,
their
I wasn't
beer
gonna
they
have a lot of
make
yeast
here
bits.
is K Pablo.
There you go. So just let's see what else we got.
It makes me it makes me sad.
No,
'cause
I
have
believe
to
that's the only the
judge this
lager.
based off
But
of the
there you go,
wrong
crispy,
category.
delicious Mexican style lager.
I'll be
So-
nice.
Waiting
I
for you
mean,
here at Southern Yankee Beer
Huh?
Company.
Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
be remiss if I didn't
Yeah.
say.
We can't do that here.
We're not gonna do that here though.
All right, so as they tally the scores, this would be one of those times where I get to do a little
So
bit
it
of.
would fit a lot better in a fruited
So, okay, well, listen
Yeah.
here.
beer category, not a.
Not the
a-
8 that they
Yeah.
put it as.
No.
Or lager category.
Yeah, that's what I think would be a
Um,
lager category. There's not enough, for me, there's not enough fruit in it to call it
Yeah.
a fruited beer.
As a side, I am very impressed that someone chose to do a lager in this when they only had 6 weeks, which is a
Oh.
Yeah, that's
risk.
cool to do.
Fast.
Is a risk.
So I was incorrect
And it
before when I
doesn't
said 8
have
weeks.
any.
6
So
weeks.
as a beer
Even
stand
shorter.
alone, I think this is a really good
So
start.
we go back
I
to
think
the
that they
lager,
have a
meaning the
little
store.
things that they need to be
It's a
worked
slower
on it.
process.
But
I know.
it's
I
just
see
wrong
it, Les?
category.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So they don't have a lot of yeasty, but it's very hazy.
No. It's,
They get
there's
apricot
no
though, so it is
debris.
the same beer.
There's no debris.
It's there, but I think the yeasty bits overpowers it a little bit. Because I get some breadiness, some nice clean beer-iness, you might say. But there's not an intense amount of fruit. There's not an intense amount of carbonation.
It's very.
It's a soft beer. Yeah.
Mild and soft, yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Jeffrey
No,
is
I was gonna
commenting
say
that he
something
should have
like
done this competition, and
Hopefully
yes, you would be
who knows
correct.
what
He
it
should have
is.
done this competition.
Yeah, we'd be talking about your beer
Who
right now.
knows
Yeah.
what it is?
Math.
So there you go.
I mean,
I'm
we
trying to
don't
do
know
this.
that we'd be talking about his beer right now because we, as
25.
the hosts,
Where's the restroom?
are not privy to
Right
the
on the
beer.
other side of that
who
door.
brewed the
Yeah.
current beers in
I
front
mean,
of us.
in the collective.
No.
Yeah.
In the
No.
Oh,
collective.
you already got mine.
I said 25.
So
but
Yeah,
overall,
mine's a 24.
big issue with the second beer is just
an A.
the category. they
Yeah, I
entered
mean,
it
if you
into.
look at the scoring guide, it kind of fits in. It misses the mark on the style, but it doesn't have any major flaws.
Yep,
Uh,
she just summed it up right
yeah.
there.
Sorry.
That's okay.
What's up?
Nothing.
Okay. Yeah.
Alright.
Are we ready to kind of go through? We have one judge in the bathroom, so.
While they do that, I'll do a little bit
Wait a
of
minute.
promotional work. Everybody knows Preston there giving all his knowledge right now. I'd be remiss if you weren't watching this and didn't tell you all about the grain cellar. If you want to do a wort share of your own, if you want to enter in next year, I recommend you go to the grain cellar. And Preston will school you on all things home brewing or anything else. Open all the time, it seems, and always ready. He always has his heart open to you as well, to just
Free hugs.
So-
waist up, waist down,
So
or
that,
air.
that-
Yeah, COVID approved. air
that's the question. Like Preston.
Oh, wait, hold on.
How's-
There's a new one. Did you know this? Now also offering sultry looks.
Okay. Okay.
Love you, man. You're awesome.
Just
Sultry looks.
sultry looks.
Sultry looks. So when COVID killed his hugging game.
No, it didn't kill it. It just made him evolve to the next level. He stepped up his game.
Well, okay, so
Sultry
Steven's
looks.
just coming back.
Sultry looks.
I'll give you a little rundown. My score on this beer was a 24. It fits pretty well in that it missed the mark on the style, but as itself, it's a really good start to a really good beer. So if you put it in a different category, it would have been higher, but the wrong category choice.
Okay, so 24. She
If
gives it
you
the old,
want to, yeah,
she gives it the old Jack Bauer.
22.
22. Okay.
So apricot beer guy.
Yeah,
Or girl.
yeah.
Style.
I gave it a 19.
A 19.
Because of the style.
The style choices,
I
yeah.
probably would have gave it like a 28.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm at 24 myself.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, double
it's a
bowers.
solid beer, no off flavors. It had 2 different glasses that had 2 different colors, or 2 different bottles that had 2 different pours. That could be anything.
Stratification.
We talked about it a little earlier. Just pay more attention to what you're doing when you're bottling. Or if you're going from a keg, rotate the keg once before you put it.
We at the brewery for heavily fruited beers actually store our kegs upside down so that when we do tap it, it has to flip, and then that will help mix it back into suspension.
There you go. Professional.
All right,
Yeah. So-
we are ready for number 3.
Good advice there for your home brewers and when you're brewing beer.
Yeah, so
Beer with fruit. Which
solid beer.
Yeah, if anybody needs any more water,
Wrong
we have
category
a
is kind
jug
of the consensus here. So,
Yeah.
as they say, know yourself,
Oh,
be
yes.
self-aware. Kennedy, that's some advice you could listen to as
Or
well.
check yourself.
Yeah, check yourself before you wreck yourself
Yeah.
is the take-home lesson
condensation.
from beer number 2.
Yeah.
So there you
And it
go.
will be
But otherwise,
29A, which
Remember,
is a fruit
everyone
beer.
liked your beer. No one gagged.
no, it was a
No
pleasant,
one,
very
no one
good-
spit it out.
no,
So-
pleasant beer.
Anybody
Yeah.
else want water?
Well, I can,
Yeah, we'll just.
I'll wait.
You want,
I've got a whole bottle
Oh,
here.
okay.
I'm good for the
All
moment.
right.
Let's spread all our cocoa.
Yeah,
Thank you.
at this point,
I was going to offer
All right, let's
Preston a
see,
taste of my beer, and it's like, well, no.
No taste allowed.
Apparently,
And that's actually
Jeffrey's
it's
saying
good 'cause
he's a
you're
lazy
judging it based
brewer
on
and
the
he
pour
does
you
not like to
get.
flip the kegs.
Right.
yeah, we did. We saw that the other
And
day
just
on
like
our
with
live
professional
show. Thank you
brewing,
very much.
Sometimes
Saw on
bottles
Liquid
and cans
Lunch
are
live every
much
Thursday,
different
and
than
more
what
coming
you
up soon.
intend. And it,
Oh, Philip, are
it's
you
kind
saying
of one of those
are you
tricky
at,
parts
currently
of-
at the grain
of
cellar right now,
brewing
Philip?
The grain cellar?
really paying
So,
attention to your
Philip
packaging,
covering the
to
grain
paying
cellar,
attention to
Oh.
so
your
Preston could
product,
judge.
There you go.
and making
I
sure
think
that
everyone
you're putting
should
out
show
what
up
you
and
intend.
just blow Philip's
and it's
mind.
a challenge. It is.
Like, I want people to show up to the grain
Yeah.
cellar right now
I'm
in
excited.
droves.
They did not specify what
Droves.
type of fruit this is.
Oh,
so
this
it
is-
is a fruit beer.
Pick it out.
This
Yes.
says fruit beer.
Which I actually kind of
It's
find that
oranges.
fun.
All right.
Because that actually, as a brewer, just a commentary on just saying fruit beer and judging, that can actually be a plus for you. Because if you specify a fruit and we don't taste it, then that's a flaw or something that's not good. But if you specify fruit beer and then we taste fruit, then it's good. So that's just on a side note, a trick for professional brewers.
Excellent advice there from Cindy.
Yeah, so just to
Yeah.
let everybody
As
know
far
in
as
the
judging goes, usually on fruit beer, you get to know what the base is, so that you can tell what you're supposed to. Because is this a
They did not
Berliner Weisse?
specify that
Right,
either.
okay.
For this one,
Our Ben has the tags, so if there's any other information, he can shout it out to us.
yeah, this is one of those like the dum dums that used to have the.
A with the 27A base.
Okay, 27A base, which is, I gotta Google. Or,
Is that the
So-
style?
so-
It's a Goza. So
oh, okay,
27A
so it's
base.
a Goza base, but it is a fruit beer.
Okay, fruited
nice.
goza.
Fruit beer Goza.
Yeah, the one that was just in the resume.
All right.
I'm excited. We got
oh.
4 sours then.
I've brewed a goza before,
And how did that goza?
It didn't goza so well.
You know.
Apparently, I put Cheetos and soaked my feet in the beer
Yeah,
first.
well, that's how they used to do it in the old. It's old world style.
Yeah.
with the
Because
was it-
Cheetos have been around since the old world.
Yeah, well, yeah, not the puffs. That's a new world style.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. So goza. What do we know about gozas? Well, let's talk about what we know about gozas. There, Kennedy. Named after the town and the river Goslar River. Some, let's see, recognizable commercial examples out there would be Anderson
I haven't
Valley
tasted
is
it yet.
probably
Citrus nose.
Fal Allen in Anderson Valley. He actually wrote the book
I get
on
a lot of
gozas. Here in Texas,
I
we
get a
love
lot of
goza.
kind of saltiness, not sweatiness, which is really
so
nice. Sometimes
it's a
gozas
tart
get
German
to
style
that, like,
ale.
real
Beer,
sweaty.
beer number 3 here.
With a little bit of salt,
flavor.
typically. So
Also,
low ABV.
I could see that, like tartness. I don't know if I get citrus, but I get that nice like
I don't,
snap.
It's-
I don't
it's,
know that it's acidity.
Extremely tart.
It could definitely be.
Have you tried this one yet? I haven't
Yeah.
sipped
Snap,
it
tart,
yet.
or
Aroma.
citrus, yeah.
I always go with the
I'm getting,
aroma
like,
first. You can tell
fruit-wise,
why.
I'm getting like peach, guava, apricot kind of
Some
situation
stone fruit.
Yeah,
Stone
they're saying
fruit,
stone
stone
fruit. I
fruit.
agree.
Peach was my first thought.
Some sweetness.
Yeah.
I get peach as well. off on the nose.
I love the color.
I got some serious bits.
Well, that is quite
Could
tart.
be
Get you in
fruit,
the
could be
get you in the
yeast.
jowls.
I'm
It's
gonna
yeah,
use the
it
bathroom
is
next.
tart. It's got a good color.
I wonder
very,
did they
very
Great thing
fruity.
about lactobacillus.
Oh yeah.
Huh.
did they I don't know if they gave any information as far as pH or IBUs or any of those types of things. What in the world
Wait,
did Jules
wait.
is bringing here?
Hold on. So
That's not on the BJCP.
Yeah.
we have somebody going rogue in here.
Okay, we're judging.
Hold on.
Wait, is that like beer?
Let's
Frozen
Beer, it's a beer slushy.
All right.
I'll talk about it in the in between.
Let's see the new thing that's going on here at Southern Yankee.
Well, no, not yet.
Whoa,
You gotta know.
I was just gonna show
No,
before.
no.
All right.
We'll get to it.
Fine.
We'll get to it.
Everybody,
Mental image.
just remember, I wanted to show.
Okay, so fruited sour. Let's see, they call this a fruit beer. They didn't say sour in the description, but yes, tart.
I love
Goza
this one.
base. It's a little. I'd say the mouth is a little thicker, a little heavier than a typical. What I would go for normal Goza for me, Kennedy. I don't know about you. Gozas are a little more crisp, or a lighter.
Wrong tube.
So it appears that you, when tasting beer for the judging contest,
Don't breathe it.
do
in.
not inhale your beer.
Holy
No,
crap.
or
Yeah.
yeah.
That's a good
I mean, you
good rule of thumb there.
You do want to get the aroma. You do want to let it roll over your palate. I don't know what it is about tart sour beers that kind of give you a little cough,
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
catch in your
Yeah.
throat there.
I'd love tart and sour beers.
Yeah, I'll do that.
So, what's your impression of this beer overall?
Overall, I'd like it a lot.
Okay,
It's
it has a bit of a homemade peach jam kind of thing. Not sweet, but kind of that pre-sweetened peach pie kind of thing.
Yeah, it's possible.
yeah,
Dried peaches.
I would
But
say like
even with that, there's not a lot of
like
carb on it.
good peach cobbler ish.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like the dried peach. It has that intense peach,
Yeah,
like
I'll
these
have it
dried
pour it
peaches,
harder.
perhaps, instead of the
Um,
fresh peaches. Fresh peach is a little softer.
I don't get a lot of salt. Like I don't get a lot of goza. I get tartness.
Mhm.
I get fruit.
I get savory.
There's a little bit of savoriness that can happen with stone fruit.
Talking about
It's a
his
little
mommy
thick,
there.
in my opinion, for a goza.
Yeah.
Or,
Once again, people commenting on
but
Preston's
it's,
goatee.
there's no
Mm.
major off flavor.
It's kind of a show stealer today.
Yeah, it's Chef Steeler for
It's a
sure.
little
I get a little butter.
okay. I'm
Does
a
that
little.
come in from the
I'm a
fruit?
little. I don't get that as much personally.
I get a little bit of butter on
Okay.
it.
Butter,
Um,
but not. So Preston's saying a little butter, but
That's
for me, coming from the south, a little bit of butter on your peach jam biscuit.
Yeah.
It's not off-putting.
I get a little
but
bit
it
of,
could potentially be an
well-
off flavor in a beer.
I can't tell that savoriness, that stone fruit may be on the verge of something vegetal, but I don't. I don't know. I'm not bothered by it, if that makes sense.
It'd be interesting to see this beer warm up a bit, see how it.
I would say
It's definitely yeasty.
so. In my unexpert opinion,
Mm-hmm.
No
I
one's
would
getting
say,
coriander or anything, right?
no off flavors in this one either.
No, I don't.
The fruit's
I mean-
covering it
The
up.
fruit.
I don't know
It's not
that
the
the
base
fruit
side.
covers
Yeah.
up quite a bit. There's no. I would say there's an
It gets
absence
weird
of
when you
salt
start
if you're going to say
doing higher
goza.
categories, 'cause fruit beer, and it's
You,
like,
you need that salt.
you know, you put
Yeah.
so much
It's supposed
fruit,
to
and it's like, well, you're not going to get some of
balance
this
out.
from the base, so so that's what's stuck with that.
I'm still unsure of what fruit it is. I don't know that it.
I can't pinpoint it.
No.
No. Can't
You know,
pinpoint
it could-
it.
it's almost like a.
I don't know if they use
When you're
apricot
pouring,
in this,
pour
but
a
it's
little bit
definitely
vigorously.
apricot. I would have
A little
guessed this would
faster.
have been the apricot beer from the last one versus
I get more apricot.
Yeah.
Honestly, it could be some stone fruit
yeah.
in this.
I'm sticking with peach.
Peach.
I think it's peach.
Peach is a soft flavor. I've tried it. It's hard. It's hard to get that
I don't want to
flavor.
step on their
Just
toes.
like
I'm going to say dried
strawberries.
peaches. I'm going to say they use dried peaches in this one.
Yeah.
Something that intensified the
Watermelon
peachy
yellow
flavor.
real fast.
Could be
Doing it as a
apricot. but-
goza kind of brings out like a different character.
That's my.
The savoriness of a
Maybe
peach.
Oh wait, I don't want to influence the judges here.
No.
But it has that pocket fried pie, peach fried pie kind of
tasty,
vibe.
I enjoy it. I would drink it.
This is my
Absolutely.
beer. I would not put this in a competition as it goes up.
I might do a
Where would you
Berliner.
Yeah, definitely. Berliner.
I don't get that
No, I
saltiness
don't
or
think
that.
Berliner's
that
not.
But
It's a
it's
little
more
more
tart,
tart.
sour
Yeah,
than.
it could be a
so
fruity
salty.
Berliner,
there is.
right?
something.
Or
But
just,
it's still
or
pretty
even
tart.
a wild sour. But I don't get that nice little bit of like electrolytes, with that little bit of that salt that you need in a goza.
Yeah.
You don't want too much, and that's when it can get that sweaty, like, here's some salt water. Yeah, like pit.
Yeah. I think it's got a really nice balance. I
yeah.
think there's just a little hint enough of salt in there that it's
I
not
smell it. I
overpowering.
smell the brine.
Very cool.
Yeah.
The nose is what Sydney is saying. It's the nose.
Like
The
the
nose
salt
knows.
lady is lying. For me, that's if you're gonna look at a goza, you
Yeah.
have to look at it very plain.
This is one of those times where
Yeah.
shotgun mics would be a nice added thing so we could hear better judging.
Yes.
So if you want to help support
Let's see.
Liquid Lunch, you can go
I'm gonna do
to
the numbers now.
liquidlunchshow.com/Amazon.
That's true.
See.
Those purchases help us along. Or you can go to the Interbrews Patreon page and support that. It's all in one big bucket anyway.
It
There you
is.
go. Or the
It's
PayPal.
making it much thicker.
PayPal.com/Interbrews.
Which
Well,
I
the point is we are still able to bring this
even
live
fruit
to
beers I
everyone.
want a little
Yeah.
lighter.
No, it's fine.
I don't
The
necessarily want it
equipment
to
may
taste
not be
like
where we want it to be, but
Just saying.
syrup.
We could dial. It would be like
So
putting
now-
it in the proper category, the microphone.
They're
We entered
generally
it as a
needed to
lager.
be pretty
and
light
might have
and
been better
crisp.
as a.
especially if your base is
I
a
mean,
goza.
who else is bringing you live beer
I
competitions?
think the
I don't
flavor's
know.
great.
I
Except for
don't
the
know.
yeast.
I'm just gonna say no one is.
No, but not right now. Not here. Not in this room.
No.
Yeah, that's
I'm
us.
not getting a lot of yeast in
There you
it,
go.
but that might be just me.
It may be your pour as well.
I might
get
have enough yeast in my body. I
some-
don't need any more. To,
It's
All right.
I could be brewing something already.
Mm.
Okay. That's no yeast talk.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. It turns out that Jim from Sam Adams and his whole thing about
27, 30,
putting some yeast down your gullet and so you don't get hungover or whatever.
Nice.
He's full of shit, man.
That was under-
It doesn't work.
under-
And who knows if he actually even said it, but
Like I held
that was
back
a story
this
for a
morning.
while.
Have you
That-
tried
that's
to
okay.
ingest just pure yeast?
No.
Solid beer.
The numbers just
No.
kind of give.
What would happen if you did that?
I'd probably give you a tummy ache. I mean, it's probably healthy for you to a certain level.
Guide
Like
if you're
if I grabbed the tube of
wildly
yeast
off or
instead
not.
of putting it in my beer, if I just dumped it down.
But it also
probably
What,
give
what would
a tummy
happen?
ache.
What would happen to me?
Maybe a tummy
This
ache,
is a
but I think you
perfect
digest it
frozen
before you fermented anything.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
then
I
your
mean,
stomach
I
would break
have all the
down
fruit you
any.
need in it.
I mean,
Fermentable.
I would say you.
While everybody
I mean,
else is
inside your
judging, we're
stomach, you-
talking about frozen beers, and
Oh, let's
Jules
do-
over there has some of our
There we go. Now it's appropriate
our
time.
wild berry lemonade sour frozen beer.
Let's take a look at that. Yeah, do
Yeah,
that.
go ahead. It's
All right,
our
so-
funky bloobs blueberry chamomile base with the wild berry puree and some concentrated lemonade. And it is refreshing, to say the least.
What do you think? What's the ABV on this?
It's 3.3. So because you add fruit and lemonade, the alcohol is going to go down. I've had some people be like, why isn't it 9%? I'm like, because you don't need it. But I am working on some things for the future where
Is that a topper if you need that?
you could do toppers if you want. We have the Funky Bloobs on tap. You're welcome to try it for the first time. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But
Bloobs, that sounds
yeah.
pornographic.
it is a little bit. I mean, it follows our names. Our fest beer, our Vienna lager, will be coming out in a couple of weeks, and that's Best Wiener. So
Yeah. See,
Funky Blues Best
see what'll
Wiener.
happen is Alex, he's the pizza delivery guy. He'll go, hey, did somebody order a pizza and a Funky Bloobs? You got your best Wiener.
all right.
Anyway,
so
that's and then it all starts from there.
I got your best
I
wiener
think
right here.
everybody's gotten close on the judging.
Yep.
On the number for number 3, which was 29A with a base of 27, which is the Goza. It's a fruit beer Goza. My score was a 36. I think it was a really good beer by itself. I think there's some things that could be worked on. The thickness of the fruit is a thing that kind of caught me immediately, and that may just needing some condition. But I think it was pretty good beer. I would drink it. Yeah. So where are we all at? You guys just start chatting.
I'm a lot lower on this one. Based
Okay.
on, it really hurts for the style.
Mhm.
You know, really. I mean, and also
A Goza.
you need to capture some of the qualities of the style when you're putting it into a competition. It is good. I would buy this beer.
Yeah.
But I also feel that
Missing that saltiness.
I miss the saltiness. I think it's very heavy for a Goza or even Berliner. I think it's kind of heavy. It's very milkshakey.
It is thick. Yeah.
Does it bring all the boys to the yard?
After about 5 of them, maybe.
So 5 of these beers will bring the boys to the yard. Yeah.
What'd you rate it as?
Yeah.
I give it a 39.
A
Or
39.
38.
38. Okay.
Yeah, it was a little. I mean, it was a little thick. It needed to be a little more carbonated, a little less fruit
You can start.
thickness.
I'm at 30.
Okay.
Because even with the other fruited Gozas or Berliners, there's the tartness and the salinity are going to bring a little more in balance with the fruit. This is fruit-forward beer, and actually, this would probably sell at a brewery these days like crazy because
Oh, yeah.
people want this type of beer. Now, I know we're not judging on that, but I mean, it's thick and fruity, and it has slight tartness, but it's per style, kind of reflecting what you were saying.
Yeah.
A little too thick, needs a little more crispness, a little higher carbonation, just to, imprint that prickliness. That helps, acidity and carbonation just help that, bring that up. But I enjoy it. I drink this a lot. Yeah.
So,
Mary,
would,
where are you at?
would you say? I'm
Oh.
sorry. Would you say this is thick with 2 C's?
3 C's.
3 C's. Okay.
Always
It's a-
3 C. Yeah,
It's a
3
three.
C's.
It's a 3C thickness here. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Now that slushy's like a 6 C's though.
Yeah.
That's thick.
That's
thick.
thick.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mary. I'm
Yeah,
sorry to
That's
cut you off.
fine.
All right.
Yeah, I'm right with these guys. I'm at a 33. I like the creaminess of it. I'm picking up a lot of peach. That's very predominant for me. Also picking up a little bit of savory, not a lot of salt, but savoriness that I think is a nice little balance. Get that hint of tartness, but I really like the way that just fits in your mouth. It's good. I like it.
And we'll end up with Preston, where you got.
I was at a 30. I was a little on the low side myself. The biggest points for me were it no-goes based, just like everybody else said. I couldn't really tell what fruit it was, and I did get a little butter note on it. And that may have been a salt. That may have been where that salt was, and I wasn't getting the salt out of it. So I got a 30 on it. Would I enjoy it? Absolutely. I would definitely be drinking one of these. It's good beer.
Yeah, awesome. All right, we're moving on to number 4. That would be the fruited kettle sour with mango and habaneros.
I'm excited for this one.
So,
For sure.
I'm a little nervous. So we'll see how that goes. I haven't had a lot of sours with spice, so
I think fruit and super peppers, which is habanero and above, I think they go well.
like the same
I'm looking forward to this one.
Is it just one person with
interest-
different names entering these?
That happens a lot.
And just for reference, the contestant did not put a number associated with it, so we are going to be basing it off of a fruited kettle sour.
There you go.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
So that
And just again for reference, as we moving forward, Ben, our wonderful assistant, is going to be pouring these vigorously. So this is a vigorous pour for a start.
What does vigorous mean?
Fast and kind of like jostling,
Trying to-
try and get
Trying to get
head.
some head up there.
and
Okay.
carbonation.
0 head on this one.
So interesting to note here. 3 out of our 4 beers have been fruited beers.
Well, there you go. Just in time for summer.
Lots of fruit today.
Yeah. Lots of fruit. All right. So as they make their initial aroma
difference, kettle sours tend to be hazier just on the way they work, unless you let them sit for a very long time.
Oh, really?
Just to let
What's
you know.
very long time like?
On the aroma, I'm getting
months.
that habanero aroma.
And that's just on brewing.
Yeah, because then that's kind of lagering.
Definitely get the habanero on that back
Unless
end.
you filter, and a lot of people don't have that ability.
Okay.
Especially at homebrew level.
Especially at home. Yeah.
Do we know the fruit? You just said fruit. We don't know the fruit.
Do we know the fruit on this one?
Mango.
Oh,
Yeah,
mango.
some-
This kind of tastes like a watermelon jelly rancher to me.
A little bit. Yeah. I don't know if it's.
Ooh, there's the spice.
Yeah. It's
No,
yeah.
no, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's there. It's there for sure. That's it's very enjoyable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where
I-
it should be.
yeah.
Just a little bit.
I love the flavor of habaneros. If you can take the heat, which I can,
The spice.
have a good sweet heat to them.
I can't-
Oh, yeah.
How are you on your heat
Habaneros
tolerance
and
there,
peppers
Kenny?
are hard.
This does have kind of a
They're
candy
hard to
flavor,
put in beer well.
candy fruit flavor.
Are you really asking on my
Or
heat
you
tolerance?
can be
Yeah.
too peppery,
I'm a
or
Texan.
too vegetally peppery,
I know,
and
but
then no spice.
my-
so
I-
it is a challenging thing to brew with.
I love
And to
heat.
get it to hit the right
And to
time,
get
right?
it
All
right
varieties.
is a challenge. It
Jal-
takes
jalapeno
work
very
and
different than
effort and
habanero.
knowledge to really do it.
And that's when in
Versus
the
say
brewing process,
sriracha
what
versus
time do you
say
put it into the brewing process,
wasabi.
correct?
And how
Different styles of
much,
heat.
and
Hit you
if
different
heat it up
places.
beforehand, how
Oh.
you sanitize it. I mean, there's a lot of things that go into it.
Oh, wow.
Hey, when somebody's talking, if you could point that towards them,
Okay.
that'll help us a little bit. Here we go.
So
I do get watermelon.
Tammy is asking if they're going to get their judging sheets
And the first
afterwards.
very
I thought you were joking.
Oh, if
but
the
I did
entrants are
just
going to
taste
get
it.
the
Yeah.
judging
Watermelon,
sheets
then it goes
afterward.
into
Yes.
mango.
Tammy
Yeah.
does have a
I like
a,
it, but yeah, that's what I was like.
a
yeah,
dog
it's
in the
like-
show.
It's like,
Okay.
Some watermelon
well,
jelly ranchers in there or
I hope
something?
it's the Basset
That's
Hound because they're
exactly what it
adorable.
tastes like to me.
but it has
Um,
the thickness of
I don't know.
mango.
I think I think
Yeah, like,
I don't know
feels-
what Sydney said. We'll ask her here in a little
We'll,
bit.
we'll ask. We don't want to interrupt. Everyone's intensely judging
Oh,
this
that
beer.
is
Yes,
really
it's
good.
everybody just goes into the zone. It's
Yeah.
And you know me, I'm not Texan, so I don't have
They
much
are.
of a spice tolerance. But
Do you think this is too hot?
no, I don't know. As I was saying, it was really good.
it's it.
It's just a little bit.
Yeah, it's
And
just
it's-
right.
Like 1/4 of a crushed red pepper in there or something.
Yeah, it's like
It's to me.
it's
yeah.
an interesting
It-
effect.
to me,
However, it was added. It's like
My husband's
you're told it's a habanero beer, and then it's like
I get the mango too.
you forget.
And it's right in the middle.
Yeah. Peppers
It
and
starts at that nice kind of candy sweetness, but
say
it's
this
not
is a,
sticky.
More of a
Fruity
complex beer.
sweetness.
Fruity.
Goes into
Yeah,
mango
this-
and then a nice soft
Lots of
spice.
flavors in
I
this
really
beer.
appreciate that.
The heat kind of gets you in the back of the throat there.
Yeah.
And,
This is-
reminds you that. Oh yes, by the way,
Almost black peppercorn, a soft black peppercorn.
This would be one of the beers that you cannot swish around your mouth and spit it out. You
And,
definitely have to swallow this one. I think to get that heat,
perhaps
because I can feel it like down.
down deep inside.
and,
If I say I feel it
contestants
down
can
the
get
back
their
of my
judging
throat, is that
sheets,
Yes, they
right?
can.
I think it's appropriate.
is that bad to say?
No, I think it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Well, you're in a good place here. You're gonna come
Okay.
through with.
What are we
Yeah.
on, 5?
This is
Four.
It's number 4.
so kettle sours are more approachable style of souring beer, just from a production standpoint and a home brewing standpoint. I think, Preston, we'll maybe get you to give us the difference between kettle sours and.
Sure. So a kettle sour, basically, you're adding a souring agent. Typically, it's lactobacillus. Lactobacillus has a bunch of different derivatives. The most common is planarum. The kettle sour is the home brewer's version of soured beers. When you're making soured beers, basically what happens is you add something to the beer in order for it to change the pH of the beer. Now, the different kinds of souring agents, you could go with, I just drew a blank.
I personally, as
Good
a
Belly.
brewer, I use Good Belly and
Belly, yeah.
organic Greek yogurt.
There again,
Yeah.
Lactobacillus planarum.
Yes.
But Brettanomyces is another one, and that one is something that you
Hard no at the brewery.
Yes.
hard no at the brewery. Definitely. when you do that, it definitely changes all the equipment that you're using as a home brewer, and you're doing Brett. You basically have a set of equipment for Brett and a set of equipment for clean beers. It's definitely an investment. I personally don't do Brett. I can't have that in my brew house. Because once you do, you literally have to do scorched earth. You have to clean everything, boil everything, and replace everything that is either vinyl, rubber, or plastic. So
it's because Brettanomyces is the Steven Seagal of yeast. Hard to kill.
Hard to kill.
And
there you go.
Acts like it knows Spanish when it really doesn't. I don't know. It's kind of pretentious. Is that the
I'll
Brettanomyces?
let Preston
Steven
finish
Seagal.
out his notes. If
Sweet
you guys have
ponytail.
any questions or comments, I can answer. I'm finished with my notes.
With an awkward run. You kind of have a Steven Seagal thing going
I
on
do
right
not
now.
have a
You
Steven
kinda
Seagal
do.
thing going.
You kind of do. How's your Aikido? Considered doing any volunteer sheriffing? Yeah, Steven
He's kinda
Seagal's.
doing the hair,
Yeah, he does. He has kind of that Steven Seagal hair.
Well, I mean, yeah. I don't. Just a few weeks ago, I was kindergarten cop dad.
Yeah, it's both.
Fish.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Like a
a
fried
light,
catfish.
light,
Some
white,
butter, some light Christmas.
We're talking food. Ooh, they're going into food now.
All right, we're getting hungry.
Plenty of crackers.
Talking about having it with tacos.
Well,
I don't do fish.
They're
or
finishing out.
Fish
I'll just
tacos.
go through my notes. I think this is a really well executed example. But my major thing is there's like no carbonation.
Yeah.
That's a big flaw. I mean, it's not going to take you down 12 notches, but without carbonation, you don't get a lot of aroma. Without carbonation, you don't get the right mouthfeel. And so sometimes that can cause issues. Barring that, habanero is a really hard thing to use. Mango is a challenging thing to use, especially in a light beer like a kettle sour, like we were talking earlier, where it was really thick, and that kind of takes away from the light crispness of it. They did this one really well. I think that there's not too heavy. You still get that nice light body. You get the habanero and it slowly builds, but it doesn't overwhelm you. I could drink a whole pint of this, right? Absolutely. And my spice level is on the lower end. I'm not full Texan, I guess, right now. So I'm on the lower end of the ability on my spice, but it's a very nice light build. I can feel the warmth in my chest. I'm not overwhelmed. My taste buds aren't going to be shot after this. And to me, that's a really well executed pepper beer, which is a challenge. So for me, I went through my scoring. My major thing is the aroma and the carbonation. If you get those down, I think this would be a really well executed beer. So my score is a 40.
40. Wow.
Yeah.
Good score.
Yeah.
That's
High
exactly
score
what
so
I got.
Yeah. All right, I'm not the outlier.
I think I love spicy beers. As a matter of fact, the spicy specimen pickle beer.
Okay.
I mean, I just love Martin House because sours and gozes are my thing. But that spicy pickle beer, it's not like the Don Jalapeno. It's not like the Hatch was definitely smoky. The jalapeno is good. A lot of people don't do that very well.
It is good.
A lot of the breweries are
There's
doing
no
pickle beers
major
and
off
spicy
flavors.
beers
It's not
right now,
sometimes lactic
but
can
they're
get,
not capturing a balance.
Right.
And for me, this
Yogurty.
is a really good balance.
It is a very good balance. Yeah,
Like
that's,
I would buy a 6-pack of this. and
that's a solid point. It
Yeah.
is balanced. Very
Yogurt
nicely.
like
Yeah.
There's some lots of harmony and love going on in this couch.
For sure. It's
Yeah.
true. No, that's true.
It's not
I
lactose.
probably get
Lactose.
too much of one thing, not enough of another. Yeah.
This
it's-
is good.
Yeah. So
I'm
lacto,
excited that there are no hazy, crazy IPAs in this.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So,
Yeah.
yes, lactose is the sugar. Lacto.
What I also think is a lot of people kind of picked up from last year of their repeats that the brewery here and the audience for this brewery. I think they picked up on that. When they
So what
said
were our
so.
final scores on this one? This was 240s. Did we hear?
Okay, well, what's going to work for her?
All right, I think these guys are done. If you want to.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe this is our highest scored beer so far.
Okay.
Okay.
I could be wrong about that.
Let's see where Steven's at.
Adding hops to it. It's like, let's
Yeah.
try something
Oh,
different.
yeah, I was already moving on. I'm sorry. Yeah, I got a 39 on this. It was a really awesome balance of the mango, the sweet mango fruitiness, and the habanero. I could see how habanero would just like be too spicy and blow up anything else in the beer, but it was a good balance of that. Talking to Sydney, it's really hard with peppers and how much and all this stuff, and so on this beer, really nice balance of those flavors. Carbonation's really low, could be bumped up a lot. I think that would kind of knock down the sweetness a little bit of the mango and just kind of balance out the beer a little bit. Not saying it's overly sweet like the last one. It's not like a thick boy like that. 3 C's.
3 C's.
But it's still, there is some sweetness there. I thought, the carbonation would probably kind of take care of that, though. There's probably no need for adjustments on fruit. Just carbonate a little bit. And that's really it. No off flavors to me. Great drinkability. I mean, this is like on the patio drinking 6 of these with your grandpa. Like I said, carbonation just needs a little attention. So, yeah, cheers.
So all of these beers so far have had carbonation issues. I think. And they're all,
It's
but they're all
common.
bottle conditioned, so that makes a huge difference.
Not all of them.
Oh, really?
No, they
I
have a
thought I
choice
heard
to
yours.
fill
Oh,
with a
okay.
homebrew bottle filler, or if they need a bottle kitchen. I gave them enough time based on the homebrewers experience, based on Preston and my dad, who've been homebrewing for a very long time, that 6 weeks was enough to get a bottle conditioned beer right. But that is, the thing.
And it's interesting. I was going to follow up on the question too. I didn't realize that made such a difference. I thought it in that many ways. I thought there was just it showed a flatness or not, but I didn't realize there was like taste and
Well, if you think of
and-
bubbles, right? The bubbles are
Yeah.
coming up and then they're exploding.
Yeah.
And that gives away aroma.
Yeah.
It helps with your tongue. It helps with your mouthfeel. It helps with a lot of different things.
And then to like what you said, it could take away some of the sweetness as well.
It
which
would,
is,
yeah, because it would
I-
dry it. It would dry it out, or at least an impression of dryness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so then
it's
it would cut
interesting.
down the sweetness impression-wise. So
Yeah.
that's what's funny about beer and brewing is like the numbers, right? The gravity and all this, but then impressions. It's like IBUs. It's a measure of alpha acid.
I hate it.
But it's
Yes.
impression of the bitterness
Yeah.
is how we judge, not that it's 98 IBU. It's
Right,
like
but it's what you
good
get.
example. I'm not.
Perceived
I don't want to say
bitterness.
anything about
Yeah,
anybody, but
perceived
like
bitterness.
it's just. Let's not get political
No
on
beer
this, but
naming. No beer naming.
no beer. Okay, there's some
Sorry
double
about that.
IPAs that are like super high IBU, but it tastes like half the IBUs because the malt sweetness is so big, so it kind of covers that up.
Okay, yeah.
But if you, I can't name any beers. They're not local at all.
That's fine. I just don't want it, no hate. Let's
Oh yeah,
just
there's no
show
hate. No, this
beer
is just
love.
comparative. So like Dogfish 60 minute versus Dogfish 90. I
Oh,
think
you
60
talked
is
about
more bitter,
Yeah.
but it's actually not by like IBU wise.
I
But
hate
it,
IBUs so much.
yeah, right.
And that's
It's
what-
a
yeah.
trickery
Well,
kind of So that's
Interesting. What are you talking about?
Let's
that
go
too?
back to carbonic acid real quick. So CO2 is carbonic acid. Acid is acid. That's what's changing the flavor. That's what changes the mouthfeel. That's what gives it a different aroma and flavor. So carbonation is very big. You have to nail it. When I bottle condition,
It's a challenge.
I do it right by the numbers. When I do keg, when I bottle from a keg, I usually start off over carbonated.
Because you'll lose some.
Yeah, because you lose some during the carbonation or during the bottling. So start off heavy carbonation, fill the bottle till it's foaming over, and then top it off after it settles a bit.
And even production breweries have to do that. When we're bottling, we're canning, you have to account for that loss of CO2 and carbonation in that process. I just want to remind all the judges, because we had a spicy beer, please do a good palate cleanse. Eat a couple crackers so that you don't get any more of that spice in this beer.
Anybody want to play Chubby Bunny with the crackers?
I know, you got. That's why crackers are a good
I don't know. For me, that was very light for me. Like
What?
I'm a spice person
Yeah.
though. Like everything. Like I was telling
And that's why we
Yeah.
variety.
Cholula in your bag, you know,
Yeah.
Tabasco. Yeah, gotta carry all that.
All right. So for reference for our guests and our listeners, we're on to entry number 5. We're about halfway through almost, and it is a fruited kettle sour on style number 29. So it's fruited kettle sour. I believe 29 is fruited beer, which allows for kettle sours in that
I was
category.
like, wait, am I getting that?
So once again,
Yeah.
we have a fruited beer.
Another fruited beer, another kettle sour. This when I look at this beer, I'm thinking communion. It's like,
The color is
Right?
I
I mean,
That's exactly what I thought.
I gotta go.
and then I got the cracker. I'm like, all right, well there we go.
Now you've been to
That's
church.
exactly where I went.
It's in the
like-
same size glass.
There you go.
Got the cracker.
I need to go to your church.
Yeah, I know.
Holy smoke.
That's what we're hoping for.
That's a big glass if that's what you're drinking at communion. Oh.
All right.
So this is fruited beer.
trying to swirl this one. I was just thinking, oh, you know what? Our pours have been a little heavy over here.
That's good.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I take a
There's
couple
not
sips
fish in it,
first.
and I'm
Yeah.
like, man. let me get-
You get a black cherry on the nose.
I get like a grapey,
Definitely.
winey,
Winey
cherry.
cherry.
Yeah.
It's dry. It's very
Raspberry?
dry.
Red fruit.
Something.
Yeah.
Have you tried this one yet, Kenny?
I could see. I could see.
I
I
have.
see that.
Yeah, cherry's a little bit more stony. I think the raspberry is probably a better description of that.
I don't know if I'm-
Yeah, I'd say
And then again, they don't specify the
raspberry.
fruit.
I don't know about. I don't know. I'm not getting raspberry. I get maybe. I don't know. Maybe
Cherry?
boysenberry. No, not boysenberry. Some other type of
Blackberry?
beer.
Range of tartness.
Maybe blackberry. Maybe a blend.
High.
Once again, another excellent beer.
It's a range.
really good.
Maybe
and
a blend
it
of
really
fruits.
depends on the brewer's style. If you're looking at
And
specific
this is
Specificity.
that word.
You just balance with
I
the
can
rest
only
of
do
the
it
things
once.
in the beer.
Exactly. So a kettle sour is like the broad term. So I can call any of my sours kettle sours or sours, and that's like broad. And then when you specify Berliner Weiss or specify Goza, that's when like you microscope in, and there are certain specifications that I want to taste to find that style. But if you use the broad term kettle sour, it gives you a little bit more wiggle room.
Okay,
It
so
does.
citrus kettle sour is going to be probably more tart, where
A citrus?
Oh.
That's just a fruit.
Like
What do you mean?
well, I know, but a flavored
It's on
kettle sour in a
It's kind
citrus
of flat.
family.
Could be. Sometimes not.
And it's more.
And that
that's
depends on the pH that they end.
Where do you typically fall in pH?
Before boiling, I usually aim between 3.2 and 3.4.
Is there such thing as like sour aroma or whatever that lacto aroma?
Acidity.
Yeah, it's an acidity.
I get more of the aroma than I do the
Tart.
actual like low pH tart type of thing. I don't know.
I'm almost getting the yogurty thing kind of on aroma.
Oh,
Not overly, but
Like
now
that.
that we discussed
definitely.
that,
yeah.
it's
Actually, now that you say,
kind of
yeah.
a yogurt kind of thing going. The fruit helps. It's like the fruit on the bottom, yogurt, whatever it is. Like, mix it up before you eat it. You know?
Chobani or whatever.
yeah, I definitely
Next
get like
sour by
maybe raspberry or cherry yogurt.
Yeah, it's like a it's like a cherry, but with
Especially the
Well-
after, like thought. That's I can definitely feel that.
like yogurt's a good like heat, mellow out heat. You know, if you can add some yogurt or sour cream or something like that. It'll
That's true. Yeah.
mellow out the heat, and it's I don't know. It's kind of like it's mellowed out. It's not heat, but the tart. It's not the tartness of like the ones we've had previously. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but I do love this color though.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of fruit today there, everybody. Hello, Shane. How are
I would say
things?
pebble sours are going to come out a little hazier.
Sometimes. So
Yeah,
there's
this one's nice.
this one is a little bit on that clarity size. That's nice.
All right.
This is how I would like to serve my kettle sours, right? But I give a little bit of a wiggle room on the haze, depending on the type of fruit, the color of the beer. There's a lot of other things in there that will move it. Yeah, I didn't get anything on that.
Yeah, just a
Maybe a little raspberry at
Would
the
have
end here.
expected maybe some tight little bubbles,
yeah.
but it could be wrong. I'm just a very good beer drinker.
It's a little dry for me.
Oh, I am on a limit.
I'm getting a little.
Throw alcohol on that.
As what you were saying,
Yeah.
a little dry.
Like,
A little bit through the
Yeah.
nose.
I think you would make
Right
an
at the
excellent
end.
beer
I can see
judge,
that,
Josh.
yeah.
Well,
It's
I,
just
you know, I judge
I don't
you
get a lot of
all the
fruit.
time.
Uh-huh.
It looks beautiful, but I don't get a lot of.
Yes,
I
you
get
do
some.
look
I
at me
get
with those
some
judging eyes.
Very soft.
like the hint of a raspberry,
definitely some
but then it
berries,
dries
some
out.
dark,
Yeah.
some dark.
or some kind of dark berry like that.
It is almost wine-like with that
It-
effect, where you get
yeah.
the full buzz and
You know what they
Without
say
the
about
acidity
The
of
dark
wine.
berries,
Yeah.
right?
Pomegranate?
Older the
That
berry, the
could-
sweeter the
yeah.
juice.
Yes.
Maybe.
It
Dark
could be
berry.
it, like pomegranate, because that's
sweeter
dry.
juice.
That's a
Darker
dry
juice.
juice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one's dark, too.
Unless they use
It's a
extract.
good rule of thumb to live by.
No, I mean, look at that. That doesn't look like extract.
No.
Yeah.
Looks like real. I mean, I use
Man, pomegranate, that'd be like a real
pomegranate,
bitch.
cherries,
Really
and
would.
cucumbers.
You can get
I've
chewed
made,
Yeah, yeah.
it's not that hard.
No?
There's a way
Yeah.
to get the seeds out. It's
Okay.
not that hard at all.
Gotcha.
Well, I can de-seed one in less than 2 minutes.
Okay. Alright.
Challenge.
Seems like it.
Prove it.
Go get them. I'll do it
Challenge
right
for
now
me.
on camera.
That'll be the next bonus session.
Ah, there you go.
Can you do it with a hand tied behind your back, though?
No.
For his next trick, he'll put on a straitjacket and take on this truckload of
Do you see
pomegranates
this question?
Yes. I'm
while
gonna,
hanging above a shark tank
Chris and Adam, I
that's
do
on fire.
I do see your questions, and we will give these to the judges
And the sharks all have
as soon
codes.
as they finish
Yeah.
judging
Well,
this,
it can't
this
be
beer.
unless.
No, general question.
Okay, general question
Yes.
is fine.
Yeah, when you
Okay.
guys are
Let's do
finished
it right.
with this particular beer.
All right.
We
Well,
got a couple questions out there.
all right, while we're wrapping up the
Could be
final
hard,
analysis of
but
this
you
beer,
know,
I'd be
see, I
remiss if I
expect more
didn't
sweetness when I think of
give a
raspberry
shout out
cherry.
to Thistle
Yeah.
Draft Shop. If you're looking
I
for a
wish they
delicious
specified.
thing to
I don't
eat
remember
for
if
lunch
they
or
did.
dinner,
You can double check.
Springs Thistle Draft Shop on
Yes.
2920
Listed for number
near
45.
Gosling.
I
Just
don't
one of
think
the
there was.
best
I'm pretty sure I wrote
places
everything
ever
down, but
voted
I
best
just wouldn't
beer
mind
bar in all the
double
state
check.
of Texas
Okay,
by
good.
craftbeer.com.
And we were there last weekend.
Yeah, 200 episodes of Liquor Lunch. Congratulations, Kennedy.
Yeah, congratulations, Josh.
Thank you. Thank you.
I couldn't have done it without you.
No, you couldn't have, and I could have done it without you.
You damn right you couldn't.
Oh,
right.
look at all the bromance.
Yeah, right.
I know you. No, I know
We,
you.
we did have a great time at Thistle Draft Shop last
We-
weekend.
We had a blast. 200-minute episode for our 200th episode.
Yes.
So,
It was over
The
3
younger
hours long.
doesn't like to see it.
3 hours and 20 minutes to be
Periods
exact.
on
yeah,
text message.
too taut to trot.
Because it gives a
All the other
or
fabulous, delicious
like, oh my
dishes
God,
there
this is
at Thistle Draft Shop.
Yes. I mean, I was there.
Yeah. What'd you eat?
Oh, I thought we were talking about delicious dishes.
Yeah. What'd you eat? What'd you eat?
You know what? I was
Did
kind
you
of.
even eat? Did you remember to eat?
No, I just kind of like picked at other people's plates
I know
all
what-
day, all day long.
You stole from
I-
my daughters. I know that.
I didn't steal.
Yeah, that's
If
probably
you
good.
call putting their leftovers on our table and me eating those leftovers stealing,
You took
then yes,
food
I was.
from their
I call
plate.
it-
I was stealing from your daughters. Sure. I mean, your daughters eat like 3 bites and they're full.
Nah, they're not anymore.
Yeah.
Those girls eat all the time. I'm glad they're not old enough to have beer. They drink all my beer. That was one of the things. Is like when I first started really getting into beer, my wife was not as into beer, and I was like, "You got to get into beer." And eventually, after enough prodding and getting her to try different stuff, and she found what she liked, it's like, "All right, we can share beer now." And then I would come home and the beer would be gone. It's like, what happened to it? It's like the sword cuts both ways.
Yeah,
It's like
Which beer kind of pulled her over to the dark side?
double IPAs of all things. It was
Totally shocking.
yeah, that was
But
too.
they are more malted down,
Lacking
so
for
it
me.
should
It
really
is
more
lacking.
maltiness
She-
and hoppiness.
It's
That's
not
what
quite.
She had-
fruit.
Yeah.
It's
I
not quite
had worked on
fruity.
her, letting her try
There's
all
no major
everything I would bring home
flaws.
for years, and then she went to Vegas with
It's
her
not
mom, and they had Firestone Walker
It
Double
smells
Jack.
nice.
that they don't. They still make, I think, at the brewery, but they
Still,
don't.
barring
It's
the
not
no
here
head or
anymore, right?
Carbonation.
And she was just like, it
There's-
blew her
it's just
mind. It was
not
one of those moments
quite
where it
there.
just was like, "Whoa." I think she had also won some money that night too. So it was all the emotions. Everything was positive.
So I
So-
think we're winding down on number 5's entry. I'll just do a quick rundown of where I am while everybody finishes up their writing and their numbers. I think this is a beautiful beer. It's very nice and pretty, except for there's no carbonation, there's no head retention, and I think that's kind of been a common problem. The smell is nice and fruity. It has this nice stone fruit, this nice raspberry, grapey, wine-like flavor. The flavor, it's like almost there. It's not quite tart for me to be like, this is a nice sour, where it can have less of that fruitiness and it's more of a tart sour beer, but it's not quite fruity enough to pinpoint what type of fruit. Preston suggested maybe a pomegranate, and that's a drier sweetness, and that may be it. And then I would probably recommend maybe making the base slightly sweeter to balance out that and make it a little bit more well-rounded, or go all in, make it a real tart, fruity beer. But it's just like almost there. There's no major flaws that I can taste. It has a little bit of really dryness on my tongue. Other than that, it's a 31 for me. It's a no major flaws. It's a good beer. I would drink it, but while I drink it, I'd be like, I want more. You know. So that's a 31 for me. Yeah.
So I got a 29. It's a. You look at the glass and you think, that's going to be sweet. That's going to be full-bodied. It rims the glass fairly well. It doesn't drop out. So alcohol level is maybe on the 5.5%. It doesn't have legs, I guess you would say. So, but when you drink it, it's like she said, it's lacking. Carbonic acid, CO2 infused into the beer, however you're doing that, definitely it left me wanting more. Now, would I drink it? Absolutely. If it was a little more carbonated, I do like the dryness.
Okay.
That is something I like in sours, but it just a little short. Like I said, it's a 29. So on a scale of 1 to 50, you're right there, average, no faults, no flaws. Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Let's see where. Yeah, Mary.
Yeah, I like the way that it starts to come off. I think it's lacking in the body. The flavors are nice, but just not enough there to make me have more than just a pint. Nice start.
Yeah.
Very nice start.
Steven?
My turn. Yeah, I basically agree with everyone here already. Just like it's like almost there. There's like the fruitiness, the tartness, the carbonation are kind of the factors that I just want more of.
Yeah.
I want some more strength. I don't mean alcohol strength. Just some more strength in fruit and carbonation and tartness. It's just like I hate to say this word, but meh. Like just bump it up quite a little bit. And I don't mean disrespect. I mean this is a good beer. I gave it a 28. I mean it's a good beer. It's just like lacking a little. I need a little more like character to it. But yeah, like that was great. Pomegranate, I didn't think of that. I was getting like raspberry cherry. I heard you say black cherry earlier. I got that kind of thing. Raspberry. I got a blueberry, blackberry, but yeah, kind of pinpoint. But the pomegranate makes sense. But yeah, I basically agree with what's been said already. So
Emily?
Definitely, I got a 31, and I think that the lack of a flavor profile and the low carbonations was big for me. Technically, I think it's a good beer.
Yeah.
I don't think I would drink a full pint of it. Maybe if it had more flavor.
Yeah.
But if I had it in a flight, I probably wouldn't choose to have a pint of it.
Okay.
Based on the lack of flavor and carbonation.
Yeah.
So that would be it for me.
All right. And we're gonna take a little pause and let the judges kind of reset their palate. We're gonna answer some questions.
Yes.
And while Ben is preparing the next couple bottles, questions.
Okay. Yes, we do have a couple questions from some of the viewers here. see one's a brewing question about the best time to add fruit to a beer.
The best time?
Yes.
Depends on the type of fruit. So if you're adding like orange peels, ginger, I often use that in the end of the boil in the beginning of the whirlpool, as like if I know percentages, and if I've used that fruit before, oftentimes I would do that, especially citrus peels. You get a lot of flavor from that whirlpool and that heat. Ginger, you kind of have to know how to use ginger if you're going to put it in the boil, otherwise you can get way too much. But it's a good start there. And then post-fermentation, I add a lot of my fruits and spices in a way I can control. So I make like a tea with hot water, so it sanitizes all the dry ingredients. And then I dose it based on what I need it, and I let it sit for a couple days. Aseptic fruits or sanitized fruits, I can add that post-fermentation. That does add a little bit of thickness unless you let it sit for like a week, that'll infuse flavor and then also let it kind of settle so it's not a super thick beer in itself. I don't think you need to add anything as well on that, home brewing wise.
So just think
because it may be different.
Think of the fruit. Mm-hmm. You know, if it's a light fruit like strawberry, you're going to have to add a bunch of it, and when you add it, it makes a big difference, like she was saying. If you add it during fermentation, you're going to lose a lot of that flavor. If you add it post-fermentation, you're going to get a lot more flavor. So think of the fruit, think of the way you want it to appear and present itself, and go with that.
I would also remind you that a lot of fruit sweetness or all the flavor is in their sweetness. So if you're doing it in fermentation, it's going to ferment out, and that flavor will go away, right? And that's why you do post-fermentation if you want intense flavor. If you want like a breeze of flavor, sometimes you can do that in fermentation, and that'll also give you more alcohol, and different alcohols as well. So that could depend on your mixing and if you're barrel aging, and there's all sorts of other things you can go into that.
It's interesting because that was the follow-up question. They said, how does the sugar in the fruit affect the outcome? Does it give it a higher ABV?
It does if it ferments out.
Yeah.
And most fruits ferment out. I don't think I've had a fruit that didn't ferment if you're putting it in fermentation. And sometimes post-fermentation.
Unless you stabilize.
Unless you stabilize it, yes.
If you stabilize it, and you can stabilize it multiple ways. You can stabilize it with heat, which I wouldn't recommend. Pasteurizing your beer, not a good idea. But sorbate and metabisulfite are solid stabilizers. You're not going to have any flavor contribution, and you can add other flavors to your beer without it being fermented.
Yeah.
Agree?
Yeah.
So, same viewer is asking, like he's been noticing, a theme here has been like lack of carbonation. So what are some of the factors that lead to?
That's a challenge.
Yeah.
Bottle conditioning is hard work. It is, because you have to do the math right in order to get the right sugars. And I'll tell you right now, I have never bottle conditioned, so that is definitely a Preston conversation. I brewed professionally before I brewed at home, so I'm not a great person to ask on that.
Lucky.
But for other carbonation, and like we were talking about earlier, is when you're bottling or canning or crowlering, you will lose some of that carbonation in that process. And so you need to bump it up. Like I usually do 0.05 volumes higher or 0.1 volumes higher than I intend to serve it if I'm packaging, because that will be lost in that process. And then you could probably talk more about bottle aging. So if you are bottle aging.
Yeah, bottle aging, it's real simple. There's a bunch of calculators out there. Find the style that you're wanting it to emulate. Find a calculator, use that much priming sugar, table sugar, honey, whatever your poison is, and just go with that. It's not hard. Do make sure that you stir gently when you're stirring in the sugars, because oxygenation is a thing. You don't want it. So just use a good calculator. You can Google it and come up with hundreds of them.
It takes practice.
I'm pretty much a cheater when it comes to bottle conditioning. So the first beer I brewed, really, I tried to use the priming sugar, and I just felt like it was a disaster.
Yeah.
So I kind of cheat with the drops.
Okay.
So I mean, so you really can't use in my opinion, if I was doing more lager style beers, I really wouldn't use the drops. But I like sours, I like saisons, the Belgian style. So I'm okay. I'm not selling my beer to anybody. You know, it's just kind of, ooh, can I do this? And I kind of go with that. It's fun. You know, I feel like my saison, 2 drops. I'm not going to put 1 in there, but that can be very dangerous also.
There's a risk of overcarbonating, and
Yeah,
then that
what's-
could lead to
Absolute
gushing.
I was going to say, what's the range of undercarbonated to bottle bomb? How much room do you have to play with?
It's
Does it depend on the beer?
20 points, basically.
Yeah.
20 points of gravity. I would caution everybody using the drops,
Yes.
especially when you're doing, like she said, lagers and that kind of thing. You're setting yourself up for wild fermentations. Drops are not sanitary.
Yeah.
Drops can be touched by multiple hands, and then when you put those into beers, you'll have some beers that will be carbonated, some beers that will be funky, and some beers that will be perfect.
What's the sugar? Is it corn sugar that they use for the drops?
It's probably sucrose.
Yeah.
That's most likely what it is. There's a bunch of different manufacturers.
I never really thought of it touching all those people's hands. You know, again, this is for me and just,
Yeah.
you know.
But if you're doing, Belgians and farmhouse ales,
A little bit more wiggle room in those. It is. Saisons and stuff. There's a little bit. I mean, and that's.
Yeah.
Very carbonated.
And they are very carbonated in those. So Belgians tend to be on the very high end and in bottles and such. But when you're on draft, there is a range before it just becomes foam in a glass.
Yes, absolutely.
And the general range for most tap systems is between, the high end is 2.7 to 2.8 volumes of carbonation.
Yeah. Again, it is just for my entertainment to see if I can.
Yeah.
use it. But I like really, really carbonated drinks.
So nice and bubbly.
I need that. I need the bubbles.
All right.
anybody else?
Any other major questions? We are getting our next beer
So
poured.
It's not brewing related.
Yeah.
But somebody was wondering what it takes. How do you become a cicerone?
Okay.
Go to cicerone.org and go back and listen to episode. I forget the episode, but just type in Interbrews Cicerone, and I interviewed I believe it was Matt from the Cicerone program. You can just study to the beer server certification can be taken online. They have cool classes that you can take for. They divide it geographically, and then they do some draft line types or draft beer type stuff. And I don't know if they had a food pairing
So
They usually
Yes,
do.
class.
So
They touch
yeah,
it.
you like you said, you take the test online for the certified beer server, and you pass that. And then once you pass that, you can take the certified Cicerone exam. And that's with COVID. I know they're doing, like we talked about earlier, they're doing part online, and then I guess waiting for the tasting portion.
Yeah.
But you basically go. I went to like Miller Distribution off I-10. There was like 6 of us in there, and a proctor from she works for Cicerone or whatever, and she administers the exam. You have a certain amount of time to do the exam. It's 150 multiple choice questions, 3 or 4 essays on different things, and there's a food pairing where they said, tell me a beer that would pair well with chicken tikka masala, and you have to explain that. And the easy way out, which I went wit beer. Wit beer is good for a lot of food, a lot of carbonation, a lot of citrus, a little spice in there, so it goes well with a lot of food. I passed the test, so I'm okay. But I did, after the exam, I felt like I took the easy way out. Like wit beer, Hefeweizen, those are really good food beers, so it's kind of the cheater way. But yeah, basically, and then each section's percentage of your score. They do also study your equipment, your your couplers and your faucets, because they're going to ask you to take them apart and explain all the pieces. And you go into a room with a camera, and they press record, and you take it apart and explain the pieces and how to clean it. Like mine was a faucet, like a American standard faucet, basically. And you clean the parts. You don't have to clean it. You show them. You take it apart. There's like 12 parts, 9. 3 of them go together. So it's, and you explain that, and then there, I guess someone off-site is, later judges what you say, and then about 2 months later you find out if you pass. So
Yeah.
but yeah, I studied for like 8 months.
Yeah, it's a pretty in-depth. Yeah, it's to know the beer server. You could, if you're a nerd and you're just into beer and you read a few books, you could, you could probably nail that.
Beer server is like basic knowledge.
Yeah.
Right? Cicerone is history. It's how to use that knowledge.
Yeah.
It's how to access and it's like having all the books, but then the Cicerone is like, how do you use the books?
Yeah.
Like, what do you use to that? And then as you go up in levels, it goes on and on and on. I think the last time I looked, there was 12 master Cicerones in the world.
Yeah. I think it's gone up.
I think it's
maybe
gone
like
up.
19 now.
19 now?
Maybe.
Okay. And just for reference, we are starting the entry 6, which is a American wild ale.
Okay, it says wild. I thought maybe mild.
Wild. Wild.
Doesn't taste anything like this stuff. It's not mild at all.
That's my handwriting.
They're arcs, not arches.
Again, I was probably hungry, thinking of mild wing sauce or something.
All right, it's McDowell's. We have the arcs.
yeah, arcs, not arches.
Okay, so wild ale, Kennedy. Are you wild on wild ales? Sometimes I think if I could just label all my beers a wild ale, it covers for bad fermentation. Yes, but it's wow. It
fits the style.
Yes, totally the style. I tried one open fermentation Hefeweizen. Ended up tasting like sweat sauce. It was bad.
All right, correct me if I'm wrong, but wild ale, I would assume they're using like the Brett yeast or something.
I specified that the wild ale is part of it. It can be a kettle sour that you put in that wild ale. We will not be fermenting any wild ales here.
Right.
That was my one rule.
You can't,
Hard no.
You can't get that back.
Technically, I think wild ales would be old school, open fermentation. The magic stick goes
Closer
in.
to,
The
like
God is good
lambics
stick or whatever they called it
and
back.
things like that,
Yeah,
yes.
and just let whatever was in that stick would then ferment the beer way back in the day. So, wild fermentation, whatever's in the air. Like, I don't know if Houston is. I don't know. We can grow fruit here. If you can find an orchard and probably get some fun, perhaps.
The
fermentable.
Texas Pride Pale Ale is a yeast grown off or harvested off of a prickly pear cactus.
Yeah.
You cannot open ferment in Houston.
It's too hot.
You will get black
Bacteria.
mold. You will get black mold.
What if that's what you're going for?
That's
Black mold
not.
IPA.
Don't
Not
encourage
beer.
this.
Not beer.
Have you tried
I have tried 3 times.
all the ways black mold can be utilized?
I have tried 3 times.
This one he did specify it's blueberry and lemon zest.
Lemon zest.
Blueberry.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
blueberry
so
and
this
lemon
is
zest. All right.
blueberry and lemon zest.
So
I
yeah,
don't know if you guys got that on your
I got cranberry raspberry.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
lemon
got
zest.
cranberry
Of
as
course, the
well.
outer part of the rind. We all watch Food Network around here now. There was a time 25 years ago when nobody knew what lemon zest was unless you went to culinary school. And then Food Network came along, Emeril Lagasse, and then everybody after that. And it's like, oh, that's zest. Yeah, of course. That's what you do. You
I
shave.
kind of like that we didn't know that right at the beginning.
Yeah.
It's like an initial flavor, but how they say blueberry. They did tell us blueberry lemon.
The zest of the fruit,
I might get it like a
where more of the intense fruit flavor comes from. You knew that with all your pie making, right?
Blueberry is, again, it's a hard flavor to do. It's a soft flavor.
I would never say blueberry.
See, I like the blueberries when they're almost to that point where you just can't eat them anymore, and strawberries
They're
because
yeah.
it's too tangy and just
Yeah.
almost just burning with the citric acid that's
Cover them in black chocolate, and I'm
Yes.
in. I'm so in.
I mean, I like
I've never
chocolate
had that.
beer too. So
That
yeah.
sounds delicious.
It is really good. That's like Valentine's for my wife.
This one, I'm enjoying this one a lot. What do you
She
think
makes
about this
that
one,
for me.
as you're
Man.
typing away?
This one, it was stuck in my name.
And you misspelled.
She makes what for you?
What is that?
Chocolate covered blueberries.
Oh yeah.
How's it going, Abby?
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
I'm answering your question now, Abby.
Dark chocolate.
chocolate.
Yes, the great big ones.
big ones.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
and it's usually only 3 or 4 in a cluster.
I was gonna
It's
say
like
just like it's more like a little.
This one, I enjoy this one a
Or
lot.
you can buy the Brookside.
I'm a blueberry fan.
Well, yeah.
I don't know about you.
I just recently tried to do blueberries, and I know you're tired of listening to me talk about my blueberries, blueberry experience.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's all good. It is like a soft flavor.
And they
very
got like a
subtle
little meat
flavor.
to them when you know. Yeah, I like that.
I can
like
tell you,
that.
Way better than the
it's
grocery
extremely hard to
Oh,
get
yeah.
blueberry flavor.
Yeah, they're the best fruit for pancakes, I think. I like banana blueberry. Because banana kind of gives it some body, but the blueberry, when they pop and they look like they're bleeding.
I made Jules blueberry pancakes the other
Right at the
day,
end.
and I positioned all the blueberries to look like smiley faces
Yeah, on the sides of the
I can't
top.
tell if it's
10.
on
Yeah.
all the pancakes.
I don't think you can ever
lemon
add too
zest
many
or if
blueberries.
it's-
Anytime you think like,
I don't think that's the
to a
lemon
pancake,
zest, though.
Throw it in
It's
another
kind of tannic.
you know, those
across
the big
sides of the tongue.
tub,
Right
the
on
whole
the very
thing, like a
back.
double batch batter. And that's a Sunday morning right there, or
Oh
Saturday
yeah,
morning.
that
That's,
is good.
It's easy.
It's
it is easy, like a Sunday morning.
Like Sunday
reminiscent
morning.
of red wine.
The banana blueberry goes great with walnut. Throw some
So I
walnuts in
can't
there.
help you on that one.
Once again,
I only just started white wine.
I am super impressed with all these beers so far.
Yeah, this one. This may be my
need to
favorite
learn
so
it.
far.
This one seemed to have
Her,
carbonation to it too.
This one's definitely.
We're 6 beers
I
in.
got
and
3 or
There you
4
go.
winos.
Like the
Like
first
my
one was
friends
pretty
blue
good.
winos try it.
Right, right. This one definitely.
I will say this, Josh.
Does it got some
The competition is fierce.
It is fierce.
It's fierce. Who is going to win?
Okay.
There are gonna be only one.
I don't know.
Really nice nose.
So intensely writing down now. We'll get the official word.
Lots of sours today.
Yeah.
Maybe because
Makes
of
it
last
makes our
year.
jobs easy.
Right.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
really does.
What was the style that won last year?
The American Wild Ale.
Okay.
Yeah. It was.
It was raspberry
raspberries.
blackberry.
That's right.
Okay.
When we
Five.
brewed it here,
Raspberry blackberry.
when I was dumping the tank after I had kegged it, it was like a raspberry blackberry
Party
river in my
Oh.
drains. I had to lift it all out in my hands because I wouldn't go down
You
the
were
drain.
cursing Nick.
So many raspberries,
You
blackberries.
cursing Nick.
Hold on.
How
Nick,
many?
Nick wasn't here to help?
How many?
He was, but not for the post fermentation.
He should have been
He had
here.
to work.
How many gallons?
Yeah,
or,
sure
or
he did.
pounds? Sydney,
Take it over there.
how many pounds of fruit? Thank you.
I think it
Put-
was
put you on the spot here.
140
Oh my
or
gosh.
160.
Way too many.
Oh, actually,
Yeah. I think
That's
it was like
experience
I think
right
I'm based on memory. I think it was
Spent like 2 hours
165.
drinking all
Wow.
160
Pounds of
165 pounds of frozen fruit, which I had never done before. I'd always used purees,
Yeah.
and I was very happy with how it turned out.
nice.
Yeah, purees add haze and thickness, and that the frozen fruit add a ton of flavor, which you had to put a ton, but
Yeah.
ton of flavor and really beautiful colors.
Nice.
Really
Without a lot of the thickness.
Yeah.
And it's sterilized, so it's
Oh
great.
yeah.
The cool thing about the fruit, the color, like we can't downplay the color. The visual side of beer
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
is almost as
It's-
important as
it's
the flavor.
your first taste.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's your first experience. Like, there are some beers I will not specify in any way, shape, or form, but when they look gray
Uh-huh.
or like white and not,
Clean.
I'm like, I'm like, I'd taste it, but my face would be like this.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
When I
Interesting.
taste it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because your eyes are your
Yeah,
first
yeah.
hint,
I didn't
right?
know
That's
there was
what
white or white
gives you
beer.
the first impression.
Yeah.
I mean, even the name of the beer matters.
Yes.
Because
Oh,
you are
yeah, yeah.
influencing someo's taste buds before they've even tasted it.
Setting it
Yeah.
up and then yeah.
It's the old. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's why I think brown ales don't get the love that they, I know some people are like, I don't know brown ales. Brown ales. You get a
It's
good
not a
brown.
big deal in America, though. I mean, they're
Nick?
really kind of, I don't want to say boring, but they're just kind of like,
They
eh.
just called the brown ale. It's like Gulf
Making
water.
a really
It's
interesting
nothing.
brown ale is hard. It is
Yeah.
really hard.
I think brown ales have to be paired with some sort of food or something, and when it's like, for me, it's just like a beer you don't have to think about necessarily, but if it pairs well with the food you're eating, like a I don't know, like a patty melt or something.
So
you
it's
know?
like the tan version of a lager.
Yeah,
Right.
maybe. I guess.
The more I drink it,
Yeah.
the more I like it.
Yingling.
I think this was done really well.
I'm not a big blonde.
Knowing
I don't
that
like
it is a
blonde.
blueberry
It's the hardest.
made me
I love
want
to judge
more
them because
blueberry.
my bias is there.
But if I didn't
But I
know
love
that there
to
was
judge
any
them
that it
because
was
when I do,
blueberry,
when you're sitting
I'd be like, this is a
and
nice
you're
like
judging
cranberry,
after you do your
raspberry,
stuff,
some
and
kind
then you're
of
talking to a
tart,
friend, you're like,
red
oh, so see,
berry.
my bias was
um,
really there.
The aroma's
I've learned
really
to try
simple,
to control that.
and that's with a lot of kettle sours. It's nice and simple and tart. It has a little like citrus tartness to it. It is lacking that blueberry flavor, but that doesn't take away from the beer, in my opinion. If in the end this did win, I would want more blueberry, because if, as a brewer, as an owner, we call something a blueberry, it needs
Better
to
be
have that
there.
flavor.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise, it won't sell well because people expect something that's not there. So, as the category, I think it's a good beer. I got it a 39. I mean, it's clean. There is some of that tannic bitterness that Preston was saying, that bitterness that kind of hits the sides of your tongue, but it wasn't bad necessarily in my taste buds. It may not have, it's not really supposed to be there, so it did kind of take that away touch, but it was nice. And it needs more carbonation, and that may help with that. And the aroma and everything else moving forward. But it's very drinkable. I would drink a glass of this. But it is lightly fruited. I think need more blueberries next time. Yeah. What do you think,
Yeah,
Mary?
well, you know, I should say, the word's always great when you're not drinking so much. I think it's great. I'm not getting much blueberry and lemon. I think it translates into a cranberry instead, which I really, really like. Wild ales, I think, can be all over the place. They can be kind of mild, or they can be over acidic. This one, I think, has got a really nice balance, which I like. The body's very thin, which I think also wild ales can be. You've got this little range. Overall, I think it's a really good beer. I scored it a 30, which I think is maybe a little bit low. I need to go ahead and revisit that. But I think mostly because the body of it was a little bit thinner than what I was expecting. I think a little bit more body to it would be wonderful. Good beer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Steven?
I give it a 38. I like the fruitiness on it. I know we didn't get to know the fruit until after I initially smelled it, and all I got was like cranberry. I don't know if that's a blueberry lemon zest combo, like mixing two colors and it makes one. I don't know, but I like the fruitiness of that. Head retention again very low. The beer is pretty clear, so that's good. I got a good tartness with the lactic there. Pretty clean besides that, though. I did notice, actually, on the mouthfeel, I did get like a little more carbonation than I looked at by the appearance. So it kind of brought a little more balance there. There was some bitterness that I kind of got, but it's not a hoppy bitterness because I didn't get any hops out of this whatsoever, which is okay for the style. Because these beers are, they're not meant to be hoppy beers. They probably just add hops for a little balance and to make sure the beer doesn't get infected. But really nice. I give it 38. I thought the head retention could have a little more like body to it. But like I said, going back, I like the kind of the tannic note that was with that. It kind of gave it a wine-like quality to it. I was looking at the examples of what this style is, and it's like the most baddest ass beers on the planet. Commercial examples: Cascade Bubonic Plague, Atrial Rubicite. I mean, these are like beers it's just so hard. But yeah, 38. I liked it a lot. Just good little tweaks, but really nice.
Yeah.
Cheers.
I gave it a 41.
Okay.
This is my favorite area of beers. Definitely a lot of the tartness. I got a lot of the hanging on acetic bitterness from the lemon zest, which I wouldn't have known was lemon zest until he told me, honestly. But I definitely got the flavor. It's very good. I would buy this beer. It definitely needs a little tweaking. I think as far as carbonation goes, this beer is one of the best carbonated beers that we've had today.
Still needs to be more carbonated.
Yes, but I think as far as today, it definitely is one of the better ones.
Which is interesting. I test carbonation on my tongue, what I feel on my tongue, not necessarily what I'm seeing in the glass.
Yeah.
Although that's what we typically. It's very
little
It's the
bubbly,
effervescence in the
not
drink
as
it.
strong as I hit my tongue. That's the first thing I try.
We'll end up with Preston.
So, quick note on carbonation. If you put the beer or wine or whatever in your mouth and you tilt your head forward and stick your tip of your tongue into it, and I learned this in the BJCP class, you'll get that prickliness and it kind of gives you an idea of how much CO2 is in suspension.
The things you learn.
I was probably one of the highest. Well, I think I was a 43. I really liked it. I had the only thing I said bad about it was that the lemon zest took away from the acidity took away from the lemon zest. Acidity presents itself and very similarly to the lemon zest. So you more lemon zest to get that more punch of the citrus note. Solid beer, 43. That's almost unicorn. So
Yeah, that is definitely.
Oh boy.
So,
All right, we've got
good scores
We've
on
got one
number
more
8.
fruit and spice beer, but this is a
Yeah, we have
specified
a
as
unicorn
a
spotting
fruit and
sighting.
spice.
That's
so it is 29B.
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 So when it says fruit and spice, I want some spice. So
But spice could be cilantro.
It
So,
could be.
I don't know.
Spice plus
it could be.
But that's
Fruited
a herb,
spice.
right?
It is an herb. Yeah, true. I think they
Coriander
count it as
is a
spice. I think
spice.
they actually count coffee as a spice when
Yes.
it comes to beer.
Yes, it
Do
does.
they?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not a fruit.
It is not a fruit.
Jose
Nice
joining
little
us late.
combination.
Oh, there you go. Hey, Jose. How's it
Jose,
going?
I know you're a big fan of watching us on YouTube. We are broadcasting.
So
on
we have
our,
a carbonation spotting
It's
here.
like
Yeah.
grape.
Yeah.
cough
This
medicine.
aroma.
It definitely,
Interesting
yeah,
aroma.
that's like when I do use coriander, that's like shoving my head inside a bag. I don't hate it though. I'm gonna be honest. I like coriander.
A lot of people do.
I love coriander,
A lot of people have a hard time.
but it is an intense flavor.
Is this complex or is it confusing?
Maybe both.
Number 7, a little more detail because I didn't.
Oh yes, more details.
It says amber ale with cinnamon, tangerine, and
Ooh.
Cinnamon, tangerine, and apricot.
Okay,
Amber
so
ale.
cinnamon, tangerine,
Apricot.
and apricot, and it's the base of an amber ale.
they put
Interesting.
29B.
Yes.
Okay.
Which I just on that description, I would. That's a
29B
good
is the
space to
spice.
be in.
I don't get cinnamon.
I don't get cinnamon though. That is.
Could the sugar overpower that cinnamon?
I get. Well, now you say tangerine. I get that.
Yeah, a little pithy, a little. There's a little bit of, not overly bitter, but
I haven't tasted it.
that tangerine kind of has a sharper thing compared to like a orange.
tangerine.
I don't get much. There must not be much cinnamon.
Tangerine, Josh. Also the color of my favorite
It's almost
Speedo.
like a Christmas
Oh.
tree.
Yes.
Okay. So you have a tangerine-colored banana hammock.
Have
I
you
do,
noticed any
yes.
head on?
There
was
was
some?
so if you see
Better than
mine,
some others.
there is some floating. There is some bubbles.
Yeah.
So it is-
Carbonation
I'd
did
call
show
this
up today.
This
Decent.
this is an interesting beer.
It is. I don't know how much of it. Maybe like cinnamon is one of those like too much of it. Like,
Think of Fireball.
yeah.
That's what, yeah.
This
This might be a little. I don't know if it's overspiced. Something. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know that I've ever really had a beer like this.
Wait, I haven't tasted it yet.
It is
Interesting.
It is. It's an interesting beer. I don't know. I couldn't personally. And I don't want to influence the Joneses. Like I don't know that I would be able to drink more than a couple sips of this. In a flight, it would be fine. I don't know if I could even if I would finish the. It's not
There
that
it
it's
is.
bad. It's just it just kind of like takes your palate and gives it a stone cold stunner.
Yeah. I don't know what to think about it.
You know what a stone cold stunner is, right?
No. Why don't you enlighten me, please?
I'll show you after the live stream.
Okay. Do we need to be alone?
No.
Okay.
Carbonation.
If you want to see me give Kennedy a stunner, give me a hell yeah.
Oh. I think. Are you threatening me with bodily harm right now?
No. What?
Yeah.
What?
Nothing.
What? Anyway, yeah. What do you think? I don't know. Like the more I have it, it's like.
If everybody's already had their initial spice or
It's-
taste, we can talk.
Yeah. Let's see what the professionals.
I definitely could not drink a pint of this.
It's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get the cinnamon on the flavor.
I get more of the cinnamon effect.
It's a lot.
You get a lot of cinnamon in it?
No. It's
I don't know what I'm tasting here, to be honest.
Small,
Just
like
small
levels,
amount,
right?
I'm confused.
Well, I also get a pine note, which conflicts with the cinnamon.
Cinnamon.
Yeah, you want to think one way and you get this, so you're like, I don't know. Yeah.
Does it mention how much hops is in this? Or
No.
if any?
I mean, amber ale is basically a pale ale that is darker, so it should have some hops to it. I mean, technically, yeah.
I'm confused.
But I'm getting more bitterness
Yeah.
than flavor.
So I think she hit it. It's very pithy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very pithy.
Yeah.
So
If you're thinking tangerine, you think the white part of that tangerine.
Went too deep.
I agree
Yeah.
on the flavor. On the nose, it was straight pulp for me. But I'm getting mainly like a grape candy. I don't know where it's coming from. I'm getting like a grape, like the good grape medicine you used to drink when you were a kid? Not medicinal. I'm not saying off flavor medicinal. I'm just getting a grape candy, like the good kind your mom would buy you. Like
My
one that
mom
tasted
never
good.
bought me the
No?
good
Okay.
Yeah.
One out of every 20 kind of tasted good, but the rest, were terrible. Yeah.
I can definitely
There's
taste
a lot
the
of
medicinal
alcohol.
aspect of
You get
that.
kind of that,
Just
I don't know if it's the fruit.
It's very.
There's a lot of.
So
Of
It's
those
not like
fusel.
floraseptic medicinal. It's just
I get.
What do you say?
I get some.
you got
some
some
phenol.
phenol.
Yeah, it's
There's a little bit of that.
Definitely phenol.
Yeah. Some serious phenols.
I never feel like I quite.
Okay, yeah, I get
where
clove.
everybody else is. So.
I don't get the clove as much. I get more towards that plasticky taste.
Yeah, I'll agree
To
with
me.
you there, yeah.
It's got like it may be overspiced.
Yeah.
And that could cause that to happen.
Just.
So,
Okay.
I'm going to go out on a limb here
Mm-hmm.
and say that this is not the judge's favorite
Does anyone
beer
get
of the
does
day.
anyone get any malt character? Like,
Yeah.
is there any caramel in there?
There's-
You're getting a
Yeah.
little bit. I get a little
It's
And
touch.
conflicting, yeah.
Hint of roasted.
There's a tiny
Roasted
roast
nut?
there in there.
Yeah, a little roasted.
It's kind of like going to a club where the music's playing too loud,
Mm-hmm.
and you didn't take the time to really like the wood floors were really nice in there, but because the beat was the cinnamon beat or whatever was so in your ear, it's like you might not have even noticed
Yeah, that's
how
the-
nice those wood floors were.
Yeah.
But they're there.
That's-
They're there.
Yeah, the club where you wear your boots and jeans.
Yeah.
You know
see
your
if it
boots and jeans.
presents all flavors.
Yeah.
So
I'm like, it's like I have a pile of flavors.
Oh,
I'm trying
boots
to
and pants.
I like boots
break
and
it-
jeans.
Yeah, kind of.
I said jeans,
move
but
them
boots and
apart
pants.
and-
Boots
and
and
get
pants.
the
Boots
whole
and pants. Boots and pants. Boots and pants.
flavor.
High quality entertainment we're bringing to you
Well,
today.
this is. I mean, everyone expects this from Liquid Lunch. High quality entertainment. Don't forget, everyone watching, you can catch Josh
We
and
had
I
small
every Thursday at
glasses.
noon.
I mean,
Or more.
this
On
one
Liquid Lunch.
gives a
Coming up
better-
this Thursday from 11
Look,
below.
the other ones we
Yes,
had the.
we do have a
No, I
lovely
think
show
we used
this
the old
Thursday.
ones last
Yeah.
year.
We'll
So you
be
have
we'll be at
the
another
sand glasses
brewery.
in there that are
11 below,
like
right?
bubbles.
11 below.
And so it
Join
kind of
us.
like a
So,
snifter.
yeah.
rounded
Closer
at the
towards
top.
the snifter and their little
I'm excited.
edge on the
I
edge.
like the
Are we
beers.
doing more? I thought we were doing more episodes.
We're,
Rounded on the
we're,
edge?
we're,
Yeah.
we're
Tulip style.
Yeah.
We're considering
yes.
this
And then
option,
these are
yes.
I'll do one whether
kinda
you're there or
seed.
not.
But for
Well,
sure, every
um,
Thursday at noon
For
you can
me,
catch Liquid
and it's
Lunch
just
live.
me.
Yeah.
I like drinking new beers out of snifters because I can really smell a lot more.
Get
Only
all the
because
Josh and
there's room
Kennedy
to
you can
maneuver
possibly
around.
handle.
And more.
I get a ton of tangerine. I do get a lot of tangerine. I don't know if that's a good thing, but I get a lot of tangerine.
It's like liquid. It's like Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Tangerine.
This ABV smells hot.
I get a lot of alcohol. And it's a mixture of kind of burny alcohols.
drink all that?
I did.
And
Is there one
maybe
you
just
haven't
like some
finished yet?
warming alcohol.
There's not one I have not finished.
Yeah.
I can't tell which
I feel
one
like
is
I'm
the
doing all the
overpowering one,
contestants a
but
disservice if
they're
I don't
both
finish the
there.
beers.
Okay.
And warming is okay.
But if you're blown out by the time you get to the
but
end.
But
it's a little bit too.
light
What are these, like 2 ounce pours?
Yeah, it
doesn't-
needs
doesn't-
more
Yeah.
thickness.
I'm guessing.
Cinnamon's
And
one of
that's-
those flavors
I
where it
specify
definitely
it is a
can
very light body. With the amber, I want
strip
a
your
little bit more
meatiness.
tongue coating.
Yeah.
You want a little bit more
Meatiness.
tongue coating on that.
So I think that when we're done here,
And
I'm
it
really
has some sweetness
interested to see
that
what the judges have to say about this beer.
complements,
Oh yeah.
Because this is
but I don't know that I could get past the pithiness.
it's
yeah, that
lighter,
bitter,
Yeah, bitter.
like
Interesting. It's
And then
Yeah.
pine
something that just
with-
didn't quite line up. It's not that.
very conflicting
de-
beer.
definitely it. So I'm not saying it tastes like it, but the first time I tried Don Jalapeno,
The malt.
my
is
first sip was like,
conflicting
oh
with-
man, this is really good.
I don't know if tangerine
my second
apricot
sip, I was
the
like,
best choice with an amber
Still
ale.
good, but not as good
I
as the
think that
first
may
sip.
be some of that confusion.
And then by the third sip, I'm like, I'm done
Apricot
with it.
cinnamon.
Yeah.
I'm
right
done.
now,
That's an intense
that
flavor.
sounds good.
But the
So-
tangerine adds that like citrusness to
Yeah.
it that it doesn't necessarily need.
You know, I can kind of see this like, well, it's not like red wine, but like wassail. Wassail
Yeah.
is. So it's
Okay.
a heated
Okay.
red wine with like fruit in it.
Yeah.
So this kind of has that to me a little bit because like the cinnamon in there. It's not like big time cinnamon though, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm getting more. I'm almost getting more like that plasticky kind of thing. It's not like super big, and I don't know if that's just you know, I would think if adding too much cinnamon, you would taste too much cinnamon. I don't know if that's a fermentation problem, like too warm, or is that what's happening? Too maybe a little too warm on fermentation, but. Again, I don't know.
That's
It's a strong possibility.
Might be something.
It may have fermented too hot.
a little too hot. Yeah.
And that will both contribute some serious phenols. It'll contribute some serious alcohols, and then your yeast, when it's too hot, it could be fermenting, but it may be fermenting too fast, and then basically they explode,
Right.
and then all those flavors
Leaves
inside
it
the
out
yeast
there.
just leads it into the yeast or into the beer, and so that can add some of these other, you know, little bits of oxidation or all these other little bits that can confuse the beer at the end because of that one issue.
Yeah. I have to say though, like for me, this is the most complex of the beers. I'm like trying to pick this apart. This is points for that for sure, as far as figuring it out what's going on in this beer.
Makes you work for it.
Makes you work for it. Yeah. I'd like to say though, I'm kind of getting a syrupiness. I don't know if it's coming across like that, you know, the grape medicine, cough medicine thing. I just get like a syrupiness. I know I did have some nice bitterness, hot bitterness to it. It just needs to slightly tighten up a little bit, just to kind of bring some balance to those. And I kind of agree with Mary. The malt character kind of clashes with the adjuncts, because amber ales are going to have a little more darker malt character than an American pale ale. It's basically, you know, the brother of that beer. So you know, it kind of clashes with those. But I guess our discussion with the base beer with these adjuncts, that's what we were kind of talking about. So.
Do you think amber's the proper base for some of these spiced type beers? Is it like, I know that's kind of an issue with some like pumpkin beers. Like amber used to always be the base, but it was like too much, like maybe the cinnamon or
It can
something.
be,
Yeah.
but it's
You just have to-
the subtlety,
Yeah.
right? And we're now going into a industry-wide subtlety is not necessarily as appreciated. It's not necessarily like, ooh, I get a hint of these flavors and the balance is wonderful.
Right.
It's like, I want fruit
Right. Yeah.
and I want it now. Like, it's very much, or like, I want cinnamon, you know, and it's less on the balance and more like, this is what's in the beer and you can taste it, you know.
We're letting you know it's there. on purpose.
Exactly.
Well, I'll start. fairly unusual. I gave it a 26. So I didn't want more. I think that's the first thing I'll say about it. It was very complex. It was all over the place. It was citrus. I got the cinnamon note. I got pithiness from the citrus. I got clove off of it. Other people were saying plastics and Band-Aids. Clove is not my thing. Maybe that's what turned me away. I don't brew with clove. Just one of those things, right? But 26, it wasn't terrible. I don't know that I could drink a glass of it, though.
Yeah. My number, I got 25. And I think my biggest takeaway and like my biggest advice for this kind of beer is pick one lane. Pick one goal instead of trying to get spice and citrus and, you know, the heaviness of the stone fruit and that sweetness, because the citrus and the stone fruit really clash. And then you add the cinnamon spice on top of that, plus the maltiness you need for the amber. It's like you're trying to hit 5 different targets with one arrow. It's very challenging. There's not some major issues. I think you may have fermented a little hot, and that's probably a good base of where it kind of started going off kilter. And then once you get that, and then maybe choose 1 or 2 of the 3 things you put in there. And that would help kind of keep it a little bit more balanced. It's still complex beer, but it would be a little bit less confusing. And I to be honest, I didn't necessarily want more of it because it was very intense. I like the heavy aroma. I really enjoyed that. I like when it's just like there, but I don't necessarily want like a punch in it, like a 1-2 punch, right? So you can have a heavy aroma, but it needs to be like it melts in your mouth and you get all those flavors, but it's not like, you know, fully in there, because it can be a little bit too much. And so, yeah, it's 25 for me. Yeah. What are you guys thinking?
For me, it was a 21. I think it's not something I would drink again. It came in hot. That was the first thing I thought of. It just and as it warmed up, it just didn't do anything for me. I didn't pick up a lot of cinnamon. I think there's maybe too much in it because I wasn't picking it up, and everything else was overpowering it. I like what you said, Sydney. Pick a side, pick a road, and go with that. This is a little too much complexity for what I think the intention was.
I think I kind of already went through what I thought, but I did pick up a little bit of the phenol, kind of a plasticky thing, and that, like Sydney said, just maybe a little fermented a little too warm. I just can't get past like the grape candy medicinal. I don't know why. Like, you know, it's nice to not know what the adjuncts are, because when I smelled that initially before I knew, that's what I got. And so this is all based on our perceptions, so that's just what I'm getting. I do get some strong alcohol notes there, not like crazy ethanol, but it was a little bit more high, and it didn't really blend in with the beer. I know on our pours, by the time we get them, they were a little lower on the head retention, but this is one of the better beers with head retention. So that was really nice to see. It's, you know, you don't want to do this, but you do kind of judge a book by its cover. And you see a beer with a beautiful head, tight bubbles, you're thinking, all right, that's a good beer. So of course it doesn't stop there, but it's just really nice to see that when you're looking at it to start out with. Let's see, I like the hop bitterness there. There wasn't a lot of hop flavor. It was kind of a neutral flavor, but a nice bitterness there. We've been doing a lot of sours before this, so it's nice to see that. I did get kind of a little bit of cinnamon in there. It's kind of clashing, like a lot of other people have said. There's just a lot going on. Cinnamon, apricot, tangerine, just kind of a lot. Along with the amber, you know, amber ales are, you know, it's kind of a boring craft beer or whatever you want to say, but it still needs some hops. It needs some aroma of hops, and it needs some malt character, aroma, and flavor. And I did get a little caramel touch in there, but I think the adjuncts kind of just drowned it out a little bit. let's see. I said it was a very interesting beer for sure. I did get a little syrupy note there. I dig the experiment. It's pretty cool. I think Sydney was saying, let's just dial it back a little. We're going full on Walter White with this one. It's cool, but let's just slow down. Let's do an amber with cinnamon next time, or But yeah, I mean, I liked it. I drink a little more, but I wouldn't have a ton of this. But I gave it a 27. So, cheers. Keep up the good work, guy.
You got a lot of dirty looks there when you said amber.
Girl.
The amber's a boring beer.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Dare you?
From that side of the table.
Oh, well, I mean,
Amber's our absolute favorite.
All right. Did you go through yours, Emily?
No, we don't have to.
No.
Yes, we do. Yes,
So
we do.
I gave it a 25, and I am the crazy blender mixer. Let's see if we can do this person for sure. Unfortunately, this one was all over the place. I also got the syrup. As far as the appearance, this was the only 3 of 3 that I gave because it did have the head. I could actually see fun things in the head of the beer, and it stayed. The color was beautiful. Flavor-wise, it was very confusing. There was so much going on that I would have liked to have got more of the malt and the cinnamon. It just wasn't there for me. Even the mouthfeel, I feel like there were lots of. It was warmer. The alcohols were there. I just didn't get it. Maybe the fermentation was too warm, potentially. Keep trying. It could definitely work with the cinnamon or maybe an amber with just a little bit of apricot, but together probably doesn't work very well. The balance wasn't there for me.
And we are moving on to an ESB, which I'm very excited
Second
about.
favorite.
I'm very
Me too.
excited. I love ESBs,
Yes.
and so I'm very excited about this one. And I am excited that some people kind of branched out. We had a lot of fruit beers, which is great. But I like seeing some more creativity, some more. I'm very excited
And not
about
a lot of
this.
people do the ESB.
No,
so
not.
there's that. On
Well,
top of it,
because
too.
it is one of those brown amber. It is
Do we know?
a more classic style.
I love
Do we
it.
know beyond 11? Is it 11A? Do we know ordinary best strong by chance? Or just to say?
I think it just said.
When he's done.
You're welcome to look at him while he's pouring to see any of the
make him
extra
nervous.
or just,
Yeah.
head retention. There's some bubbles.
Yeah, Kennedy, back to
believe
the
it
previous
just
beer.
said
I think the
English
best
bitter.
way
Well, we will double check on that.
Yeah.
to describe that previous beer is it was a middle schooler trying to figure out its own identity.
Yes.
I was thinking
Okay.
maybe you
It was
could
hanging out with the
make
jocks and the
form
preps
so
and
Yeah,
everybody
like-
fills out
like-
the exact same.
I
That's
can
also
identify.
a very good
And
idea.
No,
you could do
I-
a
it hadn't
page
found
that has
punk rock yet.
fours.
Yeah,
I-
and then have
or
them
whatever.
They
come
took
up.
everything and then
I didn't
one,
listen to punk in middle
I'll
school.
go on there
Right.
years, but,
But
the
you
moment
found
out
it and
a
loved
name,
it.
You already
Yes.
pre-write
I
your
think
name.
I
eventually-
like that.
Yeah.
So then it's
eventually.
all
I will
there.
be using that
So-
next year.
But also what you're
Not the
doing
judge's
here
favorite
is
beer.
This isn't,
Helping them
this
define it.
isn't,
Not the best scores,
this
Yeah.
competition
but I feel like
is not
one good thing
based
about the
on
homebrew
particular
these
styles.
competitions is
No, it's not.
So
you
can't
can learn.
It's apples
Sure.
and
You
oranges,
learn.
And it was not.
so that
That's the thing.
might-
Like
that might kinda hurt,
you know,
Help
Preston has
define
brought
it,
up the
help clarify.
BJCP
Yeah.
classes
And
with
then
Bev.
They also know what it is you're actually looking for. What
Yeah.
information
It's-
you really need to know.
One thing Bev said that when I
Okay.
took that class that I'll remember forever is there's always something positive to find about a beer.
Yep.
But that's, but yeah.
so even though maybe
But it
the
is also
flavor
so like if I put
of the beer
category,
wasn't
Yeah.
where
it is their
they liked
choice
it. There were some
to
others, you know,
specify.
But
That
then
is
you
part
can
of our
got
job.
good marks in the
flavor,
carbonation
what
and head
flavor, or
retention
you know what I mean, kinda
that the other
like,
beers have
added
thus far
information
not
you want us
gotten.
to know.
All right,
There you
and,
go.
and they
So,
Ben just said that they
yeah,
did not
good.
Specify anything past the English bitter.
Now
It's
we are
very important to
going.
specify the
Now we have
category.
not a fruit beer.
No, this is just a.
It's category.
That's fine. We
So
haven't been
it's-
we haven't
it's
been
ASB.
doing ABV before, so we won't do that.
So let me let everybody know what we're drinking right now. What you drinking?
Yeah, this is
little
not
late
this is
to
not
what
the
you
the Ocho, Jose. This is the
Speaking of El Ocho,
Yeah.
we're drinking the El Ocho beer right now.
no, yeah, number 8. This is the Diez. Isn't that 10? Nueve.
Huh?
He said that we're the Ocho.
I think the higher the number, the worse it is.
No. Never mind. Did you ever watch Dodgeball?
I did. That's why I know about the El Ocho.
Right. The ESPN. The Ocho. Anyway.
Yes,
ESPS.
yeah, if you can dodge
A wrench.
tools,
Yeah.
a wrench, you could dodge anything.
Yeah. You can dodge a ball.
Did you know that, Jill? Jill? If you could dodge a wrench, you could dodge anything.
This is This one's
Ordinary, best, or strong?
I guess I would just start with the ordinary.
So we're not entirely sure which category this one is in. It's in that bitter range.
Right.
ESB range, or bitter, or best, or extra special.
Yeah.
It has a nice, spicy, kind of hot, spicy kind of thing going. Yeah, this is what?
So, because
Spit it out there.
Because the lovely Jules loves the style of beer. I'm drinking it a lot.
Yeah.
And I have to say, it's not the best.
This one compared to
some of the other ESBs I've had.
What have you been drinking?
You know.
Have you ever had Fuller's?
I have not.
You should try Fuller. Fuller's is kind of the flagship, or not flagship, but the kind of the standard. It's like the DuPont.
Yeah, has
of
everybody
Saison.
tasted the beer?
I have, yes.
Banana?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's definitely high on the esters.
Chocolate covered banana.
What's that?
Esters. We're hearing high on esters.
We're in. Let's
which
go.
is
An
off flavor.
Yeah, a tiny bit of
An
that
off flavor.
estery banana.
Yeah.
Not a heavy amount.
No,
It gets
it's-
more like
it's
broad
there.
fruitiness.
And
to
I'm
me.
sure if it warms up, it'll be a whole lot more
Yeah.
prevalent.
Yeah, I think we have more as a maltiness. So
There is a
Tasting
It's a little low in attenuation.
Yeah.
So that it's not cloying sweetness, but it's
there.
It's there.
Yeah, that's not. It doesn't taste.
I like to hear knowledgeable people break this stuff down.
Now,
That's a
just
good way to
Try your trick.
so ESB is banana is not uncommon.
Let's listen.
So that's not
Yeah.
a fault. Just saying.
No. For reference, the ordinary bitter ESB is mild carbonation, traditionally characterized draft cask versions. In bottled version, higher carbonation is acceptable. Fruity esters are acceptable. Diacetyl is absent, so there should not be any diacetyl, which is that wonderful butter flavor. You need to have a little bit of malt sweetness, very low hop bitterness or hop flavor. But again, you need to have that balance of malt sweetness and bitter. It can't be heavy on either side. It is a style not a lot of people know, hence the reading.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah, I would say ESB.
I like it a lot, but I still don't know how to explain
Holler.
it. So that was
ESB
good.
award-winning
So for me,
ESB.
like, I'm
Do you
a big fan
remember,
of the ESBs.
I don't
Those
know
are-
if they still
those are
even brew
my
it, but
favorite. Yes.
Yeah.
ESB.
the ESB
Yeah, I
from
would
Eureka Heights.
probably
Is it the
categorize
Wicked?
it
Is that
Yeah.
Wicked Awesome?
Yeah.
Definitely.
That-
That's what I
not.
specified.
First time I tried that ESB,
That was
I'm
that
like,
description. is
holy
the
shit.
ordinary
Yeah,
bitter.
that one's fantastic.
This is where it's at.
Holler ESB is fantastic.
Yeah.
If you're ever in Arkansas, Core Brewing has a fantastic
I
ESB.
Probably won't be.
Okay.
No offense to anybody from Arkansas.
If you go to, you know what? I would recommend you visit Hot Springs at some point.
Oh, yeah.
You go to Arkansas too.
All right, Core Brewing. Their ESB is fantastic.
Is it really?
Yeah, they have a little wiener dog on there. Where in Arkansas are you going?
I'm not sure yet.
It's a touch.
Okay.
Just
Let
a
me know.
touch of cardboard.
I may know people.
Just a
Probably
touch
have
of
family.
cambriness.
So it's like this big, right?
Arkansas?
No.
I mean,
Like a
it's,
little,
it's
just
not
a
Rhode
tiny bit
Island.
of
No,
oxidation.
it's
Not
big, but they
major,
have.
but
It's
just
weird
like-
because they have like one toothbrush for the whole
like just a
population.
little bit right at the end.
No family.
Yes.
Do you think it's oxidation?
That's who invented the toothbrush.
It could be that. It could be
My
that.
initial nose on this was just like dark dried, like dried fruit, like a typical English.
I'm
That
gonna duck
sweetness
out
and
for a
kinda-
second.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
That, yeah.
And I
Need me
guess
hit any
when I
buttons?
drank it, I was like caramel
Nah,
toffee.
no, we're good.
I can hit
That,
buttons.
that
Barley
might,
wine, but
yeah,
it was
that
in
might be
there.
that flavor.
You
All right,
can.
so Kennedy's leaving.
Too much crystal malt can present itself.
Gotcha.
So I'm tasting a lot what I perceive as Wort.
So that caramelly sweetness, yeah. So that is that probably that crystal malt. So if you use like a ton of 120, that's
Yeah,
gonna
but
give
that's-
that like
that's not
heavy.
120.
But that's not 120.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying
Yeah.
that those are like some serious caramel malts.
Is it? Well, it's always possible, but I mean, beer's not completely finished where you're getting an overwhelming amount of Wort as opposed to finished beer.
That's called under attenuation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you guys felt
Sweetness.
like it was fine.
No,
It's a little
under.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And that's that
See, I am good at this.
Yeah,
It's not.
you got that.
It's not cloying. It's
No.
not. Like you were just took a spoonful of sugar,
Right.
Yeah.
but it's definitely there.
Okay.
And that's
Yeah.
commonly, at least in professional terms, that's commonly known as the homebrew flavor. It is a common problem.
Under attenuated.
Is under attenuation because a lot of homebrewers underpitch their yeasts, or they don't add enough nutrients so that the yeast
Or
can
oxygen.
finish off, or enough oxygen, which is hard when you don't have an oxygenation stone or a over
grain
yeast.
cellar.
Or yeah, you're welcome to go get some stuff at the grain cellar. But that is a common problem in homebrewing, and that's in professional terms. It's usually called homebrew flavor because there's usually a tiny bit of that under attenuation at the end.
Yeah.
That's
Oxygen
what I get.
pre-fermentation, friend. Post-fermentation.
What?
Oxygen post-fermentation
Oh.
is bad,
Yes.
but pre-fermentation it's great.
Yes.
Gotta have it.
absolutely. The yeast. Remember, the yeast is alive. It
Yeah.
needs food and it needs to breathe. And if you don't give it to it, it will die.
Yeah. So sad. So sad. Poor yeast. Poor yeast. All right. So on judging, I've never sat in on an actual judging like this per se. When you're trying to give a fair shake to all these beers, I know that like if you're doing like BJCP, like the actual like Great American Beer Fest, GABF or whatever, probably going to have a whole lot more beers in front of you for a whole day.
Yes, but they're usually similar style.
Okay.
So
How do-
you don't have to change.
So does the
your-
change of style, you think that lends to palate fatigue and some
It
of that
can.
kind of that stuff?
Yeah, because usually like you'll have 6 beers and they're all like Munich Dunkels.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah.
you're judging the same
So
beers,
I've
different
I was
beers.
gonna say,
I
you
was in the
compare to
fruit
each
beer
other's, though,
category
or
a couple
you're not?
times,
You gotta
and that
start
is
doing
a
that.
Right.
It's
It's
not
not good.
Okay,
Right.
right.
when you're trying to compare, 15 different fruit beers.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
What's
it's like-
funny is you'll go
it's
back,
rough.
like beer 7, you'll
Yeah.
go back to like beer 1 that's still on the table, and you're like, whoa, what the hell? Like, so
Yeah,
it's
see,
interesting how
And then
Yeah.
it
It
warms
changes,
up.
yeah.
There's a lot,
Oh,
and
yeah,
I
it
try
warms
my
up,
best
yeah.
to give people that freedom to explore and creativity,
Uh-huh.
and then be able to judge it as accurately as we can. And that's why we have people of different levels of education, people of different genders, just all different types of ways of
Uh-huh.
able to drink it. It's never going to be perfect here because we're not in a white box with the same glassware and no noise and the same temperature and all of that
all
stuff.
Probably wore
Come
deodorant.
on, Ben.
And all sorts of these things, right? And there's all these distractions, and so we're doing this in not BJCP or like Cicerone
Yeah.
perfect, but it's more of a I want to see what homebrewers can do.
Mhm.
I want them to bring out their creativity, and then we're giving it the best start and putting them in a process of where we're drinking them. So we're not going to drink a stout before we drink a sour,
Right.
or we're not going to drink a stout after a sour. We're going to have those things. We have crackers and water to help cleanse your palate in between, and we take little breaks, and we try and do our best
Yeah.
to do that.
I wonder. I've never seen anything on it, but I mean, when you think about perception of like how the heat feels with humidity, you have the heat index. I wonder if that has an effect on perception of beers and like the environment around.
Well, even with that, right? I'm gonna be an outlier because right now I'm not really sweating. This
Uh-huh.
is nice. This is actually not that hot for me right now.
normal.
This is normal.
live in here, though.
I live in this room, and so there's not steam going. And so, like, if that was a major player, I'm also someone that has been here in this space every day, and so my body and my taste buds can be slightly changed from that. So
Yeah.
if there is some wavering from, you know, that brightness to a beer, is like I can give my input based on my experience of living in this space, basically.
There you go. You missed it, Kennedy. All that.
I had to go out to the tap room and make sure the stream's going good. And,
You had to go to the bathroom.
I did that too.
Okay.
Not in the tap room.
I didn't go. No, I did not go to the bathroom in the tap
That's
room.
what that little sink is for.
I didn't make it
No.
sure.
I wouldn't do that to
Yes.
people.
Is there a good group out there?
No.
Good crowd?
There's
performing?
yeah.
I know there's one
There's
entry out there.
No.
no there's
No pressure.
There's a couple.
Is there a couple
There's
out
a
there
couple now.
Good.
Oh, well,
There's a couple now.
Listen. The thoughts and opinions expressed do not reflect
So
the owners of this brewery or the host of Liquid Lunch or the. Actually, they do. It's all us.
so
Oops.
Sydney, do
Sorry.
you know offhand how many rogue brewers entered this
I
competition?
have no idea.
Okay.
Why is it always
Partially
about
because I don't know all the rogue brewers.
That's another category you should put on the thing. Are you a homebrew club?
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah.
That would be
All the other
interesting.
ones do. All the other ones
There
do.
is.
Yeah.
Some people did put the homebrew
I was gonna say,
club
on the
their
bottles.
label.
Yeah.
So
Wait, I was gonna say,
we
wait.
can go back at the end of it and figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're gonna tell you now.
It was so distracting.
I know. And the one on mess.
Trying to be safe.
I think homebrew clubs have become what political parties wanted to be, and then they just went south. Political parties are just horrible. But then homebrew clubs.
I would 100% disagree with you there.
Homebrew clubs are the ideal grouping of people. You can talk smack to the other homebrew club,
Yeah.
but then you can in theory.
I don't know what homebrew club you're talking about. I will say,
There's always beer involved. How about
What?
that?
I mean, it's fun to see all the different, and I think I'm part of one of the largest in the state of Texas, and it's brutal. I mean, it is. They are very competitive, and I don't even feel like I belong because they're all just so technical. They're all so intelligent, and for me, brewing is more the experimentation. Can I really do this? For them, it's like, did I do it right? Is it 100%? Is it a 99.9 out of 100? And they're great people because beer is not their only thing. I mean, I'm talking engineers, people in science. It's fabulous to be around those kind of people. But sometimes it's very, very hard to feel like, and they're very, very far off of the mark from where I am. So, and I'm also one of the very few women in the club that actually.
I'm recounting because
Most
I
of
had
the
to
women
change
that are in
one.
the club are there as a part of their husband.
What's the name of the club?
Yeah.
CIA.
Oh, you're CIA.
I'm
You need
CIA.
We need to come over to
No,
Rogue.
so
You're the Cane
Island.
Island Ailers.
The only major flaw is some under attenuation.
You should come see us at the Rogue.
and some carbonation.
You'll be at home.
Because the ESPs are
I've got-
caramelized.
I'm not
I've
trying to
got
denigrate
three
these guys
other-
because these guys are
I've got three
fabulous.
other. I've got three other
They
female
have that
brewers.
nice
Okay.
warmth to it.
You would
It's
fit
really the
right in.
major
This is
flaws
one of
of
them
it.
right
Oh,
here.
okay, I didn't know that.
And another one sitting out there.
But
Tammy's
I
out
feel
there.
like
There you go.
So
There's
I
no other
volunteered for a lot of
flavors.
beers over at Label. That's where I got my introduction. I tasted a Huffa and I was like, holy shit, I've never had anything like this before. So I was by then done. And then then you drag your spouse into it.
Well,
and
that's
everything.
what happens.
See,
Thank you.
And then you have to
sponsor
kind of go back
all
and
of
be like,
their
okay,
events. They were
I'm not comparing it
volunteers
to
there.
sour. I'm comparing it to
But I wasn't
ESPs.
thrilled with
And so you have to
the
flip
arrogance,
your brain.
I guess you would say.
Oh,
And I
that's
love
right.
them.
That is the
Watching
challenge of doing
But
different beers.
you get to know
It is a
people
challenge.
and it's you understand
not
why
yet.
they're that way.
Let's move through our.
They're a beautiful group.
Yeah, we kind of went off
And
track.
they're very hardcore competition.
I'm
bringing
Also
people
very,
in.
Very
Yeah.
hardcore.
Welcome to our
the guidelines.
welcome to Liquid Lunch.
And it's fabulous.
We're off track.
We're
Always.
I'm not
We-
smart enough to be in that.
All right.
Fabulous.
Okay.
So what'd you think of the beer?
Hot. We're going back to the beer.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can start with Emily.
I didn't add
Yeah.
my numbers up yet. So
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Well, then never
Can't
mind.
go with me. Ignore me.
I think I'm definitely on the one of the higher ends. I gave this a 40. I think it's a really well example of an English bitter. There's two major flaws, and that's that under attenuation, which adds that sweetness, which adds a little bit of that unbalancedness, and then that undercarb, right? And there's no major off flavors. There. I think there's like, I can't really tell if it's an oxidization or if that's nice stone fruit. So that's on the balance with me. I didn't necessarily take away points because of that. I think that the appearance was really solid. The head, it had an okay head compared to the rest. The aroma was really nice. It was very round. It had that nice stone fruit. My major issue was that under attenuation and that homebrew flavor. That can be an issue. So maybe just pitch in some more yeast, oxygenize it a little bit more, and then you'll have a really solid ESB. But I really liked it, other than that under attenuation, which can kind of make things a little cloying, but it wasn't like too much. It was like right on that cusp of like, I don't necessarily like this, or this is a really nice ESB, which is that's a hard place to be. Yeah. Moving forward.
Which direction? Go ahead,
Choose.
Preston.
Sure.
Preston's gonna.
All right, sure.
next.
I also liked it. I gave it a 32. Solid beer. I would definitely drink more. Pitch rates, attenuation. My biggest thing was the under attenuation also. It was not cloyingly sweet, but it was a little sweet. As they were saying earlier, pitch rates, oxygen, nutrients. Don't piss off your yeast. That's the biggest thing, and that's a Bobby quote. Don't piss off your yeast. Next.
Oh, sure.
There we go.
So I went from a 28 to a 30 pretty quickly. My first impression was that it was exactly what it's supposed to be. And as I tasted it a little bit more, a lot of the sugars came out. And so I identified that as candy sugar, which now I've been schooled in the under attenuation, which, I felt like I could taste the wort. But overall, I think it's a pretty decent beer. Just needs a little bit more finessing. Good to go.
Steven?
So yeah, I gave it a 37. Initially, I got a lot of that dark dried fruit that you would expect from an English bitter or a lot of English beers. I did get a little bit of light diacetyl note. I am really sensitive to it. Every time I drink Guinness, all I taste is rancid butter. So, but in English beers, that's acceptable because of the yeast they're using. It's okay to have a light diacetyl note. You don't want butterscotch slick butteriness, and it wasn't that at all. It was just a little bit. It kind of just added to the dark dried fruit character I got. I did get some nice little earthy hop character there. I haven't had a lot of hops this round of judging, so that was kind of nice to get. These do have a little bit more hop character than normal. This could be a little more on the hoppier side. I agree with the rest of the crew here. A little under attenuated, a little sweet. Could be dried out a tad bit more, maybe a little more bitter. Just knock it up a little bit. I like the color, copper color. Nice clarity to it, not brilliant, but it could have been a little chill haze to it. I drank it pretty fast, but if it had a good clear color to it, or lack of, or brilliance to it. Clarity. Thank you. Nice caramel and toffee notes for the maltiness, so that was good. I got the plum and raisin kind of fermentation fruitiness, that yeast kind of thing going. Like I said, in the flavor, I did get a tad touch of the diacetyl, but just a touch, and it goes with the beer, kind of adds to it. These English beers are allowed to have that, so that's okay. The carbonation's a little low, but usually these beers are served on cask anyway, so they're usually a little bit low on carbonation, so that's okay. I guess it could have been bumped up a bit. It would have helped with the lower attenuation. Maybe if it was carved up a little, I wouldn't have thought it wasn't as lower, as not fermented out as much as it should have been.
Yes.
So yeah, I enjoyed it though. Yeah, cheers. Good job. Keep it up. Just minor tweaks.
Yeah, I just want to make one comment. Ben is pouring our next beer, and it has a very nice head
Because we
return.
were all like, ooh.
So, yeah, and then
We
Evelyn.
finally get a lot of confirmation here.
So I actually scored this beer a 39. I liked it also. I like these types of beers, so my little bit of bias is in there. For me, I definitely got, the under attenuation. There was a little oxidation it tasted like to me also. Notice on the score sheet you'll see, just because I checked it, it doesn't mean that it's an off flavor. These beers, based on the yeast, the regions, the waters, it's allowed. So it's not a bad thing. I'm glad that I finally got some malts out of a beer. I didn't get a whole lot of the hops, which that's okay. That's fine. I would order a pint of this beer.
Yeah.
I definitely would. So this was a good beer for me.
Cool.
All right.
So we'll take it.
Yeah, I liked it.
So,
All right, we're moving on to entry number 9.
entry number 9.
This is our
which
is this our
is
final
the
beer?
Maple pecan old ale.
Yeah. No, this is. Oh wait, I see. There's 2 more. Sorry. This is the Kennedy of beers on this list.
Oh, because
Potential.
I'm old.
No, I was going to say potential for sweetness, a little nutty, and old AF. So.
Thanks. Oh, there. I'll move that camera on your face.
So anyway, there you go.
Yeah.
You're a maple pecan old ale, bro.
That's true. That's
Ben, is there a
thank you.
number with that
just
category?
going back to the number 8. Good scores on number 8.
Yeah. It's
Very good scores. A respectable showing, number 8.
respectable.
I would specify.
I think it's interesting to have the
I would say just old ale.
the
There-
move
there is
away
old
from the
ale.
sours and the
Old
fruited
ale,
sours and that sort of thing back to
description.
like an
Okay,
English
so we've
style,
got
which is a
So
completely
fruity
different
acids
genre.
to enhance and
I'm
complement
wondering
the
though
malt's
if like
aroma.
all
Old
the
ales have
fruited
malt and
beers are
sometimes
take away
caramel
from everyone who
sweetness,
entered a fruited
very
beer.
low to medium hop aroma and flavor.
If what?
Perceived
Like
bitterness
if
is
like all the
present
fruited
but
beers
minimal.
now, if you entered a fruited
Fermentation,
beer,
fruity
if that's going
esters
to take
can
away
be
from you.
there. Alcohol types can be varied and complex. A distinctive quality of old ales is that they undergo an aging process, whether that's short or long, depending on the brewer. This contributes the rich, wine-like, often sweet, oxidized character. Complex estery attributes may also emerge. Diacetyl should be absent. And the body should be medium to full.
Okay. Well, there you go. Sydney laying it down. This one,
Yeah, I haven't shown the beer colors. So.
yeah, old ales
Wait,
almost
there you go.
almost always are going to be good candidates for aging.
Here, let people taste it first.
Sorry, she was talking. I was sorry.
Old ales, we've seen.
I
I think St. Arnold had one of their. I think one of their recent. Well, I say recent. Within the last 10 years, one of their Divine Reserves was an old ale. An old ale in English style, so we've gone English back to back, but 2 completely different styles.
I'm really liking this one.
Yeah, I think old ale. I kind of when I'm thinking of things regionally and like the
it's usually
the styles that
something a little funky.
are related to it. I think of this
with,
as like the double
some
of
kind
England, kind of, sorta.
Right.
earthy note to it.
Kind of, sort of, in that realm. Different yeast, obviously, different characteristics in that regard, but big.
I mean, there's a lot of them that have not super estery. Not super estery. I mean, there
All
can be
right.
some, but
This one is nice.
some of those
I
drier,
wonder what the ABV is on this one.
I don't know.
drier yeasts. Sometimes you can use fruitier yeasts, and then when you
It's nice to see
dry out,
carbonation.
lots of
Yeah. All the judges just went nuts when they saw.
They went
ooh.
pecans.
Yes, they went. That's the nut they went.
It's interesting that the head retention and pecans, because pecans are notorious for killing off with the oils and stuff in nuts.
All right,
Are
so-
notorious for killing off that head retention.
So when we're done with the competition, I will give you $5 if you drink a pint out of that.
The dump bucket?
The dump bucket.
I'm gonna pass. Hard pass.
All right.
warming them up.
I don't need $5 that bad.
Well, you just missed out.
I'll pay
$5.
$5 to ride around on the
You can do
forklift
that
a little
just
bit.
by rubbing it in your hands.
Where does that start to come? Is that like at like the one we just had maybe would have been 2 because it's close, or?
So I warmed it up to see
did,
that.
yeah.
So warming beers up will oftentimes present flavors that weren't there when it was cold. Just like Bud Light is known to be served with ice crystals on top because then you don't have to taste it.
You have to taste it exactly. So what styles does that break at? Like kind of these English or
Malt forward.
malts. Okay, malt forward ones.
Is where it starts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then
So everybody's tasted?
has everybody tasted?
Toffee note blended into a nutty kind of. I don't know that I would get pecan, but I'm definitely peanut kind of note to it. Peanut kind of note to it.
I get toasty nutty.
Yeah.
There's this really nice oakiness
toasted
though.
peanuts kind of. Yeah.
I really like.
I'm big time like I'm getting papery sherry kind of thing, which is okay for the style because it's supposed to be a little oxidized, which is all right. It adds to a kind of a vinous quality, kind of a wine-like kind of thing going. Lots of alcohol though I'm getting. It'd be cool to know the alcohol in this, but it's probably a little more raised than.
I get a little bit of that across the top of the nose, alcohol note. Yeah. And, which could be fermentation temperature.
Definitely, yeah. I do get on the nose the maple going. In the flavor, I'm getting more of the nuttiness kind of.
I don't go with maple.
Yeah.
I get a lot of like wood.
Okay. See, I get the maple in the nose.
Burnt oak.
Gotcha.
Which
Okay.
that could come from the maple.
Yeah.
I feel like they put the maple during fermentation or in the boil, and that you lose a lot of that maple flavor, and you get kind of like an essence of sweet maple. I've done it, and then I'm like, shit, there's no maple in that.
Well, it's weird because, like I said, I get it in the aroma a little bit, but it doesn't come across mapley in the flavor to me at all. It's more the nutty. I couldn't pin it down. Pecan, it's something like that though. I can't really nail it down as pecan, but.
So just a quick
A
note.
little overcooked for me.
Just a quick note on the maple. When you're adding that, make sure you're adding it no hotter than 180. And so at flame out, cool it down to 180. Add your honey is the same way. Honey, maple syrup. Add those at 180, and it'll be present. It'll be a whole lot more present than if you add it in the boil, because all those flavors get boiled out and melded together. Whereas if you do it at 180, you'll get a lot more of that flavor profile.
Save the maple.
Save the maple.
Save
Canadians. Oh,
And it does seem to have a more lingering aftertaste than the
Yeah.
other ones, which I enjoy though.
So
you know
one
what I
of the
mean?
things
It's
I
a
find-
nice flavor I'm feeling.
No, you go ahead. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No. I was just saying.
You
it's
have
like
a
one
mic,
of the ones I
though.
feel that has a nice lingering flavor. You know, that I like. That's-
So I haven't not judged anything for any other reason than like I'm kind of busy. So when I do, there is a re-education for me. And when we try beers on tap, I can clearly identify the ones that I would drink on a regular basis, and identify those ones that are just like, yeah, not for me. But then that's not what we're judging for. We're judging for the style. And so what I'm finding in this particular round, I think the style is fine for me, but I am having a hard time getting the same things that you guys are getting out of this. For me, it's not a beer I would drink. It is not picking up a lot of maple, not picking up a lot of pecan like you guys are saying, and that's why there's 5 of us here. To me, this beer is just, it's not working for me. So I'm finding it difficult to write down the right notes to be a fair critique for this beer. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It is.
So sorry, guy, whoever this is.
Or
girl.
Or woman, I don't know, yeah. I'm having a difficult time with this beer, picking out some of the
Interesting, yeah.
things. But that's what judging is all
Yeah,
about. You
like I
have to judge the things you don't like as well.
Yeah.
And be fair about what the style is all about and pick those things out. And that's my message.
Yeah, no, it's very true.
Just we don't have to judge Coors and Bud. Anyway. So cheers.
I don't know. I mean, the initial overcarbness made my tongue very tingly, and now that it's kind of calmed down a bit, I'm getting some more flavors that weren't there because the overcarbed just kind of like shocks your tongue. And now that it's kind of calming down, I'm getting a few more waves
And warming
of flavor.
But these are the styles of beers that need to warm up a little bit to get all of the flavor. You know, your light blondes, your Hefeweizens, you're not going to drink them, as warm as you would drink an Old Ale style or maybe a bitter. I wouldn't. I get more flavor. I like the warmer beers.
Yeah, me too.
I would drink pint of this.
Yes.
Would you drink it?
I have been drinking it.
Okay.
This-
Good call. Was that everybody for this round, or did?
Oh no,
Oh,
we have one. We have
No,
two
no.
more beers.
I
but
mean,
we
on this
haven't-
beer.
Oh, I
No,
haven't judged
no,
it
we haven't
yet.
Okay,
We've
we're
just
just
been talking.
Talk. Okay, good.
This,
Yeah,
this,
I like
this,
that.
this is just.
No,
We've
we'll
been-
just talk.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
here we
just
go.
been
Okay.
talking.
The idealism of judging can be challenging.
Right.
As fun as
Yeah.
it is, it still can be challenging.
There's a lot of work going into this judging.
Yeah, no,
judging
it's
business. Like,
this is not a.
I had no idea what to expect. I was thinking. I mean, at first this was like.
Oh, I didn't know where that was coming from. I was like, "There's a
No, that's not me.
there's a large mouse or something."
That was
I
not
got a
me.
big ass mouth.
You like to blame stuff on me. right?
Crushing water bottles.
Yeah.
No, maple. There's a few beers commercially. Martin House's was it Short Order Porter is one that had a lot of maple. That was like breakfast in a glass. That one is really good.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what else is up.
Eighth Wonder used to have one, like
Yeah.
a breakfast beer. I don't know if they make that anymore.
You know who had? I think we had this one on the show. It was the brewery.
Uh-huh.
The can. It was the maple. What was that? The brewery. BRUERUERY. Where are they at? You ain't got no alibi.
Yeah.
That one was good. That was like big maple flavor. So, I guess Preston, you're saying like for the big maple flavor, it's almost got to be. It's got to be after knockout.
Yeah. Yeah.
One,
Definitely not one.
so 180 will kill off any whatever.
Bacteria.
Yeah.
That's right.
Now you could just off topic a little bit, still on maple, but like a maple mead. Could you do
Sure.
like just all maple?
Yeah.
Okay.
You could.
What's that called? It's called a
it
thing.
Well, it would probably be.
It's called a meeple.
Just a spiced beer.
I don't do it on a daily
I
basis.
forget the technical term.
What's
for
it?
it.
It's called it's called a meeple.
What's a glycerin? Something. Starts with a G or something. Glycerin, something.
Or made.
Okay.
I don't know. Anyway.
Talking about maple, for example.
Yes.
Ben and I just put our annual pumpkin ale in our bourbon barrel and our maple bourbon barrel.
There you go.
Which is a bourbon barrel that aged maple syrup
Yeah.
and is now aging our pumpkin ale,
Yeah.
which is so good.
Yeah.
Last year.
So good. Yes.
That's yeah.
I try not to overspice, which is a challenge with pumpkin sometimes. But the maple adds this amazing flavor to the pumpkin beer.
Yeah. Yeah. Those.
All
Maple,
right.
molasses,
I
all
think, are we close to being finished? By the time she gets back, we can probably.
She's good.
She's done.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead and.
Yeah.
Who wants to start?
Who wants to start? You can,
Sure.
Steven, you can start.
Steven starts.
Cool. So I got on the aroma. I got a little bit of maple, a little bit of the papery quality. That's okay for the style. Old ales are supposed to be a little aged flavor to them. I did get some caramel and toffee maltiness in there underneath that. I like this beer a lot, honestly. It had that dark fruit, papery, sherry character, and I know for a lot of people, papery is not really what you want, but for this style, it's okay, and I kind of liked it. It had that vinous, kind of wine-like dryness to it. A lot of alcohol warmth there. The only thing I could think for this is that the carbonation is a little high. I hate to say that for our flight because we had such low
Head
carbonation.
retention was great.
Head retention was great. It lasted the longest, even in our little glass. It was really nice. So I kind of dug it. I gave it a 40. So I enjoyed it. Yeah. Cheers.
What?
Well, I kind of had my piece already. I did not give it a score, mostly because it's something I need to get accustomed to tasting. I don't taste a lot of oat ales. I don't have a reference point. Although the notes are there for through BJCP, I felt like this was something I couldn't judge fairly because I wasn't enjoying it, so I opted out of this one.
Well,
That's all right. I honestly, I also really enjoyed this. There was some overcarb issues. There were not a ton of that maple pecan flavor. So if you had told me maple and pecan, I would look for it, but I'm not generally disappointed that it wasn't intense. I'm very much on the balance of a beer, and I think that it had that really nice toasty, malty sweetness. It had some of those aged qualities. Whether you added oak to the aging it, like oak chips or something, there was a lot of really nice wood aged characteristics to it that I thought really worked with it. I gave this a 36. I would drink a pint of that. As if it was, I had to let it settle so the overcarb could kind of get out a little bit. But the general flavor was really nice. I really enjoyed it. It was, I think, a solid example, barring the adjunct flavors weren't quite there. But 36. Yeah. Emily? Yeah.
Okay, I gave this beer a 35. The aroma was, at first, it kind of put me off. I kind of got an off aroma, but I think that I switched it around and I let it set for a second, and I got the fruitiness, the maltiness out of it, new malts. I think the color was beautiful. The head retention was great for me. Flavor-wise, definitely very good. I got the sweetness. Not a huge maple fan, but I didn't really get that hardcore slap-in-the-face maple, which was positive for me. Overall, I would drink this beer. It's one of the highest scoring beers I think I've had today. I would drink more than a pint of this. But I think it would, like Sydney said, it would have to sit for a minute just to kind of calm down a little bit, and all the flavors would just come together. But yeah, definitely onto something with this one.
All right, well, I gave it a 33. I also thought it was a solid beer. I did get a little heat from it. That could be from fermentation temperature. Side note on that, the biggest increase in the quality of your beer will be from controlling fermentation. Bar none. That's the biggest thing you can do to make better beer. It was a little hot. I don't know if that was coming from the maple, the sugars in the maple syrup. It started off as toffee notes for me, and then went to a nutty note. To me, it was like a roasted peanut. I also thought it was a little on the hazy side. Cloudy is overrated for sure, but for this style, it's not that big of a deal. Like I said, a 33, it's solid beer. I would drink more. I would definitely drink more. Thanks, guys. All right, next beer.
Yeah, we're moving on to our second to last. It is in 30A, which is the herb and spice beer. They specified it is a porter-ish, but if you specify porter in that, I'm going to kind of guide that as porter. I'm going to ignore the ish. And so it says porter cherry, but it is in the 30A, which is the herb and spice beer. So, yeah, spice, herb, vegetable beer.
So, really quickly, I would like to point out that Philip is letting us know that the customers at the grain cellar are enjoying the show right now.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Shout out to all you guys getting ready to brew or make some wine or cider or mead.
They're putting it
or
in. We didn't
something.
choose it.
Pimping out your keys or whatever it is you're doing today. That's awesome.
See.
Yeah, I mean, being a homebrewer myself, this has been quite an educational experience for me.
Yeah, this is a blast.
I'm
This
really
is
glad you guys-
this is
it
phenomenal.
really-
This is some beer nerd
all depends on volunteers for
field day.
them
This is awesome.
recording,
Yeah.
you guys judging.
Geeking
I
out.
can't
This
do
is
it by
beer.
myself.
Beer's
That would
awesome.
be-
So we're glad you guys are enjoying it. And I hope
Really
let us know if you're watching. let us know what you're brewing today or what you're doing there at the grain cellar. Let us know.
So hello to everyone at the grain cellar.
Yeah.
So once again, number 9, good showing.
Yeah, no, it's
I don't feel smart enough.
Good on you, mate.
No, but I
yeah,
feel
good on
like
you, mate. That's
come
cool.
on,
I'm interested to see what the porter-ish, how ish.
I am. It's
porter-ish.
interesting to me that from the
Last
same
year,
wort,
we
went
had
the
one
spectrum
woman
of
who
pale ale
had only
and
got her
just a little
first
teaser here. We're going all the way
and
to
BJCP,
stout.
and so this was her first time doing the judging. But it was she gave us a new perspective.
I didn't know.
Well, I think it says a lot to the innovation of homebrewers. They're just a little bit more creative
she
class
added a whole other
of
perspective
individual.
of what she was tasting.
So we are
because
moving on to
honestly,
our 10th
sometimes
beer, which
when people
is
get
a,
higher up in that judging echelon, they get that ego. And they realize they think their thought is the only thing that they
Their
taste.
taste palates, yeah.
And so you do need a variety of people tasting it in both experience, education,
Yes, cherry.
style-wise, in order to get a full, well-rounded picture of the actual beer itself.
Oh, I agree.
So, yeah, don't worry about it.
There's some really solid beers here. today.
Yeah, I'm
very, solid
very
beers.
impressed.
I think the further we get down, down the line here, I think the beers are getting better.
Yeah.
Next time Mary talks, make sure that
I think-
is a little closer if you can. Go get your arms on it.
And then
I did hear the rumors about it being a little bit hard
I
to
never
hear.
expected an old ale.
Hey,
I never
shout out to
expected-
everybody at
and
the
getting that
tap room
characteristic.
at Southern Yankee.
That was good.
You guys have the porter-ish. It's a porter-ish with
All right.
cherry and chipotle.
Oh, cherry
Chipotle.
and
There's
chipotle.
cherry and chipotle.
Cherry and chipotle.
Oh, that's why it's in spice.
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
You just
Chipotle.
You just say that.
That's why I had to say it.
I really want a burrito right now.
I had to.
So,
I can't look at that word without saying it.
Chipotle.
It's the same.
Not good
There's a
burritos, in
YouTube
my
video.
opinion.
Really?
No,
About
I'm not a fan.
pronunciation.
Not even in a pinch.
Okay.
And it looks exactly
No.
like an educational
I would prefer
video
Freebirds over Chipotle.
in the same font, like
Yeah.
everything,
Oh,
same
Okay,
voice.
but if a Chipotle
and
is next
instead
to
of saying
Burger King.
Chipotle, it says
Which one are you going
Sean
to?
Toodle. And it really
Those are my
messes
only
with
two
people 'cause
choices?
it's
Those are your only
like
two
labeled
choices.
pronunciation
I might go with
guide.
Chipotle
And
at
it's
that
like
point.
See? There's always
quinoa,
it's a spectrum,
I
right?
almost said it wrong. Quinoa is like Kanokakukawa. Like it's so wrong. I found that YouTube
Well,
channel.
check
and I
off
died.
quinoa if you had
I just-
if you had
I looked
quinoa
through
on
and
your
I just keep going and they're just
Wort Share
so
Showdown
bad.
bingo card.
gotta
Check
get
off
on that.
quinoa.
So bad.
I'd
Can
probably
you-
say half of them.
Can you make a wort using quinoa?
It's music.
Hold
Could you
on.
brew a
Let-
quinoa?
Let's ask the judges. Judges.
So judges, could you brew a beer with quinoa?
Could use quinoa.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would you drink it?
Sure. It'd be
I
like
mean,
an oat.
a lot of people do, not grain free, gluten free
Oh,
beers. You
yeah.
have to get your sugars from somewhere.
Yeah.
And the buckwheat, sorghum, quinoa, rice.
So have
There's
you
a lot
heard?
of different
Have you heard of a quinoa beer?
Yes.
I
Really?
have not.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And how much quinoa would that take? Because that's a lot.
And how much
I've
do
looked
they
at
talk
doing
about
a
it?
gluten-free beer, and it
Yeah.
is a nightmare.
Really?
I feel like the quinoa people
Really?
talk up quinoa a lot.
of
What
rice.
do you know about like omission? Like, they somehow like they remove the gluten after that?
So there is a way to,
chemical.
like a chemically removal.
I don't think
of
they
the
can
gluten,
classify
and
it as.
It's not gluten free.
Yeah, it's like gluten reduced.
Still gonna have right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
All right, so this is
Smoky
porter's
pepper.
cherry.
This
So
is-
I tried a pumpkin porter with chipotle once. And I just used the dried chipotles and chunked them in there, secondary kind of deal. I didn't drink any of it. It was pretty bad.
It was bad.
It was hard. I think I just left them on the peppers too long. Perhaps it was just because I think chipotle. And then I've actually spiced with chipotle pepper, the ground chipotle along with my cinnamon and everything, and that turned out pretty nice. Gave it a little.
lot of smoke on this one.
Yeah.
Well, chipotles are smoked jalapenos, right? Roasted smoked jalapeno. Yeah, you do get a lot of smoke aroma. I like smoke.
I do get the cherries.
I do like
Interesting.
Count me as a smoke fan.
So you're a big fan though, Rausch beers. Yeah.
Well, when done well. Yeah.
Are you
I've got a
are you impressed
recipe
that I
at
knew
the
that?
store that's
You
fantastic.
can do that.
I hope after 4 years of Liquid Lunch, you know.
Yeah.
200 episodes.
Gardzynski. We
Brzezinski.
had one in the beginning.
Yeah, I remember what? No,
My dad loved it.
Okay.
I did not. It was very well rated, but I was not a fan. It will live in infamy.
I did 100% Polish malt, 100% Polish hops, and a Norwegian yeast. And I decoction mashed 4 times, 4 steps. Yeah.
4 times.
Yeah. I was trying to do traditional.
Yeah.
I wanted to go to Poland.
Right. Yeah.
It was a
clearly,
competition beer
Nice.
for
You could
Poland.
Just
Yeah.
go to Poland.
I want to go to Poland. Why not? Right?
Just go to Poland.
If you had just worked overtime, the amount of time it took for 4 decoctions,
Yeah.
you would have had enough money to buy a plane ticket to Poland.
Well, I mean, now's the time to travel.
Is it?
Yeah, airline tickets are way down.
They
Oh,
won't
okay.
let you in that country though.
Nobody will let us
That's
in
true.
right now.
That's
They
true.
might not let you.
No, I
Maybe
mean,
Mexico.
No politics.
Maybe Mexico.
And we're done.
I'm just saying.
Stop it before I started.
I know.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the coronavirus. Not the
I know, me too.
So it was-
Just
Has
like
everybody tasted?
I think I get more heat on this one than the habanero.
I did. Yeah,
It's
I
a
would
more,
agree.
it's a more steady heat.
I would agree.
Definitely toasty.
Yeah, I feel like there's a,
now it's
like the red embers of a fire pit are in the back of my throat.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like
So
not.
I'm
bad.
curious, like all the non-heat people around here.
Yeah.
You finding this one hard to drink?
It's a little birdie.
It burns too much for
It's
you.
a little birdie.
Okay.
With the burning.
All right. So, not a beer for people who not a fan of the heat. Can't stand the heat.
Yeah,
Get out of the
I'm not going to say it out
Get out of
loud
the
because
brewery.
I'll wait for our esteemed judges to weigh in on this beer.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things to like about it, and I think there's one key element that I would address.
I'm enjoying this, but I don't know that I could drink a whole pint of this.
Well,
But
try hard.
I mean, definitely, I don't think I could shotgun one of these.
Not in that glass.
Well, you can't shotgun out of a glass.
I bet you could if you'd not had a couple sips, like before the burn sets in. I think you could. I think you could shotgun it.
That's interesting. Has you seen anybody doing
Huh?
like jalapeno beers, shotgunning any of those?
Oh, I've
Anybody
not
done
seen
that?
it, but I'm sure it'll happen.
Yeah. Well, I'm
Challenge.
sure it'll happen now.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, judges.
They're
Very-
intense on this one. This one has a
Very-
lot of layers and
Very,
elements.
very
and-
focused.
Yeah,
This is
this
a
one-
complex beer.
This is.
I'm not sure I would have more than that.
That would be
That
hard
goes
for
to
me.
personal preference versus judgment.
And that's personal preference.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what that overall impression
Right.
is kind of for, is based on you're up here.
Discuss. Are
What
you,
are the good, the bad, and then
What's your favorite type
what
of
do you
heat?
think?
Spice-wise,
Right.
like when
So
you're
judging
My favorite time to eat
however
what?
much
like
people
heat,
want it to
like
be
Chipotle's
unbiased,
different
it's
than
not.
just normal
And
jalapenos
so
versus
it's
habaneros
never-
versus
and
cayenne
that overall
versus.
impression,
What's your-
it does
where do-
depend
what's your
on the
favorite?
judge and their preference
Do you have a
and
favorite?
their
Like
other
this,
things.
right,
But
for me
you
is-
have to kind of try your best to
I don't know.
look at
I
the
probably-
good
I'm gonna
and the
say,
bad
like,
and, think about
Undead Head Ed.
which
Oh, are you talking
which
about- oh, just say-
overpowers,
Well, just the
which-
heat, the type
what
of
is there,
heat.
what's
Like
the
this,
balance,
yeah.
Oh yeah,
what is it needing? all
by
of those
far.
things.
With the audience in mind.
Yes.
It's Undead Head Ed.
This reminds me of that a little bit.
It does a little. It does a little. But like I could drink Undead Head Ed all day long.
Mhm.
Really?
I love that beer.
I do really could drink it all day long. It never gets too.
No,
I do wish there was more malt.
I don't know. I've never tried.
I think
to
this
drink
is actually
Yeah,
has
it's to be
more
heavy
heat
in
on it than
body,
Undead,
yes.
even though they
It's
use
too
ghost
high.
peppers.
I would see, and like Undead Head, that's ghost pepper.
No.
Yeah, it's very subtle.
I need some
Like it,
roasty malt.
Undead Head kind of hits you at the end of the
Stout.
pint.
Yeah.
Right.
This one is a little more up front,
it
so I
Yeah.
think that's
still
why this would be a volume
needs
issue.
Yeah.
Right, it
For
still
some
needs to be
people,
able to
and,
stand on
and
something.
just depending on the
This
mood and that kind of thing.
lightness
I
I
know,
would
like-
expect from
like-
like a crisp
So-
lager, or maybe like
First
a,
thoughts.
a
I finished
sour
the-
ale,
I finished my
or
glass.
maybe
Yeah.
And I've got this
beer or
very
something that's,
pleasant
like, nice and snappy,
burn
right? For pours, you want a little
going
bit
down my
more
throat right now. That
depth.
is really enjoyable.
Yeah,
None.
kind of reminds you what you know. You
Little
just had
toast.
an interesting beer.
Right at the
Yeah,
beginning,
it's
there's a
just
little toast.
like the flavor in my mouth right now is nice.
Smoke.
It's
Let me have a try.
it's good.
Did you get a little bit of chocolate in the aroma?
Yeah, which I mean, you expect that because Chipotle. I mean, that's a lot of of your nose. That's what that's going to take over.
The nose always
It's a
knows.
hard
That's the
balance.
hardest.
Yes.
Figuring out how much pepper, coffee,
Yes.
or
All right.
whatever you're putting in.
I'm interested to hear what they have to say about this beer.
Me too.
I do get the cherry though.
It's just
That's
it's weird to me that like
There's
you
a
can go
tart
from a
cherry.
pale
They
ale,
definitely use tart
it's the
cherry.
same wort,
So that tanginess
to like a
is
super
cherry.
dark.
There's sweet cherry
porter.
and
Oh,
there's
the fact
tart
that we're gonna
cherry.
hit
Sweet
sweet
cherry
stout
can
next.
very
Yeah.
quickly
Interested
get
to see how
into
that-
cough syrup.
I mean, I don't know that it can get
it's a
much
lot-
darker than.
It's a much safer bet.
What we just
to
drank.
go to
What were
with
the
tart
rules? Could they
cherry.
add any other grain? Like if they wanted to
So you
add
have
more
that
wort,
tartness
could
I
they
don't
do
know.
that? Was that an option?
You may
I
not get
I would
the
assume
sweetness 'cause it's a
yes.
little bit
Like if they,
thick.
you know,
Like I don't know how you would make your beer that dark unless you added more. You know,
yeah.
you get some dark grains in there.
Yeah.
I just gotta do the numbers.
Interesting. Have to ask.
Let's see.
We'll find out who did what.
What are the people saying?
What are the people saying?
Breaking? Oh, I can't say that right now. I can't say that, Philip. Not
Yeah, no
allowed.
spoilers in the chat.
No. No, you can spoil all you want in the chat.
Okay, spoil in the chat.
The judges cannot see who's chatting what.
Okay, good. All
So, yeah, feel free to spoil away.
right. Okay.
Yes, there are no monitors here. The judges do not have no idea what's going on the chats.
We have very strict guidelines
very,
on.
very strict. They have
all of it.
literally have no idea whose beer we're
I
drinking.
will say
right
this:
now.
this is our first judging show that we've done,
It is.
and I think we've picked up
Yeah,
some.
we're gonna have to clean this out.
We've picked up some tips and kind of
Yeah.
interesting like how we would do this differently or
Yeah.
more effectively.
Yeah.
But this has been a lot of fun. We need to do this more often. This is
I know.
like you
How-
need to dig in on.
How are you
memory.
feeling like not being able to like talk the whole time? You gotta like sit
Me?
back. Yeah, you gotta sit back and observe.
I'm good.
How are we doing,
Okay,
everybody?
good.
Why you think
Checking
it's
in.
not hard for me?
I don't know, is it?
No.
Okay.
Listen, I only talk all the time because no. It's I like it. I like when to hear smart people talk. It's fun for me.
I also think
Based on what you guys
we should have mic'd up Jules on this.
Well, I asked.
Yeah, she
She has
I-
so many nuggets of wisdom. To
I know.
throw
I
our
didn't
way.
know that you'd be such
We're
an
ready when you
integral
guys
part
are
of this.
ready.
I'm sorry you don't have a mic or a camera. I didn't know that
Well-
you.
We're ready when you
Oh,
are.
is that what the looks are?
Oh,
Sorry, everybody. Okay, and so this again is
our bad. Our
yeah,
bad.
All right, here we go.
You can start.
All right, here we go.
Oh, I got a mouthful of crackers.
Oh.
No, do it. Do it
Okay,
with the mouthful of
I'll
crackers.
start. First, I will say, good job on picking your category. Honestly, it is a porter, which sure, go ahead. But having such an intense fruit and spice characteristic, that was a really good choice on picking your right category. I really enjoy the aroma. It was really nice and smoky. You knew exactly what to expect when you started drinking it, which is really nice. I didn't want to have no aroma and then just drink it and be like, holy crap, what? So you knew what we were going into. The appearance is really nice. There's no head, no carbonation. Again, another issue that's pretty broad across the categories right now. It really wants some more malt, some more body, some more something more past the pepper and the cherry tartness, which you get the cherry. It didn't overpower, the pepper didn't overpower it, but it needs more, sweetness, roasty, coffee, whatever your choice is, you can have it. It just needs some of that maltiness behind it in order for it to really stand on its own. Personally, I'm not a big fan of really spicy beers, but the spice, it hasn't stuck with me. I mean, I've drank half the glass and it's not sitting in my chest, which I appreciate. It has that nice spiciness. If I kept drinking it, it would give me heartburn, but I don't think it's overpowering. I don't think it's gonna be consuming the whole thing because you do get that tart cherry. It just needs more of that maltiness, that malt sweetness. So I gave it a 29. I think it needs to get some more base, but I think you did pretty good with the spice characteristic without making me die, which is nice. And then moving
Yes,
on.
we're all glad you're alive.
Yeah.
I can go next. I pretty
Yeah.
much agree with Sydney. I got the nice smokiness at first on the aroma. I was looking for that porter quality, that coffee, that roasted coffee, that chocolate. I did get a little light chocolate in there. The pepper came through a little bit.
The appearance-wise, a dark brown color with little ruby highlights. Pretty clear beer as far as, I mean, it's a darker beer, so hard to see through, but pretty clear. Not a lot of haziness going on in there. Head retention's pretty low. Let's see. Basically, I agree with Sydney. Just more malt character, more chocolate, more roasted maltiness, more bodied, more kind of thickness to kind of ride with those flavors. These adjuncts need a little more backbone to let them meld with the rest of the beer. I do get a little peppery kind of sitting in the throat, not sitting there too long. So I think the addition is probably okay of the peppers. But just maybe bring up that maltiness to kind of bring the beer better in balance. I thought the carbonation was a little low, could have been a little more. Got a little bit of alcohol warmth there, nothing bad, just I could feel it. So yeah, I enjoyed it. I give it a 25. Really just needs to bump up the maltiness, bump up the backbone of the beer. The adjuncts are there. I did get the little bit of the cherry, the tart cherry. Just need a little bit of more of the base beer to come through to make me feel a little bit better about it. But cheers, great job either way. So not terrible at all. Yeah, cheers. Nothing's been terrible.
No,
I mean,
yeah. It's been good.
Yeah, these folks are doing good.
Mary, what do you think?
Well, for me, I ranked it pretty high, and I don't like smoky beers. So for me to drink the whole glass of it was really a monumental move for me. I like the way the chipotle comes through. It's nice. It's mild. It hits your whole body. It's not overly smoky where you want to just cough up smoke as you're drinking it. I think that I learned something new today, that this particular style, porter style, needs to have a little more body to it, which I felt like this beer was really good, so I ranked it really high.
Yeah.
Very drinkable beer, very sellable beer. I got lots to learn, but yeah, I liked it. I thought it was good.
What was your number?
Oh, your number.
Oh, my number.
Yeah.
Oh, do I dare tell?
Yeah,
'Cause-
do it,
yeah.
do it, do it.
Yeah, it is a little high. It's about 36. So
Okay.
There you
yeah,
go.
good job.
It's caught.
Oh,
she has a mic over
my.
Nobody can hear you out there.
No, it's Mary they can't hear, not me. Okay, so I also ranked this beer high. Porters are one of my bias. I love porters, stouts, dark, heavy, full-bodied beers. The turnoff for me on this beer was I did not get the roasted maltiness for a porter that I anticipated. I didn't get any of the chocolate. I got a ton of cherry, and then the first whiff go round, I got a lot of smoke. However, that being said, as the beer sat, I tasted it a few more sips. The smokiness kind of goes away. The chipotle was very, in my opinion, very well balanced. With the cherries, the tart cherries versus the sweet cherries, very good choice. Needs a little more body for sure. But I would drink this beer on the regular. I would buy a pint of it or two. I don't care if it's 110 degrees outside. I would prefer this beer over a lager any day. So good job.
Okay.
And then we've got Preston.
Okay, so well, all right. So I scored it a 24. It was lacking. I also like porters. That's near and dear to my heart. Got one at the store. If you want to try a good one, I've got a good one at the store.
On tap.
On tap.
Oh.
So my biggest complaint on this is mouthfeel, and I'm gonna put Sydney on the spot here.
Oh no!
So most big brewers that put out big malty, full-bodied beers, they do a mash out. Does Sydney do a mash out?
Honestly, what do you mean by mash out? Like the
168 to stop enzymatic action.
Yes.
So there you have it.
I
Straight
do
from the worst.
170, 171.
Yeah. Straight from the horse's mouth.
Yeah.
Full body comes from
Did you just call Cindy
long.
a horse?
Did I what?
Yes.
I missed that one. Did I what?
Did you call Cindy
I
a
know.
horse? All right.
No, never.
No, it's
No.
I get you. I get you.
Too deep into this.
I get
We're
you.
getting way
It's
too deep
Kennedy,
into
go
this. It's Kennedy. Move along, right? Okay.
Sorry
so,
about that.
full-bodied beers is where this was missing. That's where it missed the mark for me. And I know that this being a Wort share, you're not in control of that. And I understand that what you get is what you get, but that's where this one missed the mark. You can fix that by adding maltodextrin or lactose. Both of those will fix or add mouthfeel and body to a beer
Without necessarily
that is
adding
lacking.
sweetness.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Lactose will go sweet if you go too much, so just be careful with that. Had this had more mouthfeel to it, and it would have smoothed out the bitterness and the heat from the chipotle and made it much more pleasant for me. I couldn't drink that beer. It was way too hot for me. I would get, acid reflux and
Tums.
yeah, big time. It'd be hitting the tums. May still, you never know, right? Anyway, that's how I would fix it.
And then just to give the judges a couple minutes before we move on to our last beer, because that was a spice beer, we're just gonna maybe answer some
Are there any
questions or.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So we're talking about, could you add something like oats or something like that to a beer? Like something like that. That was my, like, I loved the flavor, but yeah, the mouthfeel, the texture, the body. Like I wanted more base.
There are ways to add thickness and body. It is challenging, and you can't overdo it. So you can't change a super light beer to a dense, heavy beer, but you can add certain things, like he was saying, like some of the lactose sugar and some of these other things you can add afterwards. Oats, I believe you can do like a steep of oats, and that'll add some of those sugars in and
It would
such.
need an enzyme.
Well, yeah, you'd have to add some of the enzymes to it, but
So,
there are ways.
Were there any limits? Like, so obviously at the beginning of this, they just got Wort, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody started with the same. So were there any limits to like what you could add? Could they reboil down,
Nope.
concentrate?
You can reboil it, you can concentrate it to make a higher ABV, and even making it higher ABV would possibly add some of that body as well, because you're adding more of those longer chain sugars by boiling it down.
Because I really enjoyed the cherry spice smoke.
Yeah.
It reminded me of pre-buyout Hellfighter a little
Okay.
bit. That was, which was good. And then they,
we all know it.
Pre-buyout. I like that.
Pre-buyout.
Yeah.
well, that's the only
Good
time.
job.
That's the only time I had it was pre-buyout.
Yeah.
They're dead to me.
Any other questions
Yeah.
from the viewers?
Let's see.
I don't know which camera's on, so I'm just going to smile at Kennedy. It's in between.
We did have one viewer that perked up when they heard you talking about the Polish hops. And
interesting.
A regular listener, Vicky.
Polish hops.
Tammy?
No, I know, a different one, believe it or not. No, but a regular viewer
Yeah,
of Liquid Lunch.
Get another turn.
Crackers.
And
like
her mom
those.
is
Like
from
it.
Poland, so she perked up and
I
heard
don't
that.
see-
And
I don't
so
see Vicky's
I
comment.
told Vicky, I said,
Oh,
well,
yeah,
shoot,
sorry.
I said,
Yeah,
he's
we got a lot
got
of these.
this.
Don't worry. I have we have 3 more packs. Yeah.
So she's like, oh, that would
They're
be
meant
cool.
for you
So
as a
we'll have to
powder.
figure out a way
Come to the store.
Yeah.
Come to the store. Wherever you are.
Yeah, and Vicky, you're
That, and
you
then
know,
also
these
like
grape sellers not that
sustenance
far
for
from you,
beer
right?
and other things.
Yeah, Poland's one of those places like that you think of England and Germany and Belgium and now in America.
Right.
But Poland's got some great beers, great styles.
Yeah.
They're kind of tucked in there that,
I think a lot of, I feel like craft beer has gone all the way to like, hops are the greatest, and now some people are trying to figure out all these little, like Sati and Saisons, Belgians, historical beers, old ales. Now that we've gone through like that hop phase, which I don't think is ever gonna go away. That's not gonna go away. But then you're getting more people interested on like, well, what else is there? And I love that.
Yeah.
Because my favorite, I love Saisons.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that I can talk to people and tell people, hey, there are multiple different types of saisons. There are farmhouse ales, which are kind of saisons, but they're not quite saisons at the same time.
Yeah.
And then there's Belgians and French and sour and all these other things. Bière de Garde.
Yeah.
I mean, there's tons. And so when people say, you know, I don't like beer, I'm like, well, you haven't found the one that you like, because the variety is from one end to the other.
Well, and the cool thing about it,
There's hundreds and thousands.
there's a generational aspect of it too, because like when we first got into craft beer, you know, you had those like the Sierra Nevada Pale Ales and the Orval and the Saison du Pont, these beers that you had to try, right? Which, by the way, if you want, we've been covering some of those beers on Interbrews. Me and Keenan doing required drinking episodes. We got one coming up tomorrow night, doing Dogfish Head 60-minute.
There you go.
Previous episode was Sierra Nevada Pale Ale. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of people that have not even tried those classic, you know, just fun, you know, foundational beers. And we have so many beers locally that are so awesome that you get to take the time and do it like a liquid history, you know, time travel, basically.
I think
You
it's
know?
it's the generation below mine.
Yeah.
Because
Well, they're coming
those
on-
are the beers that I borrowed from my dad's fridge.
Yeah.
Right. So in high school and college, when I was 21,
Of course. in
in
high school.
we would be doing Sierra Nevada and Pale, and my dad homebrewed, and so, you know, he'd have a keg in the fridge. I'd be like, hey, I got a keg. And so, like, that's I think the generation below us they're spoiled with options.
Yeah.
And so they're able to taste all of these things. I love when I see like a fresh 22-year-old that are like, can I try your sour ale? And I'm like, so proud of you. Like you're branching out. I love it.
Yeah.
But at the same-
they are undereducated for the base beers. And
Yes.
I think that's exactly what you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
So I like your idea of a kind of a
Classics.
history tasting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they
Of
came
where craft
online
beer
with,
came
Where craft beer
you
came
know,
from and why it
milkshake
is what it is.
IPAs. It's like, what was your first beer? Oh, it was
Yeah.
a double dry hop hazy milkshake.
That's proud.
Quadruple fruited.
I have
because
opinions
it's like,
on that.
I hope people start looking back.
That's about all I'm gonna say.
I hope people start looking back at these beers, because you have a lot of people that are into a lot of, you know, the new stuff coming out, and we can't talk about this too much or it's gonna get too bad. But it's like, I really like these sours, and it's like, oh yeah, are they like 20% beer, 60% fruit puree, and then the rest is water? I mean, you know, because then those guys, those young 22-year-old that want to try your sour with apricot and all this stuff, are they going to like Sierra Nevada Pale Ale? It's too bitter, not enough hops. Like, are you kidding me? This was like the go-to for like 30 years.
Yeah.
Like
So
I mean,
even,
just saying, I don't know,
even
it's
with
interesting.
like hops, right? So when someone says like, oh, I love hoppy beers, I have to like break it down,
Like
because
bitter,
I don't like
or
the
do you-
word hoppy.
Yeah.
Because that's like
Does it actually taste like hops, or what is it?
So
Hoppy
like,
beers
well,
that taste
what
like a...
What do you like in that? Do you like the flavor intensity? Do you like the bitterness? Do you like all these things? Because then, you know, we have 3 different IPAs on, but they're vastly different.
Yeah.
So our West Coast has more caramel malts, and it has that more piney, like classic taste. And then we have a rotating, you know, hazy for those people that don't want the caramel and just some of those hop flavors. And so you also have to, I think, as brewers and as people that know beer, I think you have to take time to educate the people on the common language so that they know what they want and they like, and then they can order it right.
Yeah. We had some, a few weekends ago, we finally ventured out to see some family, right? And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna get some, you know, some classic beers and bring them. I got some Orval, and we had this goat cheese dip and we put them together, and it was one of those things where it'd been a while since you just, you know, I'd had like a cheese beer, but something like that. Orval with the goat cheese, it was like, it sung. Like you could literally hear angels like, oh, and people's eyes were rolling into the back of their head like, oh my, like you took a bite and you took a sip and it was just like, oh, like you couldn't, words didn't work. You know, it was just like guttural, like, oh, that's so good. And, you know, that's those classic beers that when you start pairing them with cheese and things like that, it'll blow your mind. And we've gotten this, you know, anyway, sorry.
I don't want to get on
It's going to get weird.
I don't want to get on the soapbox.
What's that? The
For what?
soapbox IPA? What do you?
Milk things?
All right, so
So yeah, you will.
I mean, I'll go on my IBU rant if you go on your other rant.
So
And while just saying this before he goes into it, we are getting our last beer poured.
Yay.
Oh, and I have a question from a viewer. They want to know if you are doing a second full tasting.
So we're not doing a second full tasting. What we're going to do is go through our notes and pick 4 that we would like to retaste and then go from there.
Perfect.
Okay. Now you can go in your soapbox.
Beer is cyclical.
Yeah.
I had lambics in the 80s.
Yeah.
And they were all the rage. And here we are, you know,
Sours. and
sours
fruit.
are back in. It's cyclical.
Yeah.
The only thing new that I've seen is these super sweet IPAs, where they're citrusy. That's about the only thing that I've come across that is new.
Glitter.
It's
Glitter.
I mean, well, so
It's edible glitter, though.
No.
the glitter, that's
Interesting.
it does. It's not glittery after a week.
Yeah.
It dissolves.
Ah.
It dissolves. Yeah, it's sugar.
So it's
So
just sugar, so it just
we've
has
been
to-
adding sugar to beers long. I mean, Belgians.
Interesting.
Belgian candy sugar.
Yeah.
Super classic.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I agree with you on the heavy, sweet, sugary beers that several local breweries are known for, and you know,
Not my
I
style.
don't know how you can sit and drink that without being sick.
Yeah.
Like
Not
I
my
can't even
style.
walk into a donut shop without getting sick because there's so much sugar.
Not my
How are
style.
you drinking that beer?
Yeah.
I could do a donut shop.
All right. So final style, sweet stout.
Sweet stout.
Sweet stout.
That's it.
I'm totally getting
I
smoke
haven't.
right away.
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
It's the
I
same
think
beer.
they snuck something.
It
in.
is not the same beer.
Oh, it's not the same beer.
Because that was the first thing I thought. Is this the same glass, same beer?
All right. We haven't tasted it yet, so
Oh yeah. I think
For
you
a
better
second.
turn the cameras off there.
There's no turn the cameras on.
No.
Oh shit.
That's an interesting aroma. You know, it's like I like that aroma.
It's not sweet stout.
Nope.
That's wrong classification.
Hmm.
Better in the spice category. It still
Yeah.
tastes like tobacco to me. Very low. Sorry about that.
You're supposed to approach the
You're
beers
not
like you're in
gonna let me
church.
come back next year.
Don't get me in trouble. No.
All right. So, anyway, you ever had Orval, Kennedy?
I have had Orval.
You ever had it with goat cheese?
I have not had goat cheese. You gave me my
Orval.
first Orval.
Orval.
You
It's
gave me
Belgian.
a bottle of Orval.
Yeah, it's a Trappist.
Yeah, it's one of the few good things you've ever given me.
It's not true.
And it's totally true.
What is the beer that you're talking about?
Orval. Orval. With the fish in the ring.
Yeah, you would
What's
love that beer, Julie.
It's a bread beer
With goat cheese?
with goat cheese. Like
Yeah,
it's
like
very.
that.
it's the only one that's left.
Yeah,
so.
it's,
Yeah.
it's,
Not me.
It's
dry
not the
goat
same.
cheese.
It's different.
Amazing.
It
Yeah,
is
it's-
different
Is
than
that
the
beer
other
you
one.
can get?
Yeah, you can get it like a Total Wine or Specs or something.
There's no
they come in
spice,
single
there's
bottles.
No sweetness, so
It's one of those beers.
different.
It's brewed with Brett, so if you want to age it for a long time, it'll
Okay.
hold up and change. But yeah,
Well, I'll
it's
take it. You can get me a malt and a thing of goat cheese.
okay. All right.
Does anybody need a reading of what a sweet stout is?
I do.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah,
It would
let's do
benefit
this.
me. I'm not judging.
Jules,
but-
she shrugs.
I'm
So,
like, it would benefit me. I'm
um,
not judging, but
color should be very dark, opaque. You shouldn't be able to see really through it.
Got it.
Medium to medium high malt and flavor.
Uh-huh.
Good amount of sweetness, chocolate and caramel should be most of the aroma and flavor. Roast flavor can be present. Low to medium roast malt derived bitterness should be there. Low. Hop should not be there. Bitterness should be from the malt and not very much, and suppressed by the sweetness of the beer itself. It should be full-bodied, which again, because of the base, that's a little bit on the flexible side, and the body can be increased with the addition of lactose, which is very often used for sweet stouts.
This is a classic example of
Pick
wrong category.
Pick your categories right.
Wrong category.
I think everybody has tasted.
Has everybody tasted?
Yes.
Yeah.
I personally, just on a quick note, I think that this would be gangbusters in like a coffee porter,
Absolutely.
porter adjunct. Like, I think that would be great.
Yep.
When you give me the expectation of sweet stout, I want that to coat my tongue. I want it to be sweet. I want it to be chocolatey. And it's not quite there. Yeah.
Not there at all.
Yeah. Well, it's not there.
But
Yeah.
this, like, I made a coffee porter last year, and this is very similar.
So
I would say to that.
the smokiness isn't as prevalent in the mouth feel and body of the beer. It's more on the nose.
Mm-hmm. It's not like roasty bitter.
No.
No. I get a lot of coffee. I'm 89% sure they added some coffee to this. I don't know what 89 came from, but
It's interesting because I get
Random number. It's fine.
yeah.
I'm very smoke sensitive, so I get a lot of smoke on the taste.
Okay.
Yeah. On the taste even?
On the taste, yeah, I do. But not so much on the last beer we tried. It's weird because I don't like smoky beers, but that one was done very well. Done really well. As far as the smokiness was concerned.
It's got a little bit of tartness to it. I don't know if that's from the roast.
It could be from coffee.
Could
Right,
be
so you
from
know, like
coffee.
I get tartness
The
from
acidity
real
from
black
coffee.
coffee. The acidity.
Acidity.
Yeah.
And they could deal with that. Could also make sense for why it has that smoke character too.
Mm-hmm.
There's too many specialty grains, I guess, right?
Possible.
Kind of give you that as well.
Is it possible they roasted their own malt?
That's rare.
It's hard
Not
to
roasted,
do it.
not roasted, I'm sorry, smoked their own malt.
Yeah, smoking's
Yeah.
easy. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't
Barbecue
get a
pit.
lot of smoked malt flavor. I get more of that smokiness from like a roast malt combined with like coffee. So smoked malt, well, it depends on the smoked malt. I'm backtracking.
Kind of tastes like a cold cup of coffee left out.
Yeah.
Interesting.
My favorite smoked malt to use is cherrywood smoked malt because it retains some of that sweetness.
Mm-hmm.
And so it balances out the smoke itself. This seems more on the smoky side of coffee, or maybe like a lightly wheat smoke, like a wheat malt smoke.
Coffee.
The judging is getting so intense right now. You can hear a pin drop. Who's it gonna be?
I don't know.
Who's it gonna win?
Intense.
I know.
Thought we're in the
Super
brewer.
intense.
Thought we're in the brewer.
This is the last beer.
Oh. Okay.
We've drank all 11 beers. So who is it gonna be? The tension is so thick right now. You could cut it with a knife.
It's all come down to this. It's the Wort Showdown.
There,
We're
there's-
down to see who shows.
There can be only one winner right now. And we're not talking about the best wiener that you can get here at Southern Yankee, which is
No.
a fantastic being a lager.
Yes.
Saying who is going to be the winner? Who takes it all?
Who's the actual winner?
Who gets to have their homebrew brewed at a professional level here at Southern Yankee for all the masses to consume?
Mm. You could cut the tension with a knife.
What is that?
19.
It's definitely getting thick up in here.
I mean,
and
it's
we're
good. I'm
talking
gonna drink it.
the
It's
tension
not in the
is
right
thick
spot.
with 3 C's.
All right, how are we doing,
It's
everybody? I
definitely
think
a 3 or
everybody's
4
kind of
C thick
wrapping up.
tension here.
Looking at all the delicious items on the menu here.
So we're wrapping up the judging.
Thank you,
And
sir.
On a side note,
I-
I have
I-
another viewer that wants to know if you have porter available. Okay, good.
Yes.
Come on down.
Sorry, but yes.
You can get the
okay.
peanut butter porter here at Southern Yankee.
So
It's
yes,
called Peanutty.
Peanutty. There we go. I was gonna say I saw peanut something on the menu, but I'm not sure what it is. Yep.
PB2 combined with a little bit of extract. I'm gonna be straightforward. I don't like extracts. But peanut butter is a super challenging flavor to get in a beer.
Okay, yeah.
And I put a royal ton of PB2, like really dried peanut butter, and it still wasn't quite there. So I did use. I'm an anti-extract person, but I used a little bit, not enough where it gets that slippery feel where a lot of extracts can. I did use some of that extract to get that peanut butter flavor in that beer, but it is mostly PB2.
Is that what most brewers, when they, or breweries and brewers, whatever, when they make a peanut butter beer, is it mostly the powdered peanut butter, or does anybody ever just put like a scoop of Jif
You'd
or
get too
peanuts?
much oil from that, and it, I can't say that they don't.
Okay.
But doing that would ruin your head retention.
Okay.
Sometimes give a nice slick sheen to the
I can
beer,
see that.
which is not really pleasant.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't really dissolve, so you're not going to get a ton of flavor from it.
Yeah.
So peanut butter in general is a hard thing to add. But from my research and doing some trials here and really looking into what people do, oftentimes it's a combination of dried powdered peanuts and some kind of extract.
Nice. Okay. Cool. To try it.
I think that's consensus on the homebrew side. It is a challenging thing to do, and getting that balance right.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'll guess I'll start out. I think
there.
number one, gotta pick that category right. Sweet stout, it is not. It is a great coffee porter with a little bit more bodied, and that's again flexible because of the base, but it had that smoky, roasty coffee, a little bit of chocolate, a very tiny bit of chocolate, but there was no sweetness to it. It had that coffee acidity. We were talking about that tartness that you can get. I would drink this if it had a bit more carbonation. I would drink a pint of it and it would be really tasty, but you picked the wrong category. Sweet stout, it definitely was not. So I gave it a 19. That's not based on the beer itself, but it's based on what you chose to call the beer. And that is a challenge for a lot of brewers and a lot of home brewers that go into brewing. They have to learn that, you can have your morals and you're like, this is what it is and this is what I brewed. But if it doesn't turn out to be that and you call it that, it can have a lot of issues in the end. But if you just change the name of it, then it could be a solid beer. And that is something that you kind of have to be flexible with.
So I have a question here. Before we had a beer and they didn't have their category listed, and you guys kind of grouped them in that category, would this beer have been better off had they just not listed the category?
Well, they were required to list the category, and they did list the category last time. It was the herb spice beer.
Okay, I misunderstood that.
Yeah, that's all right.
We were leaving here to go vegan.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
Then we found it.
We can switch it up and go over to Emily.
Sure.
Maybe? Yeah?
Okay, so I scored quite a bit higher than you. Based on flavor, I'm sorry it did miss the category completely, I think. I gave it a 28. I did get the smokiness. It's definitely more of a porter than a stout for sure, and it definitely wasn't sweet, in my opinion. I would have liked a lot more body. It was like drinking cold coffee. Some people like that. Not a huge fan. So I like a little bit thicker. I want more body. So definitely, if it had more carbonation, if it had a little more body, then I would definitely drink this. I would say don't give up on this beer and put it in the right category next time.
Okay. So, where's the camera? Who's got a camera?
Hold on.
Take note. So,
Drink it all.
That's the first one that I drank all the beer. I did like it, and it was like coffee. I enjoyed it. Wrong style. I scored it 18 for the style. had it been coffee porter, it would have easily been 35, 38. It's just wrong style. And if you have problems with choosing a style, come to the grain cellar.
Not when
Bring
he's
a
judging,
beer.
though.
Yeah, that's true. True. Other than that, right? Yeah. Come onto the grain cellar. I'll help you pick the style. I do it all the time. So, I light body, roasty coffee. It was good. I enjoyed it.
Mary?
I think for a stout, I was expecting a much different beer than what we got. First of all, I wasn't expecting the smokiness, and I wasn't expecting not having some sweet. It did say sweet stout, so clearly echoing what everybody else says, that it just didn't hit the mark. Overall, again, it's the wrong category. It's too smoky for a stout, not sweet enough, but has some potential, just wrong category. So my score was a 21.
All right, I got exactly the same as Mary at 21. Basically mirroring everyone else that has had comments. I think the similar. At first, though, initially I did get kind of a sweet creaminess, which was nice. But I think the smokiness was a little bit too much for the beer. I didn't get any hops whatsoever as far as aroma or flavor. And actually the hops, even though sweet stouts are English styles, they should have a little more hop character to them. The sweetness should be the writing upfront thing, and I didn't get a lot of that. I did get some dark fruit flavors in there. I did get an espresso character. I did, to me it did taste like a cup of coffee you left out for a couple hours. Kind of a watery kind of beer. I thought it could have a little more body to it. So I basically agree. If this was categorized as a porter, coffee porter, and spice beer, with porter being the base, it would have done a lot better. So yeah, that's where I'm at. So yeah, cheers.
All right.
Okay, so we've judged all of them. I think now we're going to go through and discuss which 4 we would like to taste again. This year I've kind of shortened the amount of time we need to do them all, but I think we're still doing okay. We may just have a group discussion, and then Ben will come back and we'll pour the 4 that we think should be tasted again. And for me, I'll just go through my top 4 rated. I've got a tie of the English Bitter, which is entry 8, and the Fruited Kettle Sour with the Mango and Habanero as the 40. After that, we have the American Wild Ale Blueberry Lemon Zest, and then the Maple Pecan Old Ale. We can, Preston, what are your top 4? We can kind of see.
I'm the exact same 4.
Okay.
English Bitter was the lowest out of 32. I had a tie with the Fruited Kettle Sour Habanero and the Maple Pecan Old Ale. And then my top one was the Blueberry Blueberry Lemon Zest as 43. So those are my 4.
We got 2 of all those. Emily?
So in my top 4 in no specific order, the English Bitter, the Fruited Kettle Sour with the Mango Habanero, the American Wild Ale with the Blueberry and Lemon Zest, and the Pale Ale.
Okay, so we got 2 here and a pale ale. And then, Steven?
Sure, yeah. I got some ties here going. I got a tie with the Fruited Kettle Sour with Mango and Habanero, and the Goza base with what you don't know what fruit it was.
Okay.
With a thicker one. My top one, though, is probably the Old Ale with the Maple Pecan.
Okay.
And then I also have the American Wild Ale Blueberry Lemon Zest and the English Bitter as well up in there. 2 of those are tied, that's why I have 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mary?
Wow. So I feel very proud. I got 3 out of 4 of you guys. This is really good. I'm really proud. I did okay today. So I got the English English bitter. I've got the blueberry lemon zest. I have the fruited kettle sour with the mango habanero. And I have to say that the next three, I chose 6 because you guys
That's
are
okay.
a little more experienced than I am. The top one on my list is really that porter cherry chipotle.
Okay.
So we're just going to throw that one out because I don't know
So,
if anybody else did that
what
one.
were your other two?
I had the fruited sour mango.
Yes.
The American wild blueberry zest.
Yeah.
The English bitter. Those are the 3 that match up. I have the fruited goza. So that was number 3. I also had the pale ale. Number 1.
Okay, so now we have our top 3 that we're going to try again. We are going to try the mango habanero kettle sour. We're going to try the English bitter again, and we're going to try the American wild ale with blueberry lemon zest. The 2 that are tried that we're now going to discuss whether or not we're going to try one or the other is the fruit beer that is unknown goza, and then the old ale. So I think we're just going to discuss on which one we think we should try based on the other, or if we decide we can try and have 5 and discuss from there. What do you guys think?
For me, I say push the old ale up because the
Yeah,
goza
you guys really
was
liked
good
it.
and it was fruity, but like it was pretty basic, and that's not a good way. Just very fruity and sweet, and we can all just see immediately when we drank it how it was. But I like the old ale in that it was a little more complex and stuff going on, so I think it deserves a little more scrutiny or a little more attention. Is a better way to put it.
I think I
That's
agree with
my assessment.
Personally, I also
Okay.
agree with that. Mary?
That's fine. I'm good with that. Yeah.
I'm
You
good
guys?
with that. I think it's complex, but it's findable.
Okay.
Not like the goza.
Definitely.
Preston? Choices?
They ranked both the same, so I'm good with either.
Okay.
I'm good. So
I think
let's do the old ale.
Yeah, I think the consensus is to do the old ale again. So we have our top 4, and Ben will be pouring them again. And I believe we should probably go. Should we switch up?
What numbers?
What do you think we should try first on these 4?
Lightest to
Lightest
darkest.
to darkest. So
Probably the
bitters?
the blueberry, lemon,
Number what?
number 6.
All right.
And then probably number 4 with that mango habanero.
Yeah.
And then the 8, and then 9.
Yeah.
6, 4, 8, 9.
All right.
You are the best
Moving.
friend.
Thank you, Ben.
You're the best. You're the best.
Yeah.
All right. So
After all that.
yes.
Yes.
So
Yeah, we're
it
ready.
appears that top
and
4
for these,
was number 4,
probably
Mhm.
like all
which
4
was
of
the
them.
fruited kettle sour,
No?
No, I think that's
mango,
good.
and habanero.
They're all very different. They
Number
are very
6,
different,
which was the
but
American Wild
sometimes you
Ale.
need to take a few tastes,
Number
and you can
8,
have crackers and
the
water
English
in
bitter.
between.
I think.
And number 9, the maple
Yeah.
pecan old
All
ale.
4 at the
All
same
right. There you go.
So once again, to repeat myself,
Okay.
number 4,
Oh yeah.
fermented,
And I can take
fruited.
any
Sorry,
other glassware.
it's hard to read this.
Julie, are you finished?
Oh, I'm finished.
It is fermented. Let's be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah, fruited kettle sour with mango and habanero.
Mm.
The American Wild Ale, which I believe had the was that the one with the blueberry and
Lemon zest?
lemon zest?
I
in
think
it?
so.
Yeah.
So what are y'all talking about?
He's just
we're
going over the top 4.
The top 4 where that you guys are judging.
Cool.
Number 8,
Do
the
you think we're crazy or
the English.
I think it's.
I mean, we're all a little crazy. We're not judges.
It's all good.
I'm not judging. Only Judy can judge.
This round, though, we're just going to discuss these.
Yeah, we're not rewriting.
Judge Judy.
This is a really
I get it.
discussion on the merits.
Yeah.
All right. So
And-
you've observed your first round
What we think
Yeah.
is
of
standing
beer judging. What do you
above,
think?
I'll be honest.
Outliers.
I can't remember 3 beers back.
Well, that's what happens when you drink all of it
Yeah.
every
Many
time.
judges need to do bathroom breaks. Good
So,
time.
Yeah. So as the judges get ready
This-
for round 2,
It's very, very,
they
very
go
critical.
take phone calls, smoke breaks, pee breaks, whatever it is they're going to do. I don't
This
know.
very critical juncture here in the judging process.
Right. This is where we make our. This is where we make our
All right,
hay
all right.
as people of the microphones.
Okay.
Right. So
Wait, which one? Which one of these 4 are you leaning towards?
let me see. Let me look at them.
Okay.
If I were to, well, I don't want to persuade or sway.
No.
Ask the audience. Did you ask the
We're-
audience?
Yeah, let's
what
take
they
a-
would- they would like?
How about
Well, they haven't tasted any of the
From
beers.
the sounding, but from the sounds. What would they think they like?
And then how do you guys like watching the judging? I mean, is it really boring or is it educational? Do we need to do this next year? Should we just keep our opinions to ourselves and tell you who we think?
I think it's fabulous to hear the thinking out loud.
It's an interesting, because normally it's a closed room, right? Closed door.
Yeah.
You don't really get to hear what's going on, and this is it's kind of cool. I think to hear the thought process behind what makes a good beer and what makes a not so great beer, or just kind of off the mark or wrong category. That seems to be a huge one, right?
That's a huge thing, actually.
Picking the right category is a challenge. And you can even see, I mean, St. Arnold's Oktoberfest.
Yeah.
I think they've won the last 4 years by putting it in a amber ale.
Yeah, it's an ale. It's not even
It's really a Scotch ale.
Yeah.
A Scottish ale.
Because
That is what
they
it
tried
is.
to lager it and it didn't work out, so
Yeah.
they're like, we're going to use ale yeast, so it basically turned to a Scotch ale.
So, and they win in that category, but they sell it as an Oktoberfest.
Yeah, okay. Well,
it's
that's
like their summer pills is a Helles lager.
Exactly.
Right.
Right.
Oh, that's
so
why I like
It's not a
for
pills.
competition, it's much different than selling it or what you want to call it.
Yeah.
For competition, it's literally taste. I'm not going to see what it's called.
Yeah.
We're not going to see the name, the style that they've chosen. So we're basing it off what we're tasting or we're experiencing in the moment. And so picking your category is like the number one challenge. And then
bottle
being able to change, if you have this intention and being like, okay, I intended it to be this, but it turned out to be this, so it's now going to be called this.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, the first batch I had ever homebrewed, I made a really good stout. And you're going to laugh at this because I intended to make a red ale.
Damn. Holy crap.
Right? And I was like, I think I mixed up my Carafas and Cara Red, and so that was an issue. But it came out great, but it was just not at all what I had intended.
You're almost red stout.
Like red velvet. Yeah.
Yeah, like
so
red velvet.
really choosing your category and making sure that you're putting this in that guidelines, because that's what we're basing it off. Because we're not having the same beer and being able to compare against each other, we're comparing it on those descriptions.
Right.
And so choosing that description that fits is key.
And it's not a bad thing when you shoot for one thing and it comes out to something else. It just turned
You're
into...
just like, okay, I have a learning moment.
Yeah, and it's like, oh wow, this is a great this, and let's just change it. That doesn't mean, oh, I got it, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a beauty pageant versus I don't know, straight up sporting competition, I guess, because there's not points on the board. It's it's very subjective. Oh, she plays the fiddle and she, juggles fire sticks or whatever. It's like chainsaws. Miss Alabama.
Miss Alabama.
She throws bowls on top of her head.
Yeah.
While on a unicycle.
Yeah. What is that? I don't understand. That's talent, though. I mean, it is a talent.
It all has been really good beer too, though.
I honestly, I'm super impressed with everybody this year. I think that there was a lot of really great effort and a really good creativity. I mean, last year we had a lot of IPAs because that's what people's favorite to brew. But when you look at categories for IPAs and such, you see, in GABF, it's almost over 1,000 IPAs that are entered. And you know why? Because lots of IPAs are great.
Yeah.
Right? But it's really challenging to break away your opinion on IPAs versus merit.
Yeah.
And that's why, personally and as a business decision, I like competitions. I think they're really great. But you can't say, this beer, because it won a medal, is better than everything else.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, well,
that's subjective.
It's subjective, exactly. And then it's also, you don't know what those judges ate, how they were feeling, what their levels of being able to taste certain flavors and tongue training, etc.
And then after you've been drinking beers all day long, judging them.
Yeah. They do have thousands of judges for GABF.
Yes.
So it's not 10 people judging 20,000 beers.
And is there kind of a limit of what they will do and then they take a break? Because I guess it would get fatigue, taste fatigue or whatever.
6 first.
Well, I would imagine any beer at GABF is going to be pretty good. if you're
Yeah.
going to enter it into
it'll
JBF.
still win.
Yeah.
You know, a winning beer has to be a good beer.
Well,
but
no.
that doesn't mean that.
Well, I'm
there
saying
weren't
even
good
like
beers
if there's 1,000
So you can get in
IPAs,
there.
how much better is number 1 than say number 50?
That's a good point.
I would
like,
hope
Marginally, hopefully.
significantly for 1 to 50, but like 1 to 15 is where the nuance comes.
I don't know. I mean, if there's 1,000 though, it's like,
Well, I mean, true.
you know what I'm saying?
Depending on your sample size.
Right.
For sure.
Right. Now in the
that goes to judge, and he said he does about 70 beers. That's
Holy,
a lot.
in a day?
I don't know, but that's a lot.
That's a lot.
You gotta use it.
And that's again, that's
I mean,
why.
even in like 3 days, that's a lot.
You gotta use
Even
it.
at 3
I think you'd have to use a spit bucket at that
You'd have
point.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
that you're not supposed to because
You guys-
beer is
You
The
gotta
finish.
you have to
Yeah.
have the finish.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you can't judge a beer properly unless you swallow some.
yeah. And you
That's
feel
what
the
I understand
burn.
about wine tasting. Like, you're not getting the full thing by spitting it out. I mean, what's that called? Olfactory sensation.
Yes.
Back
Yeah.
there.
You're
It's called just dumb if you're spitting wine out.
Just dumb.
uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Overly bottled carbonation, high carbonation.
Head
2
retention.
drops instead of 1.
Yeah.
Just saying. I would only put 2 drops
It's
in
interesting
a
though.
bottle if it was a bomber. Okay, just clarify that.
Oh, this one kind of, it was a snap and it kind of popped off.
Oh, I hate
Yeah.
those. They scare me.
It happens.
Oh, this is
Interesting.
There's head retention on that one.
Who? I'm trying to think who had swing top bottles.
Grolsch.
Yes.
It was them, but then
And, you're
Our-
not, and really in a BJCP sanctioned competition, all the bottles are supposed
Oh,
to
good.
be the same.
We have another bottle, so
Yeah.
all
It's
right.
like a very boring gold cap.
So this
yeah,
is number
yeah, no
6.
distinguishing
Yes.
features on the bottle.
All right.
Green
Oh,
bottles.
yeah.
No $20 bills wrapped around the bottle.
Hundreds.
Blueberry.
Hundreds,
It's,
I was trying to
Well, we
keep,
didn't know
but
that
yeah.
at the time.
All right.
well, that's the blueberry lemon.
So yes, you know, we put out the question. You know, what do people think about this? About how we're doing here, and like how people are enjoying this.
Yeah.
A couple people.
For like 8 years.
Chris has said solid judging using proper guidelines. I view the harsher comments and coaching as coaching and not criticism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah.
That's
the
what it's
point.
supposed to
We're
be.
not trying to
These are all
poo-poo
good
on
beers.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
Who's-
trying to make you doing it. Yeah. I mean,
I mean, if everyone tells you the beer you're brewing is good, you'll never get better.
exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Dennis has said it's been very interesting and has appreciated all the constructive feedback from all the judges on the beers. Can't make a better beer without good feedback.
Sweet.
And I encourage that with
Yeah.
a lot of homebrewers that want to be professional. I'm like, you got to find someone that's going to be brutally honest with you, because all your friends are going to be like, yeah, it's good, because they're getting free beer and they're
Yeah,
getting drunk.
they're getting free beer.
So
The grain cellar.
and that's why people,
Yeah.
you know, a lot of people, they enter competitions so they can get the feedback. It's not just about, I mean, for some people it's just about winning.
yeah,
But for most of us, me, when I entered my beers, I just wanted the feedback because I'm very new at home brewing and I don't have 10 years under my belt. You know, I just have a few beers. So the feedback is scary, but it's also very welcome.
Right, yeah.
and
You know.
I appreciate detailed feedback.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, as an example, we entered 3 beers in GABF last year, and only one sheet that I got back was an actionable item for me to change to make it better. All of the were like, it's good.
Like, why didn't I win then? No, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
but it's like,
Yeah, you gotta tell me, like, what can I do better with
like
this?
good is good, but I want great. How do I get to great? You
And
know,
so,
it's like,
having things to change to make better is
Yeah.
something that you can get
Number 8.
and this is number 8, in smaller judging. You're able to have people
Yeah.
that are really care about actually judging and giving feedback.
And that's one's number 9.
Number 9.
It is number 9.
Number 9.
Yeah, I have a no black eye rule at the store. If your beer has problems, I'm not going to share it with others. But if it's a solid beer, I'm going to let other people also taste it so that you can get good feedback, not only from myself but from other people in the store.
Yeah.
But like I said, if there's a major problem with it, I don't want people, poo-pooing your beer. That's a bad thing. We want positive input. So
And just a note on that, one time we were having a road brewers competition, and I took the beer in and let Preston sample it before I entered it, and he told me, "That's a bad beer." He's like,
I think he said maybe not.
Just don't enter.
That's what I think he said. He was more nice about it.
Well, you need that. You need it.
No,
you know,
absolutely, you do.
Yeah.
You do.
Otherwise,
I personally have poured out many beers.
Yeah.
I really have.
I mean, it happens.
If a brewer says they have it, they're either selling subpar beer,
Yeah.
or they have a heavy ego,
Or they're lying.
which is
Not
definitely
uncommon.
not uncommon
Yeah,
in
yeah.
brewing.
Yeah.
I've dumped 2 batches.
Like big batches.
3.5 batches. They were the first 3. It was in the first 3 batches we did here.
Oh wow, yeah.
When you're learning your system,
Yeah.
right? And one of my coils in my kettle wasn't on, and so I was using a lot of Pilsner malt for that beer. Which, if you know, Pilsner malt has a lot of SMS, which is the precursor to DMS. So it just solid cream corn. It was not good.
Oh my god.
All right, we've got all 4 in front of us.
So please explain your process as how you want us to do this.
Our process is drink and argue and discuss.
And
Okay,
like
now-
compare each to each other which one.
And
We are
yeah.
at the point where we can't compare because they're different.
They're
But
very
we
different
can
beers.
say what is the best well-made beer that's
Yes.
here.
Yes,
There you go.
it's a
Okay.
technical
That is
aspect.
what we're doing.
all right. Well, here we go. Let's
So the
turn it over.
numbers don't necessarily mean the winner.
No.
It's what is the technically best beer to the style that was put on the sheet
Correct.
and flawless, or
Basically-
as little
Or
flaws.
as little flaws as possible.
Yeah, at this point, I'm throwing out the numbers. These are
Yes.
all
That-
the same
yeah.
playing field.
Absolutely.
And now we're starting from scratch.
Yep.
So enjoy, drink. I feel like we should all take one go in whatever manner
you want.
order you want, and then we'll do that discussion.
Okay, I'm gonna steal your mic real quick. It's fine, right? Because it's my mic. But real quick, while everybody's washing down, trying, analyzing, I'll take the time to promote what everybody's got going on. Where can people? I mean, I know you're doing beer judging, and
They can hit me up on Instagram or Facebook, or they can come to my restaurant, Craft Grill, up in
Oh shit! I
Tomball.
didn't know you owned a.
there you go, Craft Grill.
Well, hello.
Beer buyer. Yeah. So come check me out there. We got 30 taps, mainly all local stuff. I got some of the BMC stuff, of course, but mainly all local craft beer. So
Okay.
a bunch of wine and cocktails too.
Tomball.
It's a Tomball address. We're right in the corner. It's on Kirkendall and like Huffsmith. So across the street is Spring. We're in Tomball, and a mile up the road is Woodland. So
Okay.
kind of in this strange area there in between. But yeah, other than that, before COVID, just hitting up breweries and going around town. And you know, I was in a BJCP class. Me and Preston were in the same one with Bev Blackwood. Shout out to him and everything I know.
We miss you.
I miss you, buddy. He got off social media for a little bit, but he's a
love
good
that.
guy, and
I love that.
he's taught me a lot. And listening to everyone here, I'm learning, and that's what I like about beer is you talk to new people, old people. I don't care. Like we were saying earlier, the people that maybe not experienced, because I'm looking for stuff, but maybe someone not as experienced, they're picking out something I didn't even know because I'm just looking too hard. So sometimes it's good to have the newbie kind of feel, you know.
Do you brew?
I brew a little bit here and there. I probably brewed like 10 batches in my whole life, so not a ton.
That's important.
But yeah, so yeah. Cheers.
Cool. Awesome. All right. Everybody knows.
It's gonna be hard.
Well, then I'll talk a little bit about Thistle Draft Shop while you're trying to do that, because that's not hard. Thistle Draft Shop is amazing. Yeah. Craftbeer.com, best craft beer bar in all the state of Texas. And it was the home of Liquid Lunch episode 200, and it's been the home of many Interbrews episodes and all the good people and all the good beer and all the great food. And
Try the truffle fries.
yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
The chicken
Oh,
sandwich.
or chicken
The chicken hot burger.
It's there's nothing on the menu you can go wrong with. The brat with the kimchi and man, it was good. It was so good. And I'm getting hungry. I'm getting like really hungry right now.
Thanks, Josh.
Give me the crackers. So yeah, Thistle Draft Shop, everybody, and then of course Southern Yankee. We're here.
right out there with all the delicious. You don't have to pay it. I'm just gonna wax on.
Wax on.
The delicious beers, great pizza, and all the different everything on the menu. I'm so excited to get to try. I don't know what I'm going to try. But I'm about to eat the menu itself.
Well, you know you're going to try one of the new slushies.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I'm really excited about Southern Yankee. Not that anybody asks or cares, but honestly, like so when I talk about Southern Yankee, one of the things I can say that I can't say about every brewery I've ever been to is every single one of your beers are solid. There's something for everybody. You don't sit on that, oh my gosh, we're going to do whatever everybody else is doing. You still, and even if you're not just, you don't brew a boring beer.
Aww.
And you can take the old styles, and some people will say they're boring. It's just they don't understand it. They don't understand beer. They don't understand what really goes into the beer and the ingredients. The ingredients are key. And you know, you can tell the difference in the brewers that have a passion for what they're doing versus everybody wants to make money, everybody needs to make money, but you still need to make it with a passion. So, I mean, everybody I tell about Southern Yankee, that's the one thing I can say that I can't say about every other brewery in town.
That's my goal.
So. And they're hiring.
We are hiring.
Really?
We're not in the bar, so we're looking for a kitchen manager for our food truck, which it comes with paid time off, comes with health insurance.
Wow.
It's $15 an hour, so if you're looking. Yeah,
right?
Sure.
Wow.
We're growing. We are. I'm not, knock on wood, I've told lots of people we are planning on opening a second location. I will not tell you anything else because every time I do, something goes wrong.
Murphy likes to knock on your door.
Thank you.
Yeah, please.
So we are doing that. We're looking for a kitchen manager to basically take over our food truck and keep up with our quality, keep up with our interesting stuff and our really tasty stuff. But to go back to the beer, since we've already talked about everyone, I think tasting through these, my top two.
Wait.
No?
Wait.
Oh, I know. I thought we were doing Grain Cellar. Ah!
I mean, we did
Grain
earlier.
Cellar.
But we've talked a little Grain Cellar, but we haven't talked to Emily about No Label.
No Label, and you're so comfy, right?
You don't have to talk to me about No Label.
Yes.
Yeah, we do. We love No Label.
So, okay.
We love No Label.
Pride of Katy, Texas.
So I am a brand ambassador for No Label. I started as an employee. My first sit-in to craft beer was I found a Hefeweizen. I liked the label at Kroger. I picked it up. I looked at it. I said, oh, this is made in Katy. How cool is that? So I took it home. I enjoyed it. I loved it. Quickly became my favorite beer. My husband did not like it, who is, by the way, Dr. Love, if you've ever been to No Label. He does not like wheat beers. He does not like the Belgian beers either. So, but he's like, oh, but he did love the Pale Ale. You know, the Pale Horse that they don't make that anymore. So, long story short, I had my TABC because our daughter was a senior in high school here. They do this thing called Project Prom. And once the Texans were done playing football, it was like, what am I going to do with this TABC? So I threw all my energy into the brewery, got interested in brewing, and have just gone on from there. I do help out a lot of different breweries. You know, I support a lot of them. But like, I'm also in roller derby, which I love. I hate COVID because
we're a big supporter.
That sounds so fun.
She does. She always gives us something beautiful to drink. So. Which is amazing. Yeah, she needs to come back on the skates. So.
I would break myself and everything would be bad.
You could just come skate with me because I'm on the slow side.
Nice.
But No Label is growing. They just got a new head brewer.
Management change?
Management changed about a year and a half ago. It is different, but the beers are still good. You know, I'm happy to say that I was the person that designed the me with Taylor, the former brewer, the Pink Boots. We can brew it pale ale. So
okay.
Very excited about that, and that was the first beer that I got to brew in a professional setting. So it was very exciting for me.
Yeah,
I'll hand it. No Label has done a lot to make the most of this whole COVID time, like just as far as like promotions and drive-through, like having people playing. Like Rudy's been out there playing music and stuff. Yeah, so I had Tom on Interbrews a while back, and you could kind of see it in his face. You know, he's just the they just keep marching on. So it's like, hopefully.
I think that COVID really took one of the things that as a consumer, as somebody who goes into a brewery, there are certain things that I want to take with me. I want a glass and I want a women's shirt, So it took a lot of pushing with that department, but they really took merchandise to a whole new level.
Yeah.
So just
once COVID
down
hit, it started. I mean, thank goodness for that. Because it kept people interested. It was entertaining. It gave you something. And since my husband is employed there, shout out to everybody who came and supported us and all the other local breweries, because people in hospitality, in the brewing industry, we're getting hammered. It's hard. So we just got to continue. If you can't do 2 breweries in a week, do 1. But still come out and say hi to us.
Very cool. Well, my God, this has been a lot of fun. And then the grain cellar. Everybody knows the grain cellar. If you don't know the grain cellar, you should know the grain cellar. Humble's Premier Homebrew Store, and that is Preston, who has been espousing wisdom.
What's that?
I'm just talking about how awesome you are.
So like.
That's just it. The grain cellar and how you have a heart of you're a teacher. You're a bestower of the heart of brewing onto the whoever wants to hear it, and it's a beautiful thing because brewing is awesome and beer is awesome, and you can love it better with the knowledge that you give, and you make friendships, and it's all the good hugs and feels, and it's just good stuff. You're doing it right.
I took everything I didn't like about homebrew stores and fixed it.
Awesome.
It shows. It's great.
Cool.
I love that place, and I need a teleportation device to be able to step out of my bathroom and then go. I don't know why I'm not.
Josh needs to start brewing again.
I'll get to it.
It's in your most vulnerable spot.
I've been steady working on the studio. So once this whole COVID thing is done, we're
Blueberry lemon.
I plan on.
Gun the entire almost 4 hours left, and then it was the old ale after that.
Yeah. Well, you failed.
I'm really excited to see the order.
All right.
Do you guys have any side bets?
No. I don't even.
Or guesses, not bets, but
At this
guesses.
point, I don't really.
I kind of have. I think I have a.
Well, don't spoil it.
I don't know. I want to say it out loud. I want to say it out loud. Just whisper it. Because they're not done, so don't let them
All
hear
right,
you.
so I'm not gonna. Yeah. So this is just what I think is gonna go. What I think is gonna go. I think it's
Okay,
gonna
so
be
everybody's
number
turned their numbers
6.
in. You turned yours in? Wait,
Okay.
what is-
American Wild Ale.
Okay.
That's just my guess.
She didn't know. I didn't turn in your numbers. I was like, wait, we're missing something.
And I was like, wait.
Right, as they tally it up, we're not spoiling it on the wide shot, are we? We got to make sure that the.
Okay, so we're doing just
No, we're not spoiling
an
it.
explanation on what we're doing right now. We're doing a ranked choice where you're allowed to have ties, and then the lowest number at the end is the winner. That way, we can all have our opinions, we can all look at our notes and everything else, and then it is still an unbiased thing. We're not changing each other's opinions, etc. So, let me do some math.
Oh.
Do you need a calculator?
Perfect time.
Carry the 2.
Yeah. Or Jeopardy.
And for extra math, I'm using a calculator,
Okay, good.
so I don't mess up.
Oh, hey, real quick, everybody here, if you're here watching out in the tap room,
Yeah.
And
Don't
there's
forget-
quite a few people.
don't forget that there's the new Texas Brew Explorer app from the Texas Brewers Guild,
Oh, shoot.
and you can check in.
These two, but
That's
You can check in on the app.
I just downloaded that like a couple days ago.
Yeah, I downloaded it a while when it first came out, and this has been my first brewery to check in on.
I have not checked in.
Texas Brew Explorer.
Texas Brew Explorer from the Texas Craft Brewers Guild. You can
I
check
know,
in.
right? But better.
It's like Internet Explorer, but better.
You'll get a
Yeah.
yellow hop, yellow wheat, something up there that's circling
So
instead
what
of
do
the
you do?
blue
You just
circle it does.
toggle it on?
Yeah. So
Yeah, and then click on it, and then you can check in
and
and
it's
leave a
easy-
review and a picture. I did that earlier for Southern Yankee.
it sees your location and it'll show the closest breweries to you.
And then we'll do a tie.
Yeah, it's
for
a really
free,
it's an
so you guys
intuitive
can give us-
app.
Blueberry lemon.
We have a winner.
All right, here we go.
Oh wait,
All right,
we
and
have
then,
a winner, everybody. We have a
number
winner.
1 is entry number 6, our American Wild Ale
I
with
totally
the
called
blueberry
this.
and lemon zest.
Yay!
Congratulations.
Yay!
Number the second in place is number 9, which is the Maple Pecan Old Ale.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that. And then there is no third. There's a tie for third. So both the other two got 13, and they were both really excellent examples. And please, I'm very excited for you guys to do this next year. The winners, though, number 1, the winner, the entry number 6, which is
Nick Seacrest.
Oh,
you shit. You're shitting me.
That's awesome.
Nick Seacrest won 2nd year in a row.
Nick won again.
So we already decided, we were joking that if he did win again, we're so we will be brewing that one again.
That's funny.
So he will get, for the 2nd year in a row, 1 beer a week for free. He will be able to brew his recipe with me here, and he'll get a keg to take home. Number 2, and then they do get, all 4 of you guys get mugs and some stickers, and then 2nd winner gets, who's the 2nd? Who's
Numbers.
9,
Numbers.
sorry, number 9.
Number 9, Dennis Fox.
Dennis Fox, you got in 2nd place. And then because you guys tied on 3rd, I really want to recognize you guys being really good and doing really well. Who is number 8 and number 4?
Number 8 is Brownstone Brewing.
What is it?
Oh, Abby Lewin.
Oh, Abby Lynn.
Hey, Abby.
Then
Number 4 is Brendan and Matt.
Brendan and Matt.
Fruit
Congratulations.
So 3 rogues.
So,
Yeah,
so
3
Rogue Brewers
Brewers.
once again, strong showing.
Yeah, 3.
Who's
wait.
number 6? Yeah, I don't know numbers. I don't know
Number 6,
Second.
Dennis.
No, I
Dennis.
don't. Yeah, I don't know.
I think
number
he was
9.
a new entry. He's not part of Rogue Brewers.
Not a rogue.
But I want to
Not
congratulate
yet.
everybody.
Rogue sweep.
And
That's right.
now we're going to organize all our score sheets. If you're wanting to come pick up your score sheets, please come up and talk to me, and I'll have them all
I think
there
Dennis-
ready for you. If you have any questions and you are here, we're going to go eat and drink now.
All right.
So congratulations to the winner, Nick. All right, somebody needs to topple Nick. That's the rule now.
Is that the end?
And that is the end.
That's the end.
Thank you all.
Thank you all for watching.
Good job, guys.
So,
Yeah.
strong showing today.
Yep.
Congratulations for Nick again.
Yeah, congrats.
Yeah.
I'm kind of waiting on an email.
Nick
to see
Seacrest,
what we're doing with
time for you to open your own brewery.
until next year.
And
y'all take care. Good doing
any
this.
final
Man,
thoughts?
yeah.
Yeah, no, this was a
Later,
blast.
fellas.
Steve, this
Yeah.
is fun. This is a lot of fun. This yeah, no, this is learned a lot,
Yeah.
and tried some really good beers.
My butt is asleep. right
Probably
now.
lost a little weight, a little
Yeah.
steady sweat out here. So it's all good. I probably smell good.
Our sheets are in
Yeah,
the same
so,
similar order.
Thanks everyone for
So
watching
these are
today.
5.
Yeah, you got talking to the mic for the beer. All right, everybody.
Love you.
10,
Join us Thursday for Liquid Lunch. We'll see you then.
11.
In the stream.
All right.
Okay.
In the stream.
We need 2